After waking up in the body of the character he played, he discovers he's engaged, and his biggest rival, Cordelia Chase, who also entered the game world, has become his wife. Now the two will have to get along to create a less catastrophic ending than the games. The story kicks off by introducing us to the game Legend of Heroes 2, released over 10 years ago, but even today, users remain active. The MC entered the Hall of Honor. Today was the day the ranking would be updated. Suddenly, he noticed two women observing from the corner of the room. A cat-eared girl named Romantic Cat asked the MC, "Are you first place again, Outboxer? No changes this month either?" But the girl beside her interrupted. Her name was Yellow Storm, and she played the character Cordelia Chase. She declared that this time she would be first. The MC, with a nonchalant expression, told her not to be arrogant, and then, striking a genius pose and said, "You'll just keep being second, Yellow Storm. That's 21 months in a row now. Must be tough, huh, trying to catch up to me?" The girl yelled, saying that this time would be different. He didn't even deny it, he just kept on bragging. Then, a system sound announced the month's rankings. Outboxer, our MC, took first place again. It was his 23rd month in a row. Yellow Storm landed in second once more, 22 months in a row. The MC started to grin. The girl wondered, "What the hell, is he hacking? He's cheating, what the f*** is this?" She started swearing left and right, but the system kept deleting her messages for abusive language. The cat girl told her to calm down, or else she'd get a chat ban acting like that. Suddenly a message popped up, showing that both Outboxer and Yellowstorm had logged out of the game. After that, a system message appeared, informing them that the two had entered the world of Pleiades. Now, in a mansion bedroom, the MC was struggling to breathe. He wondered, "Where am I? What is this place?" With a tremendous headache, he got up from the armchair and stopped in front of a mirror. "This is my character from Legend of Heroes 2, he thought. Not only that, but he's super young. But wait, is this a mirror? Is this me? He wondered. Suddenly, a sharp headache hit him. Memories were surfacing in his mind. Pleiades, within Legend of Heroes 2, was a fantasy world where many hero stories unfolded. Kingdoms warred against each other, and angels and demons descended upon the earth. After these pieces of information flashed through his mind, he realized he had been transported into the game world. Not only that, but also a younger, weaker version of his character, a swordsman and son of the respected Bile family. As he continued to stare at himself in the mirror, someone knocked on the door asking if they could come in. "Young Master?" The MC was in shock to hear himself called Young Master. The person didn't hear a reply and then entered the room, seeing their master completely awkward and embarrassed. Her name was Maya, Jude Bile's personal maid. She bowed and apologized as she didn't know he was in there. Since there was no response, she thought he wasn't in the room. The MC, desperate, tried to remember her name. He coughed a bit and asked, "Never mind, why did you come?" He had no idea what was happening, so he needed to act normal. She replied that it was nothing, just that his fiancée had come to visit him and was waiting in the living room. Jude trembled. He had never been in a relationship with anyone before, and now he was engaged to someone. In the Bile living room, a girl sitting on the couch complained that he was taking so long. She was already tired. Jude's fiancée was the daughter of the magician family, Cordelia Chase. The MC knew Yellowstorm was her in the game. Hearing that Cordelia was his fiancée utterly freaked him out, but he thought positively. He needed to understand the situation he was in. It would be helpful if Cordelia was Yellowstorm now. The MC arrived in the room and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Tox." "No, I'm the second son of the Bales, Jude Bale." He looked at Cordelia to see her reaction after his introduction. At that moment, the two made eye contact. Both were startled and speechless. The two shouted almost simultaneously, "Why are you here too?" They were still startled, embarrassed, and surprised. The MC started to calm down. He needed to think in that moment. Cordelia Chase was there because she was married to Jude, but he wondered why Yellowstorm popped into his head. The maid looked at him, asking if the young master was like that, so smitten. The two sat at the table, still unsure what to say. The MC decided to test her first. He looked at her and said, Hi Yellow, but she didn't react. If there were a hole in the room, Jude would dive headfirst into it. He didn't give up. But since there were other people in the room, he needed to find a way to talk to her alone. So, confident that she was indeed Yellowstorm, he spoke clearly. Co-op initiation time, left side of the entrance, column 9 at 9 o'clock. She reacted. She knew it was information. It was the game code. The co-op startup time was 12 hours, and on the left side of the entrance, column 9 at 9 o'clock. She understood completely. Jude Bale looked at her. He knew that if she was truly Yellowstorm, she'd understand the code. Cordelia understood and got up from the couch. Let's go, Dahlia. Her personal guard couldn't even understand anything. What do you mean she was already leaving? She ran after her, calling out to her. Before she left, the MC said, I can't wait for us to meet again, Miss Cordelia. Jude Bale's personal maid looked at him, asking what he had just said. Jude Bale replied that it was nothing. He was already going crazy with all of it. After all, even Cordelia's demeanor was exactly like Yellow Storm's. Now in the garden of the Bile mansion, Jude Bile was freezing. It was the north, and it was normal for it to be cold despite it being summer. He wondered if she had managed to get there. Seeing her from afar, covered in a hooded outfit, he called her Yellow Storm. She took off her hood and looked at him, calling him by the name Outboxer. The MC approached her and said, "Should I tell you I've been thinking about something this whole time?" She replied, "Don't tell me. I think I even know what it is." "You too?" he asked her. "Hey, me too," she replied. The two stopped messing around and started talking seriously. She asked him when he woke up. Jude Bile replied that he didn't know exactly. Maybe 2 days and he didn't remember clearly. Cordelia wanted to know why he was so uncertain about it. He looked at her and asked if she didn't remember Jude Bile's situation. Jude Bile suffered from the blockage of the 9 yin pathways, a disease that arose from an abnormal level of yin qi. His body became extremely weak and it was impossible for him to use mana. He said he was very sick 2 days ago, speaking strange things while he was unconscious. "So that's why you're so uncertain about when you woke up?" Cordelia said. But suddenly she thought and angrily said, "Hold on, so you're not well now? I came here on the day you asked. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a grown girl to sneak out without her parents knowing? Why didn't you come to me?" He replied, "How could I? If the 9 yin pathways are blocked, I can't even jump a fence," and asked her, "Since when are you a woman?" She looked at him. "Since I was born, you woman, you psycho." He was speechless. "What do you mean Yellow Storm was a woman?" He couldn't believe it. Cordelia said she just didn't say it before because she thought it was unnecessary. "You're a man? You don't even look like it, so weak." "Of course I'm a man. I'm just weak right now," he replied to her. Changing the subject, Jude had another reason for calling her. She asked what it was. He started explaining that his father, Count Bile, had taken his brothers and vassals on an expedition. "So the mansion is empty now, decreasing the chance of us getting caught. He had seen them leave, so he was sure of it." Suddenly, he wondered, "What do you mean? You saw them leave?" Cordelia asked. "Are you like this too?" Then she began to explain. "You became the character you played for so long, so the first thing you feel is that you've entered the game. But the more time passes, the more it seems like your past life was that of Outboxer himself. So much so that your memories and Jude Bale's don't seem to clash, do they? It happened to me too. Calling Duke Chase father even feels natural, and you even called Count Bale my father. It's natural, and in fact, it became reality." The MC was spooked. They hadn't entered the game. This was now their reality. He thought about how dangerous it was. If this really was reality, it meant there was no going back. She confirmed it. And worst of all, it had to be this world, a world destined to be destroyed by the grand summoning ritual. Hearing about this, the MC said, "This vibe isn't so bad if you think about it." Cordelia, fuming, wanted to know what he was saying. "How could you laugh in a situation like this?" He replied that Jude and Cordelia were average to weak characters, though, coincidentally, he was a warrior and she was a mage. Then she laughed too. "This means we wouldn't have trouble splitting items. For gamers, that was the best thing." The two decided to form a party. Cordelia had never been in a party in 5 years. This would be her first. The MC said, "I mean, waking up in a game world is crazy enough, but having to party up with the person who's always second best is..." Annoyed, she asked, "What did you say?" He, dodging her, said that considering how things were now, it was better to cooperate with him. She kept coming at him. "What did you say? Say it to my face." Then he asked her to calm down and listen. "If this is really reality, it'll be much faster to fix Jude Bile's newly blocked yin pathways. If they get an item full of pure yang energy, they'll be able to open the blocked pathways all at once." She replied that yes, but it depended on them finding an item full of yang energy, and there's no such item nearby. The MC denied it. "There is an item nearby. It's in the Belkan Mountains." Cordelia thought about what he said. "A special item." "But wait a minute," she suddenly yelled. "You're talking about the sun necklace. Are you crazy? The sun necklace is an item dropped by Lysigan. How are we supposed to kill a mid-level boss like that?" Both of them were level 1. Jude thought and said yes. He had found a solution. She asked, "What was the solution then?" He thought for a bit and asked her out on a date. "Yes, that's it. Taking a carriage ride and going on a date. That was the solution. A real solution." The next day, a white carriage, pulled by horses with glossy black coats, passed through a flower forest. They stopped, and the carriage door opened. Cordelia and Jude stepped out. She said, "Nice weather, right?" He replied, "A great day for us." They kept saying wonderful things about the day and how it was worth coming there. They needed to look like a truly loving couple in front of their servants, who were watching them from afar. The MC spotted a flower garden and called Cordelia to go there with him. The two walked quickly. Cordelia said, "Shit, I really can't do this." MC replied, "I don't care if you curse, I just need to make sure others don't hear you." He warned her not to walk too fast so they wouldn't notice them pulling away. Cordelia sighed. She wanted to know the plan's details, how they would capture Lysagon and get the Necklace of the Sun at level 1. The Necklace of the Sun is an item that can suppress evil power. It drops from Red Moon Lysagon, a powerful monster sealed in the temple of the sun god in the Montana's Belkin. Jude replied that he'd never said anything about capturing him. Unfazed, she asked, "What were they going to do then?" "Don't forget the details. I have my ways," he said. "So did you bring what I asked for?" he asked her. Cordelia replied yes. It was tough because she had to hide it under her dress. MC replied, "As expected of my yellow storm." She glared at him. "I don't recall becoming your yellow storm. Just spill it. How are we doing this?" He pointed to the cliff, saying it was simple. He'd already checked the path there, and the place matched the area in the game. Once they got there, she would carry him and jump. Cordelia said, "The Temple of the Sun. God only appears if you wander around that flower bed and go down." "Why do we have to jump off the cliff then?" Jude asked if she'd ever gone through the western path in the game. It was a shortcut. She was surprised by the info, but said, embarrassed, "I already knew. I was just testing you, idiot." She really couldn't lie. They could take the long way, as Cordelia said, but they couldn't bring the maids. They didn't know how to use magic and therefore would have trouble following. MC informed her it was dangerous, so he proposed leaving behind an insurance policy. She asked, "What kind of insurance?" He replied yes, but first she had to promise him she'd listen to the whole plan without swearing or hitting him. She replied, "But I can mentally, right? So go on, spill the plan." He leaned closer and whispered, "After jumping off the cliff, you use the fact that we're engaged." After hearing the plan, she freaked out and got all flustered. "Are you crazy? No way, I'm not doing that." MC asked if she had another plan then, one that could work. She should think fast, as Alimar's maids were starting to notice something. Cordelia tried hard to think of something, but she was never good at it. Unsuccessfully, she said, "Damn it, fine, that's it, I'll do what you suggested." Jude thanked her. Then, they held hands. The plan would begin. Dolly and Mai spotted the couple heading toward the cliff from afar and shouted, "What are you doing?" Cordelia picked up MC and jumped off the cliff. I guess we already know who wears the pants in this relationship. She used a wind spell for a safe landing. Cordelia's guard called out to her, asking her to come back quickly, as that place could be dangerous. Cordelia tried to say something but couldn't. Jude told her to speak up. They couldn't waste time. So with all her might, she, embarrassed, yelled at her guard, "I want to be alone for a while, with my man. He won't do anything inappropriate. He's a knight, I guess. We'll be back before dinner, don't worry," Daria asked when she had gotten so close to Mr. Jude Bile. She said that even so, she couldn't stay away from her. It was too dangerous. Maid Maya put her hand on the guard's shoulder and said, "It's okay. The young master has the conduct of a knight, I guess." The MC and his fiancée ran away from them while listening to Daria yell, "Why do you guys only guess he's a knight?" After running for a while, Cordelia, furious, said, "Why did I have to do such a thing?" And she even carried him in her arms. The embarrassment was immense. The MC asked her not to forget that his 9 paths were blocked, so there was no way he could carry her. Furthermore, he showed his thin arm to emphasize. She, furious, could barely wait for him to be healed. Jude Bale remembered that he also suffered embarrassment. When Jude Bale wrote a letter asking for a date, Maya was by his side and saw him writing everything. But afterward, he said it wasn't so bad, considering she had to yell at both of them. After they argued about who was more embarrassed, they had been walking for 10 minutes. Suddenly, the MC collapsed. It was exhaustion. He couldn't even walk for a few minutes. Cordelia looked at him, who had said he would go ahead to show the way. It seemed that wasn't the case, so she asked if he was okay. The MC replied that he was not okay at all, and blamed the blocking of the 9 paths. He really was fragile, so he asked her to carry him. They needed to get there quickly. She replied, "It's fine. There's a grave right next to us. You can rest in peace there." "I'm not dying," he retorted. Now, inside the cave, Cordelia carried Jude Bale on her back while asking him if that was really the right direction. It looked like she was carrying a corpse. Suddenly, a light lit up their eyes. Finally, they arrived at the Temple of the Sun God. In the game, Lysagon was sealed in this temple after the fight against the Sun Paladins. The MC asked Cordelia if she was feeling anything. She replied that the game's dialogue described that upon entering the Temple of the Sun God, one could feel the divine power of that place. Cordelia, now in that place, could experience this sensation personally. It was as if her heart had been purified. Jude Bale looked at her, admiring her beautiful smile. It was an impressive dream. Afterward, he returned to reality, wondering why his heart was beating fast. She started walking towards the place where the boss was sealed. The MC was still trying to recover. He thought it was because Cordelia was very beautiful, which was why his heart was like that. Cordelia looked up. This was exactly like the game. The entire hall was built to contain Lysagon. They were about to face a demon that required a tremendous effort just to seal. Was there really a way to defeat it? The MC said yes and asked her to hand over what she'd prepared. She said yes and started lifting her dress. It was hidden under her skirt. Ashamed, she pleaded, "Please, don't look here for a second. If you turn, I'll kill you." She pulled out a paper, 2 vials of red liquid, a brush, and an ink pen. The MC was impressed. So many items fit under a skirt. She really went all out and demanded, "Don't be a jerk and thank me properly." Jude agreed. If it were just him, he'd never manage it. Even making a potion was a huge hurdle. Cordelia, with a satisfied face, told him to continue. She didn't mind. He finished by saying, "The blessing you bestowed upon me, a despicable being like myself, is immeasurable." Now, back to the story. The MC picked up the brush, its tip wet with the potion. Finally, it was time to show off his skills. He drew a magic circle where the crimson lysagon was sealed. Cordelia watched him calmly. That circle was Velasting's magic circle. Velasting's magic circle was the greatest work of the barrier master Velasting, who would make her name in the latter half of Legend of Heroes. There was a risk of not being able to trap the demon they had already trapped once, and there were only 3 minutes as a time limit. But since its strength scaled with the demons, it became known as the powerful demon confinement magic circle. Cordelia found something incredible, how he had memorized such a complicated thing. Jude got up from the floor. Finally, he finished drawing the magic circle and told Cordelia it was her turn. "What? My turn?" she asked. The MC, tired of explaining things, wanted to know if she really knew what that was. She, annoyed, replied that of course she knew. "All right, so you know how to draw it too?" he asked. Cordelia replied, "Of course I know. Do you think I'm stupid now?" She really didn't know. He began to explain that because of his illness, he couldn't activate the circle. She needed to activate it, but being level 1, it would be very difficult. So, they would use the magic that would flow through the seal of the sun god, Solari, to fully activate it. This meant they would use the power of the temple that sealed Lysagon and summon its true sealed body for a while. Cordelia agreed and grabbed the knife. A drop of blood was needed to activate it. She cut her finger and the blood fell into the circle. The magic circle began to glow. Strong red gusts dispersed around the circle. The temple started shaking. The MC asked if Cordelia was okay. She said she could feel the mana becoming denser and denser. Several currents appeared, and a red darkness emerged in the sky. Solari's seal was about to break. A red-winged, chained body demon appeared before them. That, without a doubt, was the demon that had been sealed long ago by the paladins of the sun. Jude saw that Velastum's magic circle was activated correctly, as Lysagon was chained up. But seeing the demon in front of him, he felt like he would be crushed by its terrifying pressure. He looked at Cordelia to see if she was okay. Cordelia's eyes were practically sparkling with excitement. This was the demon she used to fight on her computer. Seeing it in person was amazing for her. Excited, she pointed at the demon's waist. "Look, Jude, it's the sun necklace. Go get it for us." "But I can't even jump off a cliff," he said, scared. How insane is this girl, he thought. Still hyped, she said, "I'll lend you my staff. Use it to grab it. Go on, take advantage while he's down." The MC took the staff and slowly walked toward the boss. It was better than trying to grab it with his bare hand. Cordelia remained pumped about the situation, incessantly telling him to hurry up and get it. Jude was almost there, but suddenly they both froze. A shadow snatched away all their joy. Lysagan, the crimson moon demon, finally awoke, glaring furiously at them. But the MC, before the demon could do anything, grabbed the sun necklace with the staff, and they both started running. The demon, utterly enraged, yelled at them, "Miserable insects!" It was so loud that everything around the temple trembled. Jude ended up face-planting. With his illness still active, he had no way to defend himself. He looked at the demon. Even sealed, the demon still had immense power. Faced with that, Jude couldn't get up. Cordelia shouted, "You're still chained up. You can't even move. Take that, you bum!" She activated a magic circle and unleashed several magic missiles at the demon, hitting it right in the face. The MC was in shock. Now they were definitely going to die after that provocation. He yelled at her, "Are you high? Why did you provoke him?" But suddenly something caught his attention. Level up effects were appearing around Cordelia. That was unbelievable. If Lysagan were like the original, he'd be such a strong boss that they wouldn't even be able to touch him. But thanks to Velastum's magic circle shortcut, this became possible. Even dealing just 1 damage was enough to level up, due to the massive level difference between the boss and them. The two calculated in their gamer minds how much they'd level up and smiled proudly. It wasn't a demon in front of them, but an experienced mind. The great demon roared in anger. "How dare they do that to me?" as he took magic missile after magic missile to the face. Cordelia didn't stop launching magic at the demon. She was smiling the entire time as she fired the magic missiles. She remained hyped. She had planned to run after grabbing the item, but got lucky that the tables had turned. The MC was impressed. She hit everything except the shackles holding the demon. This crazy girl has absurd absurd aim, he thought. The furious demon called them weaklings. How dare they act like that in my presence, he roared. Jude got up from the ground and yelled at the demon, "Shut up! I'm gonna level up too! An experienced mind doesn't talk, it just takes hits!" So, with the sun necklace in hand, he began to cast the spell to break the 9 yin paths blockade. By the powers of the sun god Solari, I have the strength. But even after breaking the blockade, he still couldn't use magic like Cordelia. So the only way to fight was to use the necklace as a weapon. He slowly approached the demon, glanced sideways, and chucked the necklace at it. It dealt 1 damage. Lysagan was fuming with rage at the situation. It was just too humiliating. Then the two, looking at the demon, shouted that there was only 1 minute left for Valus's magic circle to expire. It was their only chance for easy leveling. They started attacking. Cordelia launched magic missiles, and Jude kept chucking the necklace at Lysagan. After a while, the demon spoke. I have memorized your faces, etched your souls into my mind. On the day I break free, I will make you suffer immense pain. Before he could finish speaking, he took another magic missile to the face. Enraged, he told these extras, I'll kill you! Just then, time ran out. Lysagan returned to the seal that bound him, threatening them. I will find you again. MC and Cordelia thanked him for being so useful. That was super fun and we'll definitely see you again soon. Then, the seal closed and the temple quieted down again. Cordelia smiled and told Jude, I already knew this, but you're absolutely crazy. In truth, she was far crazier than him. After that one-sided battle, the MC put his arms around Cordelia's neck and said, time to go. She glared at him, asking, what are you doing? Do you want to slap? He replied, asking her to let him lean on her for a second. His legs were shaking too much and it was hard to walk. Cordelia responded, all right then, better than carrying you on my back. That night, when Jude and Cordelia returned home, they were punished. They were forbidden from leaving the house for 10 days. Now, lying in his bed, Jude thought about the training he did that day. To think that running 10 laps in the training area would be so exhausting, he thought. He looked at the necklace. His body was clearly better because of the sun necklace. Before, he could barely walk properly. If that world is really real, their main objective is to survive the end of Legend of Heroes 2 and the arrival of angels and demons in Armageddon. But for that important objective to be achieved, a weakling who can barely run and a 1-star mage aren't enough. Jude thought, no matter how rushed we are, now is the time to perfect the basics. He couldn't do it alone. Cordelia was very important. They needed to get stronger, just like their in-game characters. Still lying in his bed, he knew their punishment would end in 3 days. He needed then to slowly prepare for what was coming and contact Cordelia. Suddenly, Cordelia felt a shiver. She wondered, what was that? This bad feeling. Is that bastard Jude plotting something? Lying in her bed, she heard a knock on the door and said to come in. It was Cordelia's personal bodyguard, Daria. She informed that a love letter from young Master Jude Bale had arrived. Cordelia asked her why she was so happy. The guard replied it was great news. In the past few days, Cordelia had eaten all sorts of desserts. Dahlia thought it was because she was sad about not being able to meet her fiancé, but actually, it was because she hadn't had the money before to buy that many desserts. Dahlia also apologized for getting angry during the couple's last meeting. She was there to protect her, but all she did was worry. Then she understood that the young lady had found someone she could trust. She said that on that day, the maid Maya had taught her something very important. The book she showed had the same heartwarming scene. The MC, angrily, wondered what that maid had said, so she handed Jude Bale's letter to Cordelia. Cordelia thought it would be best to read it quickly and get rid of it. Upon opening the letter, it read, to Miss Cordelia, whom I truly love. She cringed and clutched the letter tightly. What the hell is this? She thought. The guard imagined she must be in love. The MC thought better. Maybe there was some kind of secret message that could only be read by following the first letter of each line. She read, and the written information caught her attention. The note contained an intriguing message. Only the end was written in Korean. The text read, 2 days later, at 1400 hours, Varuna Temple's confessional. Varuna was the god of the hidden veil, the guardian and protector who presided over secrets. In Varuna temples, built across the continent, and not just in the kingdom, there was a place where one could confess both small secrets and state secrets. An impeccable confessional, the perfect spot. She looked to see if something was hidden there. Convicted he wasn't trying to confess sins to mock her and ask for forgiveness, she thought that if it were Outboxer, he wouldn't ask to meet out of the blue. So, she informed Dahlia that she wanted to meet young Master Jude Bale at Varuna Temple in 2 days. Dahlia was surprised and exclaimed, oh my! Asking to go on a date on the day you're no longer forbidden to go out? It seems young Master Jude Bale also really wants to see you, young mistress. Cordelia got annoyed and thought, what that dork Outboxer wants to see is the leveling up effect. Dahlia, excited, said, don't worry, young mistress. This time I'll make sure you two have some alone time. Cordelia replied shyly, thanking her, thinking to herself that she was too lazy to even try to retort to that. In the city, Cordelia was about to board a carriage, heading towards the temple. The guard asked her to enjoy the trip and said she would stay around, so the two of them could have a cozy time together. Cordelia thanked her and left. Dahlia yelled that she would follow her after 30 minutes and to really enjoy her lovey-dovey date. Cordelia, annoyed, thought it was nothing like a date. "It's a co-op mission. It's just a cooperative mission." She repeated it twice to convince herself of the truth. Inside the temple, Cordelia was greeted by someone who called her. She entered and found young Master Jude Bile. He was sitting, waiting. Cordelia stared intently at Jude Bile and asked how he'd gotten the temple's confessional, if he'd found any weaknesses, or something like that. Jude Bile, with a confident smile, revealed he'd gotten the confessional with money. "I'm a count's son, after all." Cordelia said his family would have a heart attack if they saw something like that, but he reassured her, saying they hadn't returned from the expedition yet. Cordelia then asked why he'd called her there. He explained there was a secret event. She didn't get it immediately, but he continued. He revealed that the information about the event wasn't written anywhere, not even on the Legends of Heroes forum. He was the only one who knew, since he didn't share information he'd worked so hard to get. "I'm not going to tell half the world's secret info I busted my ass to get." Cordelia, intrigued, asked if he didn't post anything on the strategy forum. He replied that he did, but only things everyone already knew. Suddenly, she shouted, "I knew something was off!" Cordelia was furious, realizing she could never catch up to him in the game because of this. He laughed, saying he didn't expect her to be so naive as to show everyone everything. "So what is it?" Cordelia demanded to know what was hidden there. She remembered the necklace from the fight against Lysagan and thought it might be something similar. He replied with a mysterious smile, explaining he hadn't called her for something that only benefited him. He then revealed there was something for both of them deep in the temple's library, a dungeon book. This book teleported whoever opened it to a dungeon. Sometimes the dungeon was in a simulated space, but other times it was in a real location. The MC explained that the prize for completing a dungeon was a skill book that taught both martial arts and magic. He still hadn't completed this dungeon as a mage, so he didn't know what skills she would get. Cordelia was intrigued, so she asked, "You haven't completed it either?" He confirmed and explained that she would be the first to complete the Varuna Temple's simulated space dungeon as a mage. Cordelia smiled enthusiastically, realizing she would be the first to complete the dungeon. "The first, huh?" she said with a sparkle in her eyes. Next, she asked where the book was. Cordelia was hyped and excited to start the adventure. He pointed to the side and said he'd already grabbed the book before she got there. "It's right next to you, look." Cordelia was surprised and praised his efficiency, as expected of Outboxer. "So let's go in," he agreed. Meanwhile, Cordelia was on guard at the temple. She noticed a strange light and, curious, approached it. The book began to glow intensely, emitting a magical light that filled the room. Then the two entered the world of the book. Cordelia felt unwell, murmuring in pain that her head hurt and that the magical teleportation made her nauseous. The MC beside her asked if she was okay. Annoyed, she replied that she wasn't okay. She asked why he was normal, which annoyed her even more. He then suggested patting her back, trying to help. After a moment, she finally felt better. Both found themselves inside the Temple of Varuna's dungeon book, a place identical to the game they knew. Jude Bile mentioned that since it was a simulation, if they died, they would just be kicked out of the book. "How comforting," he said. Cordelia, indignant, declared herself the second best in the entire server and that she would clear the dungeon on the first try, demanding that he stop saying discouraging things. She emphasized that if she got hit, the pain would still be the same, questioning what he meant by comforting. He tried to reassure her, stating that they could have a realistic experience without risking their lives, which was a complete win. Cordelia agreed and asked if the new path blocking was improving. He said that, although it was little by little, it was progressing, especially with her beside him. Intrigued, she asked what he meant by including her out of nowhere. The MC replied that he preferred to look for people, events, and items instead of hunting. He was the planner type, who liked to analyze all game variables to achieve achievements. He added that she was the queen of battles, who got points just by dealing damage. He pointed out that if he only considered the number of monsters hunted, Yellowstorm was twice superior to Outboxer, something she should know. Therefore, since he had brought the dungeon book that only he knew about, he suggested that he would be carried by her in the combat parts. Cordelia agreed, and, confident, said that he would be safe because of what she had brought. She asked him to turn his back for a second. When he looked, he saw magic stones. She explained that in the previous battle, she had only been able to attack with magic missiles, but now it would be different. Excited, she said that when he called her, she had hidden those stones under her dress, predicting that something like this would happen. And they weren't ordinary magic stones, but rather made by her father, one of the 4 great powers of the North and founder of the famous House of Mages, the Chase family. He, trying to be sarcastic, stated that he felt very safe, thinking those stones were one of Cordelia's ace cards. She asked if he didn't feel safer now. The MC, seeing how she was revealing everything from the start, realized she really was Yellow Storm from the Legend of Heroes forum. Jude Bile took out the magic scrolls from his bag and offered them to Cordelia. They were 1-star magic circles with lightning and light attributes. She was impressed by the complexity of the scrolls and asked if he had made them. He explained that he couldn't just stand behind her doing nothing, so he made the magic scrolls with various attributes that they could use at their level. The girl, surprised, noted how insane he was for memorizing all of them. The MC asked if she wasn't capable of drawing magic circles of that level, considering she was rank 2 and her family was famous for mages. Annoyed, she affirmed she could. He smiled, enjoying teasing her. Then he asked her to inject some magic power into the scrolls, because in their current state, they were just pieces of paper. But before injecting magic, Cordelia, annoyed, questioned if he was asking a mage to be on the front lines. He explained that due to the Vim Path's blockage, he couldn't use mana. Even more annoyed, she asked if he lost the sun necklace before being able to use it for 10 days. Jude Bile said the healing wouldn't be instant and asked her not to be so angry. Then, he pulled mana potions and armor he had brought for her from his bag. He had already planned to use her as a source of magic power from the beginning, but she refused the armor for being too heavy, preferring her current outfit. While preparing for battle in the dungeon, Jude Bile wondered if she was nervous, given it was her first real battle experience. She, however, thought that if she woke up from that world, she would be the first mage to conquer the dungeon. The two advanced through the dark and humid dungeon when a disturbing noise echoed down the corridor. The MC looked in the direction of the sound and warned Cordelia that when they turned left, they would be attacked. It was good to prepare. With a serious expression, she agreed. He was a little worried about her, but committed to protecting her back. Jude Bile already knew that the first goblins to appear would have the darkness attribute. The goblins then emerged, ready for attack, but Jude Bile quickly conjured a light spell, leaving them stunned. The MC, as if he were Ash from Pokemon, said, "I choose you, go Love Store." The funny thing is she played along, imitating a Pokemon's voice. She launched a magic missile, followed by 4 more in sequence, eliminating the enemies with precision. However, the noise attracted reinforcements from the next block, now with the Earth attribute, according to Jude Bile's instructions. She observed and said they shouldn't rush, as they still had time. She needed the enemies to get closer at the moment they entered her field of vision. As soon as they appeared, Cordelia cast a spell that made the ground slippery, knocking the goblins down. Next, she used a binding spell to immobilize them. Jude Bile approached her and offered a mana potion, saying it was impressive how she managed to knock them down and use binding magic after all. That was her greatest specialty. She drank quickly while he planned the next strategy. Unlike the battle against Lysagon, these low-level monsters needed to be exterminated to gain experience. Cordelia said, "Damn, those double XP potions would hit the spot right now." 5 hours later, still in the dungeon simulation, Cordelia complained about being tired. She remembered that in the game she just had to click, but in real life, her legs hurt. She regretted the jumps she had made. The MC then asked if she was tired, despite them stopping every now and then. A lot of time had passed, and since it was her first real training, it might feel a bit heavy. Annoyed, she thought he was irritating, wondering if all first real training wasn't like this and why he was asking something so obvious. Meanwhile, she analyzed the situation. Originally, advancing so far at that level would already be a miracle, considering the monster's level and their varied attributes. She explained that, despite the extreme difficulty, killing the monsters was proving easier than expected. The Varuna Temple map, with its dungeons and monsters, was a constant challenge, but the knowledge provided regarding the monsters' weaknesses and attributes was perfect, as was the terrain knowledge. Irud had planned everything with precision, anticipating what they would need and when they would need it. She thought that, in addition to dungeon strategies, he also offered well-thought-out magic support. Did he play support often? No matter how annoying it was, did she really have to be as good as him to reach rank 1? She wondered. The MC noticed how full of complaints she seemed, but knew that if she spoke them aloud, he would counter every single one, so she was holding back. "Anyway, we should rest for a few minutes before continuing," he suggested. Cordelia replied that she was fine, despite her foot hurting from all the walking and feeling bloated from drinking too many mana potions. But other than that, she was annoyed because he was a higher level than her, since he kept getting the last hit on the monsters. He observed that wasn't good and commented, "It's always like this, having to be in second place again. You must be pissed." She then exclaimed, "Damn it, you're so annoying," and, annoyed, asked if he was okay. He smiled and said he was fine, suggesting they continue, as the boss room was nearby. She, angrily, told him to stop laughing, threatening him if the reward turned out to be bad. As they walked, he commented that he had never cleared the dungeon as a mage, so he had no idea what the magic reward would would be. As they walked, Cordelia said they had been in the dungeon for a while and asked Will how much time had passed in real life. She doubted that the same 5 hours spent in the dungeon had passed outside. The MC thoughtfully replied that about 20 minutes in the Varuna Temple dungeon book was 1 minute outside, so almost 20 minutes had passed. Because this wasn't a dungeon that existed in reality, but rather a simulation, the speed at which time passed was different from real life. She replied that it was too much time. Adalia said she would pick her up after 30 minutes, and worried, Cordelia asked if everything would be all right. He looked up as if he'd seen something and replied that she didn't have to worry. In front of them was an iron gate that seemed to trap a terrible monster inside. She observed and, somewhat disheartened, said she couldn't believe the boss was behind that wall. That was old-fashioned, as expected from a 10-year-old game, and asked the MC who the boss was. He replied that it was a furious wolf with a lightning attribute. She thought that, since there was an infinite amount of goblins, she expected it to be a giant goblin, but in the end the boss was a furious wolf. So, a monster with a different attribute was appearing again? Jude Bale, with a fake smile, applauded. As expected from Yellowstorm, the antisocial. After provoking her, he explained that the wolf not only had lightning, but was also fast, so this time they needed to keep moving. The MC grabbed the bag and opened it, saying he had one more thing. Cordelia looked at him indifferently and asked what it was. He replied for her not to attack and just dodge until he gave her the signal. She became confused and protested. Why? Don't tell me you want to steal the kill again? Annoyed, she remembered the previous fight. While she was trapping the goblins, Jude Bale kept exterminating all the ones she had trapped, which was why he was a level above her. He replied that he couldn't do that against a boss they weren't sure they could kill, even working together. Even more annoyed, she yelled, "I knew it! You were purposefully kill-stealing those goblins!" After calming down, she asked worriedly, "Is it different from a normal enraged wolf? There must be a reason you told me to wait." He crouched down, opened his bag, and grabbed some items while listening to Cordelia's questions. Then he pulled out more magic scrolls. He replied it wasn't quite that. He had something he needed to prepare beforehand while holding a mysterious pouch in his hands. Finally, they entered the boss chamber, stopping in front of the dungeon's boss. An enraged wolf emerged. It had a terrifying appearance and greenish fur, with lightning bolt symbols on its forehead. Its menacing presence filled the space with tension. The level 17 monster was ready for combat. The wolf stared fixedly at Jude, as if it had already chosen its first prey. Cordelia noticed and said, "He's looking at you. Looks like one puppy recognizes another." Jude replied, "Cut it out." The enraged wolf prepared for its attack. The tension rose as it quickly approached them. Then, the battle began. Cordelia said, "It's coming, get ready!" Meanwhile, MC analyzed every movement of the wolf. The monster charged with speed, suddenly appearing in front of them. The two dodged the swift attack, each moving to one side. Jude shouted Cordelia's name. That was the signal for her to immobilize the monster. Smiling, she said she already knew that wolf-type monsters are idiots who can only attack in a straight line. She then cast a spell. Take these two restrictions. Dual prison. The wolf was subdued by magic chains, leaving it unable to move quickly. Before it had time to react, MC cast another spell. This time it was a slippery liquid that prevented it from standing up. The enraged wolf's quick movements are their biggest concern, but its attack pattern is also extremely easy to predict. So, if she can just restrain its legs, it should be easy to kill. However, even if she uses the item, due to the level difference, the restriction time is very short. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The wolf was already about to break free. She quickly gave MC a signal. He needed to quickly finish his preparations. Jude grabbed the scrolls and replied that from now on, what he had been preparing would begin. With a gesture, he summoned lightning, one after another, hitting the boss squarely. Cordelia was furious. Why the hell did he tell me not to attack before while he's attacking? Noticing something strange, she thought, "Wait a minute, why lightning?" MC yelled, warning Cordelia that the wolf had broken free from the chains and was heading towards her. The wolf charged again, now at her. It realized she was an obstacle that needed to die first, but she dodged with agility, and the boss rushed past, slamming into the wall. Cordelia looked at Jude, finding the whole situation very strange. She was sure he was directly attacking the wolf, so why did it seem like it took no damage? Plus, she wondered about that feeling that something wasn't right, a feeling she'd had for some time now. While the monster recovered from the shock, the MC told Cordelia that something was missing. She turned, surprised, asking what it was. He asked her to use water attribute magic. Cordelia replied that she could. She held a blue magic stone between her fingers and cast the spell. The water magic hit the furious wolf, which roared in pain. Jude said it was just another lightning bolt now. Then, he threw another lightning bolt at the boss. Excited, he said that the combination of the two worked better. "We just have to do this a little more now." Cordelia, in turn, looked at him, wondering if it was because she got annoyed seeing him all excited by himself. Jude, still not satisfied, threw yet another lightning bolt. The combination of spells continued to hit the furious wolf, but Cordelia felt felt a growing anxiety. She thought she'd been hearing Imagine Dragons' thunder whispering in her ear for a while now. She wondered what it was. Was it related to that song? As the combat continued, lightning bolts illuminated the battlefield. Cordelia still wondered, what do you mean thunder? Why thunder? She then remembered the previous conversation she had with the MC before entering the hall. He not only had the lightning attribute, but was also fast. Cordelia, with a shocked expression, thought, hold on a fucking second. Are we hitting the Furious Wolf, which has a lightning attribute, with lightning bolts? She turned to Jude and yelled at him, hey, wait a second, what are you? But before she could finish speaking, a horrifying and monstrous voice echoed through the hall. Observing the situation, she thought that no matter how many times they hit a lightning attribute monster with a lightning effect, the only thing that did was turn into fuel for its strength. Then, the Furious Wolf began to absorb the energy from the attacks Jude had launched earlier, from every thunderbolt received. With that, it increased its power and became even stronger. Jude, excited, snapped his fingers and said, bingo! He's properly awakened. Cordelia, annoyed, yelled at him, you bastard! The thing you had to prepare for was making the boss stronger? The MC explained that defeating an awakened Furious Wolf was the secret condition to earn the rank B skill book. Even more annoyed, she said, you should have said something earlier, you jerk. Jude smiled at her, saying it would lose its fun if he had told her. Cordelia looked at him angrily, realizing he was being too honest. The MC handed her more magic circles. Let's defeat this guy already and get our rank B skill book. Extremely angry, she snatched the circles forcefully from his hand. She tore the scroll in front of him, leaving him speechless. She struck a sassy pose while the boss behind her took the spell launched at him. Then she looked seriously at Jude, as if telling him with just her gaze, I'll kill you. While the wolf recovered from the damage, Jude promised that next time he would tell her. Cordelia replied that she hated him. The MC said, all right, but now we're kind of screwed, so you can scold me later. He looked at the monster, warning, here he comes! Then the wolf charged towards them at full speed, while Cordelia and Jude prepared for the attack. The Furious Wolf and other wolf-type monsters share a common characteristic, powerful leg strength, and a straight attack pattern that uses this to launch themselves like a bullet. But, since its attack trajectory is very simple, you can dodge it if you manage to time it right. So, regardless of your level, if you have good control, this monster can be a piece of cake. But Cordelia and Jude forgot that playing a game and doing this in real life were completely different things. Back in battle, the wolf lunged towards the wall and used it to change direction. Jude yelled at Cordelia to dodge. She barely managed to escape. Worried, Cordelia thought about what had just happened. The wolf changed direction using the pillar as support. She kept thinking it was another combat pattern. It must have changed because the boss ranked up, all thanks to that asshole. She stared intently at the wolf, analyzing its movements, trying to figure out which pillar it would use this time. She intended to follow the wolf's attack with her eyes, but wasn't sure if she could dodge without taking damage. While Cordelia focused on the battle, Jude stumbled and fell to the ground. Almost all the scrolls scattered around. Cordelia looked at him startled, wondering what happened. Why did he fall? Was it the blockage of his yin paths? Why now of all times? The Furious Wolf seized the opening that appeared and used the pillars as support to quickly reach Jude. It was an opportunity it couldn't miss. Cordelia quickly launched magic arrows at the monster while yelling at Jude to be careful. But as soon as all the attacks neared the wolf, a barrier appeared around it, protecting it from being hit. Cordelia was perplexed as she watched the monster before her. She realized it had nullified her magic. Then the wolf, enveloped in a bright green aura and with lightning bolts emanating from its body, rapidly advanced on the MC who was still on the ground. Cordelia desperately tried to think of what to do. Images of past moments flashed through her mind, the adventures they'd shared, the moments of camaraderie, and the battles fought side by side. Even if Jude was annoying, she didn't want to lose him. The wolf was too fast. There was no way she could stop it. Then, desperate, she screamed Jude's name. But suddenly she heard the wolf howl in pain and froze. She didn't understand what happened. The monster was on the ground, rolling and roaring in pain. It was trying to cover its nose at all costs. The MC then smelled something horrible and asked Jude what was going on. No way, did you just crap yourself? He replied, no, you crazy fool. The MC said that dogs have a sense of smell 1,000 times better than humans. Now this Furious Wolf must have even better abilities after awakening, but there's no way it can handle the smell of this. He was holding a small special aroma bomb, created by fusing several items. He triumphantly explained that no matter how much experience he gained from goblins, he'd never level up enough to defeat the Furious Wolf using traditional means. So, he prepared a little something to neutralize it. This is possible because this isn't a game, it's reality, and every ace up your sleeve should always be used at the end. When he said that, Cordelia was absolutely mortified and enraged. since she had shown her ace up her sleeve at the beginning of the dungeon. But she soon calmed down after seeing how pathetic Jude was, also feeling sick from the strong smell. Still feeling unwell, he looked at her and said, "A simple solution just has to work." Jude was an antisocial gamer who only cared about the results, no matter the means. Cordelia looked at him, impressed, and agreed with what he said. Cordelia was also an antisocial gamer who was all about results, regardless of the methods. So now, they just had to kill him. The wolf couldn't even walk because of the stench. The MC, smiling, held a green magic stone and said it was time for his medicine, Bad Wolf. She cast an earth spell, creating a hole in the ground. The poor monster fell right into the trap. She kept casting the spell, digging the hole deeper and deeper. The MC looked at her and said, "Look at that Dugtrio from Pokemon." Furious, she snapped, "Oh my god, you're hilarious. Seriously, don't do that again. How embarrassing for anyone watching us." The two, hyped up by the whole situation, grabbed the magic scrolls and threw them into the hole where the wolf was. Then, the MC shielded Cordelia from the explosion. She thought she was so flustered that she forgot Dandia was just a simulation. So embarrassed, she now remembered that even if she died there, she'd just be kicked out of Dandia. She worried about him for nothing. Suddenly, a magic notification popped up before them, informing them they had obtained the title Wolf Slayer. Cordelia was surprised. The MC thought it really was just like a game. Besides experience, there were also titles. Then, another notification appeared, informing them that all their attributes had permanently increased by 1 point. Cordelia asked if he heard that sound. He replied yes, but mentioned it sounded more like a phone ringing in his head. She laughed, saying she didn't know this would also give her a title. And the MC, seeing her happy, was relieved, because that would make her forget that he had awoken the enraged wolf without warning her. Then, sneaking away, he admitted she was right and suggested they go get their rewards. However, she grabbed her staff and cast a slippery ground spell. The MC fell flat on his face. With a menacing aura, she said, "Listen here, you bastard. Promise you'll always warn me before waking up a boss? You hear me, damn it?" He quickly promised that from now on, he would warn her. The MC got up, dusting himself off. He thought he couldn't tell her that he had fallen on purpose to attract the wolf's attention, since the wolf was only focusing on her. Then, the two looked up. 2 skill books floated in the hall waiting to be chosen. They extended their hands and the books flew towards each of their owners. Cordelia tightly hugged the book, all happy, saying she loved doing that. Opening items was exciting. Not knowing what she would get always made her anxious. Jude Bile agreed and replied that his item was a footwork technique called 36 Heavenly Steps. She commented that the technique reminded her of the 12 Divine Lightning Steps, something he used to use in the game. The MC was surprised by how much she knew. It was secret information that, to be known, required obtaining a specific skill. He explained that the 12 Divine Lightning Steps are an evolution of the 36 Celestial Steps. This footwork technique starts with the 36 Celestial Steps. Its next stage is the 24 Storm Steps. After that come the 12 Divine Lightning Steps. And the final evolution is the 9 Heavenly Concealment Steps. It's said to allow you to hide even from the heavens in just 9 steps. But Judy never managed to reach that evolution in 10 years of gaming. Cordelia interrupted her thoughts. She was super excited to open her item, wanting one that even Judy didn't know about. The MC smiled, seeing her so hyped up. She opened her item and found a Fire Michio, a rank B skill. She was ecstatic and happy to have gotten such a good skill. Saying she really liked it, she looked at the book and thanked the MC. She was really hyped. Judy sat down and commented that it was time to head back, but they were so tired they decided to take a break. Cordelia said the sun necklace must be working well. If it were a few days ago, Judy would have collapsed from exhaustion. Smiling, he replied, "Of course, it's an item I got thanks to someone special." She told him not to come at her with that sappy stuff. Cordelia commented that Indy and Jude Bale's 9 paths are slowly being healed, and they're above level 10 now. So she suggested it was time to move on to the next stage. By next stage, do you mean that one? He asked. They both said at the same time, the demonic hand invasion event. With a sarcastic tone, Jude Bale commented, "As expected of an antisocial, you already had the answer at the tip of your tongue." She immediately retorted, "That's my line." In Legend of Heroes 2, each character has their own main scenario, and the end of the world was a recurring theme. But putting that aside, the scenario that people said showed how rotten the developer's morality was is Cordelia Chase's main scenario. Cordelia's story began when she set out on a journey to participate in a friendly social gathering among the 12 children of the northern clans. For reference, Jude Bale's starting point in the main story was half a year year later. It all began at the Palatial Archives Mansion, where a peaceful tutorial taught players how to play. However, side events frequently occurred after leaving the mansion, utilizing hidden events discovered by users. On the day of the massive event, which was the social gathering, everything plunged into chaos at the hands of demon worshippers, called the Demonic Hand. The peaceful social gathering was interrupted, resulting in deaths, kidnappings, and brainwashing of many children from the 12 clans. Amidst the chaos, Cordelia narrowly escaped, losing her guards, who were like family to her, and her friends, whom she had reunited with after a long time. The hellish scenario she found herself in forced her to start alone in a remote place after a long escape. This was a forced event, and there was nothing one could do to skip this step. Players commented on forums about Cordelia's scenario, discussing how different and challenging it was. One player mentioned they tested Cordelia yesterday and liked how fragile she seemed. Others commented on the difficulties and how emotional the story could get. The MC realized there was only half a month until the demon hand attacked the social gathering. He knew that according to the game, Cordelia was the only one who would survive the attack. He decided he didn't need to follow a doomed scenario and vowed to change her fate. Cordelia agreed and commented that sticking to the game would only bring about the Armageddon ending. She declared, "We need to make a new happy ending, and the way to do that is to first stop the demon hand." Jude Bail agreed and stated they couldn't afford to lose a powerful ally like the 12 northern clans. Moreover, the MC was furiously determined to protect his friend, Guard Dahlia. He wasn't going to let her die as a sacrifice to protect Cordelia. Even after regaining her Earth memories, Cordelia still held on to her Pleiades memories. She clearly remembered playing Legends of Heroes 2 and the experiences of her life and growth in that world. To Cordelia, Dahlia was like a sister. Recovering these memories was like getting a glimpse into the future of how she would lose her family. Jude Bail reflected on her history, and the violence in her life probably weighed more heavily on her than anyone else. Even so, he still saw her as the Yellow Storm, but at the end of the day, she was just Cordelia. As the MC thought, she began to speak, saying that in the game, Jude Bail couldn't attend the social gathering due to his 9 blocked yin pathways. But that wasn't the case now, as he had improved greatly in recent days, ever since he got the Sun's necklace. Cordelia, half embarrassed, commented that since he was a bit better, she wanted to know if Jude Bail would go to the meeting of the 12 northern clans with her. The MC was surprised. He remembered that, in the game, there was never a scenario for Jude Bail to participate in the social gathering. But the reason the MC had fast-tracked his illness treatment was precisely to change this part of his story. There was no need for her to worry about it. So he responded with a smile on his face that he would, if his dear Cordelia wished. She told him to stop with the sweet talk, saying it was giving her goosebumps. Now, at the Bail mansion, Jude Bail was exhausted. He ran around the training grounds every day to complete his 10 morning laps. Visibly tired, he stopped after finishing his training. Vader Cromwell, a retired knight and Jude Bail's mentor, approached with a smile and said, "You broke your record and your stamina is increasing more and more each day. This way, the MC will be able to learn the Bail family's martial arts as soon as the Count returns." Vader looked at Jude Bail with a mix of pride and concern. "There's no reason to be frustrated with yourself for starting later than others. With your talent, young master, you'll be able to make up for your late start. Do you understand what I mean?" Vader said. The MC understood and said he would remember his words. Vader observed Jude, recalling how the young master suffered and lived in frustration because of his 9 blocked yin pathways. Who would have thought he'd evolve to the point of growing more and more each day? Truly, the blessing of the Bail family. The knight was tearing up, wishing the Count would hurry home to see his son's valiant face ASAP. The MC grinned, happy that Jude was a martial arts genius. Starting later didn't even count as a disadvantage. Suddenly, a shriek ripped through his thoughts. "Young master!" Maya, his personal maid, came sprinting towards them. He turned to her, worried, and asked what the hell had happened, since she looked so shocked. Maya stopped in front of him, struggling to catch her breath. She said a letter from Chase County had arrived. Vader asked if Miss Cordelia had sent a letter to the young master. Maya said no. The letter wasn't from Miss Cordelia, but from her father, Count Arthur Chase. The MC's blood ran cold. Cordelia's father had summoned him for a very important talk. Now here he was, in Chase County, with its majestic gates and pristine gardens. Jude was still trying to process the news, wondering how the hell he'd ended up there. He remembered the letter had said he needed to visit the county to discuss his recent encounters with Cordelia. Yeah, it was about that, but he was so nervous he could barely remember how he'd even gotten there. The intensity of the situation was so overwhelming, he feared he might just pass out. He wondered what kind of person Count Chase even was. From the stories Cordelia told him, the Count sounded like a total imbecile. As he walked towards the Great Hall, the MC racked his brain for the possible reasons he'd been summoned. Maybe the Count wanted an explanation for why he'd run off with Cordelia through the flowery fields, or about their secret rendezvous at the temple, right after her house arrest was lifted. Lost in thought, he barely registered Maya calling his name from beside him. He blinked, snapped back to reality, and answered her. Maya tried to calm him, telling him there was no need to worry. After all, his engagement to Cordelia was official and sanctioned by both families. Even if they'd strayed a little from the norms, it shouldn't be a problem. But even Maya's voice was trembling. Jude tried to reassure himself, acknowledging that Maya was right. He really needed to calm down. After all, the Count just wanted to meet the man who was going to marry his daughter. However, the thought of facing his future father-in-law sent him into a full-blown panic. His hands were sweating, and his mind spun with anxious thoughts. This is worse than any training I've ever done. What the fuck is this? Jude never used to curse. He learned it from Cordelia. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of it. It was guard Dahlia, standing right in front of them. She said she would escort him to Count Chase's study. Jude asked her where Cordelia was. Dahlia said that she doesn't know yet that the Count called the young master. The MC absolutely hated that answer. This way, he wouldn't have any time to come up with a plan before entering the Count's room. The guard knocked on the door and announced he'd brought young Master Jude. The Count ordered him to enter. The door opened and Dahlia asked him to come in. The Count is waiting. With a final breath of courage, he walked towards the room. That was, without a doubt, the toughest boss he would ever face in his entire life, and still completely unprepared. In a camp far from the capital, a young warrior wondered if it was because the days were getting colder, but monsters were appearing more frequently. He hoped there would be no damage to the city. A man named Alex Bael, one of the top 10 swordsmen in the Kingdom of Saloon and Jude's father, replied that this was the reason for the expedition, so they needed to defeat as many monsters as possible before returning. His son agreed and asked what he was reading. Alex Bael replied it was Victor's letter that had just arrived, so he decided to read it. Intrigued, the son questioned if everything was all right there. Mr. Bael replied that it was about Jude. He was not only remarkably healthier, but also seemed capable of learning martial arts at any moment. Had he healed from the 9 blocked yin paths? Not completely yet, Alex Bael replied. But because of the sun necklace that Jude and Miss Cordelia found, he was slowly getting better. Impressed, the MC's brother commented that meeting Cordelia was the luckiest thing to ever happen to his little brother. Alex Bael smiled slightly and said that if Arthur heard that, he would be happy. Changing the subject, the son asked if this break was long enough. Alex Bael replied not to make his subordinates work past their limits, just because he was in a hurry. The young man replied that he knew, but wanted to arrive earlier, even if it was just by a second, because he wanted to see a healthy Jude. His name was Gale Bile, heir to Count Bile, and the MC's brother. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jude faces the toughest boss of his life. It seemed all that training he had with the sun necklace vanished on the spot. The feeling inside him hardened, turning cold. It reminded him of the time he came face to face with Lysagan. Arthur Chase, alongside Count Bile, are part of the 4 northern powerhouses, a feared and respected group. Known as Crimson Storm, he is one of the most powerful mages in the Kingdom of Saloon. His daughter is Yellowstorm. In Jude's original scenario, Cordelia's father, Count Chase, would have no reason to meet him. Due to his 9 blocked yin pathways, Jude grew up weak, and the two slowly drifted apart. And, thanks to Cordelia disappearing during the social gathering, the engagement would be cancelled. The MC sips his tea, thinking this is another change from the original scenario, but something about the tea bothered him. He wondered why it was so sweet. Did the maid mess up, or was it on purpose? Arthur Chase broke the heavy silence hanging in the air and said he'd heard some stories around. The MC, nervous, quickly thought about what to do. His hands were sweating from anxiety. He decided the best option would be to kneel. The Count looked at him and said that during a crisis, Jude received a unique opportunity. The MC, finally understanding what he meant, replied yes. He said he was lucky to get the sun necklace and handed it to his father-in-law. Arthur gently took the necklace. His eyes carefully assessed the jewel, the religious order's greatest treasure, a relic. This is a unique opportunity, he stated. Just by holding the necklace, he could feel a continuous and extreme yang energy strongly radiating from it. Jude, still uncertain about Arthur's intentions, wondered if he was more interested in the necklace and if he had called him here because of it. Arthur commented that just thinking this item radiates so much yang energy makes everything else useless. The MC was confused, but Arthur continued, saying he brought him here so he could give Jude something. Then he took a small box and placed it on the table. Not that it was the main focus of everything, but it could help. The MC thanked him and slowly opened the box. Upon opening it, he was surprised. It was something very precious. It was the exotic Yang pill, which contained powerful energy to heal the 9 blocked yin pathways. He was in shock. That gift was too good. Too good. Arthur interrupted him again and said he'd also heard something. When the two of them went down that cliff, Princess Cordelia Cordelia carried him and jumped, and he asked if that was really true. The MC stammered and confirmed yes, while thinking to himself that he couldn't exactly say she gave him a piggyback ride too. The Count, visibly annoyed, said, "You damned weakling. Take these fruits, they'll help you increase your strength. Since there are only weak mages who can't even hold their staves properly, you should eat them instead." The MC thanked him again. That wasn't a father-in-law, that was a dad. As soon as he received the box of fruits, Jude looked at them carefully. Upon opening it, it contained 2 grape-like fruits that helped increase the muscular strength of whoever consumed them. The MC was in shock again. They really were strength fruits. It was an item you couldn't even see in the early game, but the Count was giving it as a gift. Meanwhile, Arthur was saying that the extreme yen pill and the strength fruit tasted a bit bitter, so he advised eating them with tea. The MC then realized the reason for the extremely sweet tea Arthur had offered him earlier. Now, elsewhere in the mansion, Cordelia woke up in her room, stretching on the bed. She mumbled that she had slept so much, but still felt sleepier and more tired. Why do I get sleepier the more I sleep? She wondered. Back in the hall, MC continued to ponder Arthur's actions. He gave him an extreme yen pill and a strength fruit without mentioning how kind he was being. Was Arthur really a good person? MC looked at him and concluded that maybe the Count really liked him. Arthur, sitting in his chair, noticed something and commented on why he was still wearing that ring. MC looked at his hand and said it was because the ring was a gift the Count had given him earlier. For that reason, he was always wearing it. The reason Jude and Cordelia were dating was because Count Bale and Count Chase were longtime friends, so they promised and prearranged marriage. Since it was a marriage set without either of their consent, they had a strange relationship. MC thought that since they were nobles, they had to look like they liked each other. That's why he was still wearing the engagement ring. Count Arthur, with a cold voice, ordered him to throw away the ring. Jude, visibly nervous, asked Count Chase why he was telling him to do that. He replied that his son-in-law was the only one wearing it at that moment. MC, deep in thought, realized he had never seen Cordelia wearing the ring all this time, so he confirmed that he was indeed the only one wearing it. Arthur informed him that she had said the ring was accidentally lost, but with a carefree look, he commented that it was fine, as he'd have new ones made for both of them. So MC didn't need to worry too much and could throw the ring away. MC thought she probably just threw it away instead of losing it. Why the hell would I marry someone like Outboxer? He imagined her reaction would be exactly like that, and it was. Jude, still pondering, figured the Count would annul their marriage. He had gotten nervous for nothing, but now he was sure. He was just someone who couldn't be honest about his feelings. It was kinda obvious, but like father, like daughter. As MC was finally getting ready to leave, the Count mentioned the social event. He had learned that Jude would be joining Cordelia at the social gathering. MC respectfully replied yes and called him father-in-law. The Count was clearly surprised to be called father-in-law. After a small cough to clear his throat, the Count said he wasn't sure if MC could handle the long journey with such a frail body. He needed a bit more stamina to travel that far. Jude, clearly delighted, repeated to himself that it had to be the stamina fruit. "I'm sure of it." He handed over the stamina fruit. The overly cheerful MC replied, "Thanks, father-in-law." After a while, the Count said that was all for today and dismissed him. Jude received several super valuable gifts from him. "Yes, I'll be going then, father-in-law." The MC said his goodbyes. As he left, Jude felt stuffed yet refreshed, but suddenly Cordelia called out desperately. He replied that she had finally arrived. She got frustrated with the MC's apparent indifference, asking him what time he arrived and why he didn't tell her he was coming. Trying to calm the situation, he replied that it was a sudden summons, so he didn't have time to say anything. And nothing big happened. "Why would my father call you if nothing was going on?" she insisted, clearly worried. The MC noticed the maids were listening to everything, so he changed the subject. Jude mentioned he took a look around the mansion, and the garden was very beautiful. She, now annoyed, asked what the hell he was talking about. The MC smiled and said that if it was all right with her, they could take a walk in the garden. As they walked through the garden, Cordelia questioned what he was talking about. Why did Count Chase give him items? Jude replied that he said to get stronger and be able to carry you. Cordelia scrunched up her face in disgust and said, "No, thank you very much, I can walk on my own 2 feet." The MC commented that Count Chase knew about that escape in the flower field, and that's why he used the word carry. She grumbled that he should have said that from the beginning. She worried for nothing. Jude reflected on how similar the father and daughter's behavior was, especially the way both made faces when displeased. Descending the stairs, the MC said that he was made to eat so much, with comments about a problem here and a problem there. It felt like his stomach was going to explode. Cordelia replied ironically that now he knows what she she went through in the dungeon when she drank all the mana potions. Suddenly, she noticed something different about him. His dark circles were gone. This meant the 9 blocked paths must be improving. The MC was surprised she noticed such things. She's surprisingly observant. Awkwardly, he also noticed something. She was too close. So, changing the subject, he commented that Count Bale, her father, should be back in about 10 days, tops. Cordelia commented that this means she will now prepare for her father's test mission. After all, it's mandatory for anyone who wants to leave Bayloon and start Jude Bale's main scenario. Jude Bale is a character from Legend of Heroes 2, who was largely ignored by players due to his extremely slow start and a major physical penalty. As the game's story progressed, few chose Jude because of his initial difficulty, despite him having powerful skills later in the game. Cordelia was also an unpopular character due to her tragic and sorrowful background, along with super difficult gameplay. Both characters, Jude and Cordelia, had complex appearances and backstories, but their initial difficulties turned away less persistent players. But the main reason players avoided Jude was that his character settings were utterly frustrating. One of the biggest problems was his 9 blocked yin paths, a significant obstacle that could only be naturally healed with in-game progress and by obtaining the Sunfire Fish. This crucial event only happened after half a year of gameplay, marking a turning point in Jude's story. If you asked what you could actually do playing as Jude during that half year, you could watch the last leaf fall outside your window while staying in bed all day. Jude could also faint while trying to control his fragile body, get out of breath after walking for more than 10 minutes, or even find creative ways to pass out. In the beginning, Jude was just a frail, sickly background character needing to endure these hardships to progress in the game. Who would want to play a character like that? The MC reflected. Understanding Jude's unpopularity, he awakened a protagonist-worthy talent later on, but the beginning was an almost unbearable challenge. Plus, he knew that treating the 9 blocked yin paths was just the beginning. He couldn't leave his territory unless he completed his father's trial quest. The second reason Jude was an unpopular character was the quest to prove to Count Bile that his illness was cured. This quest, known as the Father's Trial, was essential for advancing the game's main story. To complete this quest, Jude had to be trained according to Bale's rigorous standards, which were way above average. You had to stay stuck in the mansion for up to a month or two after recovering, and this quest had no shortcuts. The reality of the game involved repetitive and strenuous activities, like doing 100 squats, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and running 10 kilometers every day, just like Saitama. Cordelia, noticing his concern, asked, "Will you make it in time for the social gathering?" The MC smiled and replied that, regarding that, he shouldn't have any problems, because of this necklace. Surprised, she asked how the sun necklace could help. The sun necklace is an item with only a 3% drop rate in the game. It's a super high-tier item. The MC replied that he'd already scored big by getting such a precious item. Even Chase called him very valuable as soon as he saw it. Cordelia agreed, saying he was right. Besides the necklace, Jude also received several unexpected gifts from his rich father-in-law. Curious, she asked if he meant he had already met Count Chase's standards. Jude replied yes, and with a beaming smile, said that besides everything else, he had Cordelia by his side. She went silent for a moment, trying to process what he said, but then immediately asked what that was about. "Why are you smiling like that?" She yelled at him several times, but he didn't answer her. Meanwhile, Maya and Daria commented on the good relationship between the two MCs. They love each other so much. It's heartwarming. A week later, a maid knocked on Miss Cordelia's door and asked if she was awake yet. The MC opened the door and replied that yes, she was reading a book, and asked what was up. The maid announced a letter had arrived from young master Jude Bale. Cordelia was unfazed, but took the letter and thanked the maid. Intrigued, Cordelia held the letter, wondering what the heck was going on this time. She thought she wouldn't see the MC until the day they went to Langhast for a social gathering. She then opened the letter, and the first line read, "To my beloved Cordelia, whom I miss dearly." The MC, reading that, immediately started cussing him out from the very first line. She decided to skip the fluff and get straight to what he'd written that was important. The letter stated that Count Bile would return from his expedition soon. She was then supposed to relay what he had written to Count Bile at their next meeting. Not quite grasping the message, she realized there was no date written for when they were supposed to meet. She wondered if she'd have to send him a letter to find out. Just then, guard Dahlia entered the room announcing a message from Count Chase. She informed Cordelia that the Count's friend, Count Alex Bale, would return that day from his expedition, and that Cordelia should prepare to travel to the Bale estate to attend the meeting. She was confused by Dahlia's words. 2 days later, at noon, at the Bale estate, Cordelia sat at the dining table, reflecting on how she'd gotten there. She remembered coming by carriage with her father, but why had she come to the Bale's house in the first place, she wondered. Meanwhile, Jude Bale observed Cordelia, thinking that, seeing her now, he imagined that was how he himself must have looked when he'd visited Mr. Chase's house previously. Gale Bale, a smile on his face, sincerely thanked Miss Cordelia for coincidentally finding the sun necklace while they were playing in the flower fields. Jude Bale aside, she was a goddess of fortune for the Bale estate. Visibly embarrassed, she replied that he was giving her too much credit. She tried to find the right words to address him and called him brother-in-law. With her head spinning, Cordelia thought that by the end of the meeting, she'd definitely throw up. Meanwhile, the MC's brother, noticing her discomfort, smiled, thinking how lucky Jude Bale was. Count Bile then addressed Cordelia, saying he'd heard from Jude Bile that she wished to ask him something and ordered her to speak. Even more nervous, she started to stammer. The words just wouldn't come out. The MC watched the situation closely and saw she was truly nervous. He then intervened, saying he would speak on her behalf to his father. The Count nodded and told him to go ahead. The MC declared that he wished to participate in the social gathering that would take place in the near future with Miss Cordelia. Count Bale commented that the meeting would be held in the city of commerce, Langhast. Gale confirmed that he had participated in that meeting some years ago. Jude also had the right to participate, as it was intended for members of the 12 northern clans who were not yet of age. MC's dad commented that, since he's also a child of the Bale household, it would be customary for him to attend. However, he believed it would be difficult for someone like MC, who's never properly held a sword before, to step foot outside the land he was born in. MC lightly kicked Cordelia's foot to get her attention, as he'd opened an opportunity for her to say what she'd written earlier. Trying to keep calm, she whispered to him, asking if he was sure that would work. He smiled and replied, "Maybe." MC's dad, in a serious tone, added that they, the Bile, are a house proud of its fighting prowess. He can only grant permission to leave home if Jude is strong enough to protect himself. Cordelia, in an unexpected burst, yelled, "Father! No! Wait! I mean father-in-law! I really want to go with young Master Jude." After saying that, she was crying on the inside from so much embarrassment. The Count, noticing Cordelia's nervousness, commented that even so, Jude had been bedridden until recently, therefore there's no way he can leave. Count Chase interrupted him, saying there was no curing that old-fashioned temperament of his. He then spoke about the necklace that Cordelia and Jude had found. The sun necklace is a relic of the Order of the Sun God. Historically, it's an object that Garius, one of the most famous paladins who served the sun god, carried with him. You don't think your son got it by coincidence or luck, do you? I admit he still has things to improve. However, in my eyes, your son has already proven himself with his abilities. Count Bile looked at Arthur and said that if he says something like that in front of the children, it will make it seem like he's a stumbling block in their way. Arthur replied that's what it looked like. Meanwhile, Cordelia looked at Alex and pleaded for him to let Jude go with her, saying she would only go if Jude went along. Count Chase, with a stern expression, asked Alex if he would deny it to the very end, with her begging like that. Count Bale, feeling the pressure, replied that since she was going that far, he couldn't deny her request. After a moment, Alex commented that he'd heard from Knight Victor that Jude was in a condition to learn the martial arts of the Bile household. Then, he asked what he thought about starting that afternoon. Jude and Cordelia were surprised by that sudden question. MC's dad, with a smile, informed them that he was a strict teacher and hoped Jude would endure the training. MC, incredulous, couldn't believe Count Bale would actually teach him. MC realized that had never happened before in the game and thought maybe it was a bonus reward. Later, Jude and Cordelia walked together through the palace gardens. MC, somewhat thoughtful, commented that he'd thought it would just be an annoying event, but thinking his dad would teach him, his eyes gleamed with determination and excitement. Cordelia watched and reflected on Jude's words. She was sure he was genuinely happy, since the Count himself would be teaching him. However, it was obvious he was also excited to experience something that hadn't happened in the game. The MC jokingly said that if he failed to pass the training, she would go to Langhast alone. Then she wished him good luck in completing the main scenario by himself. She, angrily, said that if he didn't pass, she'd personally come kill him before the world ended. Cordelia was sure he'd figure something out to pass the training. After all, he was the top ranked. However, she asked him not to hurt himself trying to push his limits or anything. Jude, surprised by her concern, commented that she really was like her father. She looked at him, not understanding what he meant, and replied, "Of course I'm like my dad. Who the fuck else would I look like?" But he wasn't talking about looks. As she headed for the mansion's exit, Cordelia commented that Jude's dad was hot. His eyes were half closed, giving him a cold impression. Yet, he was quite sociable and seemed to have no weaknesses. She was happy he was a good person. Suddenly, she heard Adalia calling her to leave. It was time to return to Chase County. So she said goodbye to the MC, promising she'd bring all the items he'd asked for to prepare for the event. That way, he didn't need to worry about it. The MC replied, a little worried, and wished her a good trip back. back. She turned and started running towards the carriage. The MC watched Cordelia for just a moment. He thought it wasn't important, but that Jude had been programmed to look exactly like his father. "No, I don't have to think too much about this," he told himself. Maya, worried about his expression, asked if he had a headache. The MC quickly replied that no, he was fine. Now, 4 days later, at the Bile estate, Jude and Cordelia were getting ready to embark towards the social gathering. Both complained they were practically dying after training like convicts for the past 4 days. The MC said that even after nearly dying, he saw some results and asked if she had too. She replied that she'd show him when they got to the valley. Suddenly, Arthur appeared before them, interrupting them abruptly. Jude bowed and thanked him for the opportunity to go to Langhast with Miss Cordelia. She commented that she was too, while stammering. Meanwhile, Dahlia announced that preparations were complete and it was time to leave. Count Chase, Alex, and the MC's brother wished them both a good journey. They warmly replied that they'd be back soon. Then, they departed for the social gathering in Langhast. Inside the carriage, Jude commented that now that they were alone, they should check if everything was ready. He asked if she had brought all the materials. Cordelia replied that this time, she'd hidden everything inside her bag and dress. So, she handed him the magic medicine and the towel he had asked for. She asked if he planned to draw magic circles on the inside of the towels. The carriage was shaking too much, and he might end up getting nauseous. The MC replied that he'd draw them when the carriage stopped, and that she didn't need to worry about him. He told her she should rest first. She agreed. The night before, she had spent the entire time reading magic tomes and couldn't sleep because of it. Jude looked out the carriage window and commented that if they followed the game's story, they would definitely be forced to take the longer route. The next morning, Dahlia asked if the path ahead was blocked. Jim, a guard assigned by Count Bile to protect Jude, answered yes. While patrolling the area, Jim saw people turning back. He asked why and was informed that the bridge had collapsed. Dahlia understood and said the only option was to take the long way around. Maya worried about young Master Jude, since they'd be taking a longer route. It hadn't been long since he'd been sick. The guard tried to reassure her, informing her that the young miss had learned healing magic from her fiancé. Therefore, she believed everything would be fine. Dahlia said that Cordelia had stayed up until dawn studying. She was truly dedicated to her love. The two cheerfully commented on how much they loved each other. The two were mistaken. Cordelia, in fact, had spent the entire night studying dark and paralysis magic. Suddenly, Guard Jim called out to Miss Maya. Embarrassed, he said she didn't need to worry. He would do his best to escort the MCs as comfortably and safely as possible, and as a guard, it was also his duty to protect Miss Maya. He finished by saying he would protect her with his life. She, coldly, said she'd rather it didn't come to that. Inside the carriage, Cordelia slowly opened her eyes and asked Jude if he had heard that. With a nonchalant expression, he said yes. The story was following the same path as the game. If they took the mountain path, they should be able to activate the hidden event, as planned. She looked at him, saying that wasn't it. She was talking about what the guard had said to Maya. He, without reaction, replied yes, he had heard it. Cordelia, totally hyped, said that in the game they didn't hear that kind of conversation. Only a message appeared saying a path had been chosen as a countermeasure. She was super excited, thinking something might happen between those two. Jude, coldly, said that it didn't sound like a death flag at all. They should be careful. She glared at him, thinking that at times like these, she missed having a female friend around. So, she decided to let it go. The MC then asked what he was eating, and what the small bag next to him was. He commented that he was chewing on the medicine Cordelia's father gave him, and in the bag was the money pouch her father also gave him. She quickly asked when he got that and ordered him to split it 50-50. Jude Bile denied, saying his father-in-law gave it to him, not her. She, furious, screamed that her dad gave it to him so he could buy her delicious food and demanded he split the cash with her already. That night, at the camp, everyone was resting from their long journey, but Cordelia and Jude Bile snuck out. As they walked towards the forest, the MC said he was happy they managed to leave without getting caught. She commented that her hands were shaking so much, she felt like she was gonna die. Cordelia then asked which way the valley where the event starts was, and the MC replied that it was definitely in that direction. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at a beautiful waterfall surrounded by giant rocks. The hidden event that Cordelia Chase finds by deviating from her route and taking the mountain path occurs late at night when she sneaks out of camp. It was her first experience traveling on difficult roads, so it was hard to sleep in that place. There was the pressure of knowing she'd have to meet the heirs of 12 noble families, and the responsibility she felt for being the youngest daughter of the Chase family. Because of these reasons, Cordelia needed some alone time to clear her mind. She headed to a stream to wash the sweat from her face. What she found in the stream, far from the sight of others, was a moon so bright it outshone the stars. After witnessing such a beautiful sight, Cordelia began to sing. The sound of the music slowly spread through the surroundings of the dim stream. A mysterious being appeared before her in reaction to her voice. Because of this event, which seemed straight out of a fairy tale, Cordelia felt like she was dreaming. It seemed like just a cute little event made for fans. But ironically, it represented a core element for her players because of the event's reward. Back to the story, the MC commented that she probably already knew, but only Cordelia could complete it. He couldn't help. She wasn't even a little excited about the situation and replied that she didn't want to. Jude Bale said that even if she didn't want to, it was necessary after all. The reward was very important to her. He asked if she would give up on it now. Cordelia replied, "Of course not." She intended to seize every opportunity. The MC was relieved and said that that was why she brought soccer clothes and a swimsuit, and why he endured the carriage's rocking sickness while drawing the magic circle. She put her hand on her face and said, "Fine, I'll do it. Everything perfectly. Now stop bugging me." But Cordelia looked at Jude Bale and said that in return, he'd also put on his swimsuit. Jude Bale denied. He wasn't going to wear a swimsuit because the event wasn't his. Cordelia commented that even if it was her character's event, he was there too, so they should share the pain. He grumbled that it was nonsense, and besides, he hadn't even brought a swimsuit. She showed him the swimsuit she'd brought for him. It even had the same design as the item that could be bought in-game. Jude asked her to calm down. He didn't expect that. He swore he'd hide in the bushes and not come out. Cordelia didn't agree. She had gone through hell to get the sun necklace for him and said it was his turn now. She made a sad face, saying it was super embarrassing to be the only one wearing so little when both of them were there. After seeing that scene, Jude was speechless. There was no way to refuse after that, so he accepted. He replied he'd put it on. Cordelia cheered up, commenting it was his duty, and that since they were the same height, the clothes should fit. Suddenly, she noticed something and asked why his lips were blue. Jude replied it was probably because he was cold. His body temperature was naturally low due to the blockage of the 9 yin pathways, so he had never noticed. She looked at him worriedly and asked if he was cold. The MC replied that, now that she mentioned it, the air was pretty chilly. It'd be better to finish up quickly and head back. So, he asked for the clothes to get dressed. Cordelia quickly hid them. Jude asked if something was wrong. She replied that it didn't matter anymore. He didn't need to put them on. He questioned why she changed her mind so suddenly. Cordelia, a little embarrassed, said she didn't want him to catch a cold. She had no intention of letting a weakling get sick just because she didn't want to be embarrassed alone. She furiously threw the clothes on the ground, saying she'd brought them for nothing and why the hell would Cordelia take a bath in that weather. As he listened to her cursing, Jude agreed she had a point. Since he wasn't the only one who could end up catching a cold, he told Cordelia to just get on with it. After a few minutes from behind a tree, Jude asked if Cordelia was ready. She replied to wait, as she was still putting on her bikini, and said she'd kill him if he turned around right then. After a few seconds, he turned around and asked again if she was ready. Then, he started to say they'd do as planned, but he was speechless when he saw her. Cordelia was just in a towel at the edge of the stream, while timidly staring at him. It was a wonderful sight. The MC already knew she was beautiful, but looking closely at her at that moment, he found her so stunning. Cordelia asked what he was staring at, and made an expression that couldn't even be described. Jude quickly snapped back to reality, replying it was nothing. She said she was going into the water right then and asked him to hide in the bushes. The MC agreed. As soon as she entered the stream, she shivered from the cold. The MC wondered what was going through Cordelia's head for her to take a bath in a stream in the middle of winter. Hidden behind a tree, Jude told her to start singing already, or they'd both freeze to death. Cordelia was preparing to sing the game's song, but she couldn't remember which song was sung at the event. Worried, she figured it must be a song Cordelia had memorized, so the MC should know which one it was. She started to think it was about the moon, a song about the moon. Cordelia despaired. She couldn't remember the event's song, so she started to sing the first song about the moon that came to mind. Jude stared at her in disbelief. What was that? Why was she singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? He asked her to pause. She was supposed to sing the game's song, not Lynn or Baby song. She replied she couldn't remember the song, only knowing it was about the moon or a star. She added that there was no way to pause in reality, as this wasn't a game. He started thinking it was fine. The song might be different, but it was the same person singing. Maybe it would all work out because she was cute. Suddenly, Jude looked up. A bright green light appeared among the trees. While Cordelia continued singing lullabies, lights surrounded the stream. She was then interrupted. One tiny being commented she was so beautiful, and the other apologized for startling her and asked her to keep singing. Cordelia looked at the two fairies in front of her. Finally, they were here. A green-haired fairy wondered why the MC was bathing with a towel on. The other, golden-haired, replied it didn't matter since she was so beautiful. The fairies began admiring her, wrapping themselves in her hair. One said being beautiful was so cool, and the other agreed that beautiful things really were the best. The green-haired fairy, still wrapped in Cordelia's hair, asked her to continue singing, and if she wanted them to sing together. The MC watched that scene from behind the tree. Seriously, it was just like the game. He also realized Cordelia's appearance mattered more than the song. Everything was going as planned. It was almost time for the monster to appear, since the fairies had shown up. He should also show himself soon. The golden fairy commented she had forgotten to introduce herself. She was called Melly, and the other, Deli. They started pestering Cordelia, asking to play together and for her to come to the queen's ball. They stated that even though she was human, it might be possible. Cordelia could only think how chaotic and selfish they were, but also very cute. Suddenly, Jude noticed something approaching. He came out of hiding and yelled for her to get out of the water, like now. She didn't understand. The bicorn hadn't appeared yet. The MC informed her that it was coming from a different place. The bicorn's hiding spot was underwater. Cordelia froze. A monstrous being had just appeared. She turned and looked at it. A monster that looked like a two-horned horse emerged from the water. She realized right away it wasn't supposed to be like this in the game. It was completely different. The bicorn began conjuring green magic that spread through the stream. Cordelia was caught by a huge shimmering bubble. Jude ran towards her. That was the bicorn's power, telekinesis. She tried to escape the telekinesis but couldn't move her arms or legs. The bicorn was trying to escape with Cordelia. The MC yelled for her to get out of there fast. She was carried onto the monster's back. She couldn't react, and the bicorn was about to run. Jude Bile shouted that it was trying to take her. She replied, "I knew it, you idiot!" The horned horse looked at her strangely. Cordelia could only think, what the hell is that? She needed to escape, but with her current magic power, she couldn't break free from the telekinesis holding her. So, there was only one way out. She braced herself, and out of nowhere, she headbutted the bicorn's neck. Jude Bile and the fairies couldn't believe their eyes. The monster was knocked out for a few seconds, and Cordelia felt a massive headache from her blow. But thanks to that, she realized she finally wasn't trapped by the telekinesis anymore. She threw herself off the monster's back while taking off the towel she was using. She tossed the towel with the magic circles upwards before falling into the water. The MC watched. Fairy Mary asked if she got hurt after headbutting the bicorn before falling into the water. Suddenly, Jude Bile realized what Cordelia had done. In the sky, the towel with the magic circles she'd drawn for this event floated lightly. He smiled. As expected from Yellowstorm, when it came to battle, even he, the rank 1, couldn't beat her. Underwater, Cordelia cried out in pain after falling on her butt in the water. But holding her breath, she grabbed her magic staff she'd hidden earlier at the bottom of the stream. She stared intently at the monster, and then put her hand out of the water, as if signaling she was about to attack. Jude Bile closed his eyes. He knew he could count on her. Several magic missiles were fired from underwater. They hit the towel that contained the drawn magic circles. Then, a flash of lights shone in the sky. The bicorn was stunned by the light flashes in its eyes. It lost its balance and fell into the stream. Cordelia emerged from the water, gasping for breath. She looked at Jude Bale and yelled that it was his turn. The MC slowly opened his eyes, pulled out the sun necklace, and held it in his hands. He dashed towards the monster using the 36 celestial steps. The bicorn opened its eyes and saw Jude Bale in front of it, but when it blinked, he was gone. The MC swiftly braced himself against a rock on the monster. Then, he started to conjure the sun god's magic, but said he was out of time and would skip those magic words. He unleashed several consecutive blows. The monster fell into the water after the attack. The MC watched to see if it had taken enough damage not to get up again, but the horned horse got back up, and the monster quickly tried to attack Jude Bale. The MC dodged. He had purposefully attacked the monster's face, but because of the level difference and it being a mid-level boss, it wouldn't be defeated that easily. He reconsidered. He should be happy. After all, Cordelia would flip out if he defeated the boss by himself. Meanwhile, Cordelia was getting ready to cast fire magic. She grumbled about it being complicated to use that near water. Several circles appeared under her feet, preparing to activate the spell. Flames began to gather on her staff. She became super happy after noticing it had actually worked. Then she launched a fire missile towards the monster. When the monster noticed the attack, it was too late to dodge. A massive explosion engulfed the stream, and she watched to see if her attack had taken effect. Jude commented that part of the stream must have evaporated this time. Cordelia, ever so smug, said it was just as expected of her power. She commented that if this were a game, she would have launched 80 fire missiles at once, but they didn't even get a level up effect. The MC said no. That means the boss is still alive. The MC then told them to stick with the plan. Normally in this event, they just had to make the bicorn flee. Knowing the value of that horn, they couldn't let that happen. The battle was about to restart. They prepared for the boss's next attack. Jude commented that it looked pretty weakened and said he'd take it down as soon as he found an opening. Cordelia replied that he was quite the joke Joker, who said he could get the last hit. The MC said they were a team in case she'd forgotten. She said she couldn't care less and wasn't going to lose to him. Cordelia looked at the monster and made a gesture. "Come on, come at me!" Furiously, the boss charged towards her. As it got closer, the MC realized it still had a lot of strength, so she activated a pitfall spell and told Jude to make sure he timed it right this time. After that, she cast another spell, one that would restrain the boss's movements. This really annoyed her. She couldn't hold it for much longer. Suddenly, the chains holding the monster broke. Cordelia felt electric shocks run through her body. She wondered if she'd used that much magic. It was even hard to stand. She told it to try and attack her if that's what the boss wanted, but it wouldn't be easy since it didn't know where the pit she'd hidden was. The bicorn rapidly advanced towards her, but ended up stepping into the pit the MC had made before chaining it. She commented that the ability to control the situation, transforming the battlefield, was basic knowledge for a mage, you idiot. After gloating, she collapsed, grumbling that her head hurt and her mana was all gone. Then, Cordelia told Jude she'd give him the last hit. The MC began to conjure the magic in his necklace, while replying that this time he'd land a decisive blow. A few days ago, at the training grounds of Bile House, Jude was being trained by his father. Count Alex said it was good to see him able to move freely, as Vitor had informed. The MC was extremely tired. Even though it had only been a training fight, his father had only used basic moves. Alex commented that Jude's talent for martial arts could be called a divine gift from the heavens. However, it's useless if he doesn't have enough strength to follow through with that talent. And before he leaves in 3 days, his father had the duty to teach him a few things. The first thing he was going to teach was how to use the Thunder Strike. Alex explained it's named that because it strikes 7 times, like individual lightning attacks. The second thing is that it would be difficult to do it right now, since Jude's body couldn't properly handle his Kai. He also warned that while preparing the magic, his body would be defenseless. However, this would become a massive strength against enemies who showed an opening. Count Alex remarked that it would, without a doubt, be the decisive blow. Back to the fight, Jude quickly advanced towards the boss. The bicorn had managed to escape the hole, but noticed it couldn't see the MC anymore. Cordelia, realizing the monster was looking for him, just pointed skyward with a smirk. Jude was right on top of it, getting ready to deliver the strike. This was the opening he'd been waiting for to finish things. Jude declared this was the strongest blow he could possibly use. Then, with all his might, he landed a direct hit on the boss, which writhed in agony from the attack. Even after taking a barrage of powerful hits, the bicorn was still standing, but it finally staggered and crashed into the water. Level up effects popped up all around Cordelia. Totally stoked, she cheered that they finally did it. She was even more blown away because the effects just kept piling up. The MC looked at Jude and asked if he'd seen that. She just leveled up 3 times, but he was just floating in the water like a dead fish. Cordelia rushed over, asking if he was all right. She hauled him out, plopped him onto a rock, and demanded to know what happened. Barely clinging to life, he croaked that she needed to put the sun necklace on his chest because he couldn't move a muscle. She grumbled, "Not this 9 yin blockage again," and told him to hang in there. She'd get him to solid ground. The 2 fairies, Amelia and Adelie, were totally amazed they'd managed to take down a seriously powerful monster. They chirped that the real fun was just getting started and urged them to come along right away. Adelie chirped that she was only inviting Cordelia because she was just so pretty. Emily agreed, adding that Cordelia had to come with them now, as she needed to see the queen. And she even called Jude because she thought he was cute. Cordelia pulled Jude out of the water, propped him against a tree, and put the sun necklace on his chest, just like he'd asked. She looked at him. He was seriously messed up after overtaxing himself to use that attack. Thanks to the sun necklace, his temperature quickly stabilized, so she figured this was the perfect moment to pull out her magic trick. Cordelia grabbed her staff and cast a healing spell. She asked how he felt now. Surprised, he replied that his muscles were relaxing and his bones felt like they'd popped back into place. He felt way better now, and said they could probably leave in about 3 minutes. She understood, reminding him that the fairies were waiting, so they'd just rest for a bit longer. Completely drenched, Jude looked at Cordelia and thanked her for being there for him. She froze and blushed. Suddenly, she took a step back and questioned what that was, if he wanted to appeal to her protective instincts. Jude didn't get it at all. She told him to let it go. The fairies approached her and asked if the MC was okay. She replied that he just needed a little more rest. She commented that because he used internal energy to defeat the bicorn, cold energy had taken over his entire body. They listened intently as Cordelia explained that he would need more time to fully recover. They turned around and started gossiping, saying he was handsome but weak. But hey, being handsome counts for a lot. Then they asked for the MC's name. She replied that her name was El Cordelia, and the fallen boy was Jude. Adele asked why she was called El Cordelia. That was so ugly. The MC replied that it was just Cordelia. She had confused it with her in-game name. Mary cheerfully said she had a question and asked why she was dressed while taking a bath. Cordelia replied that what she was wearing was swimwear. The clothes she usually wore were somewhere else. Suddenly, she remembered her clothes. She couldn't go see the queen dressed in swimwear. She ran to get her clothes and asked to pause real quick. Jude commented that she couldn't pause since they were in reality, not playing a game. She told him not to annoy her or he'd die. The MC called Mary and said that before visiting the queen, she needed to change clothes. After a few minutes, they finally entered the fairy village and were impressed by how bright everything was. The MC commented that it was still a forest, but the entire scenery was completely different. Jude confirmed. Adelius informed them that he would show them the way, which was just over there. The two followed the fairies, captivated by the dazzling scenery, but everything changed around them. The forest, the woods, gained even more vivid colors. Cordelia was saying how amazing it was. Every time they walked, their surroundings changed. Jude had no idea what kind of structure he was passing through, a place that exists everywhere, yet nowhere at all. Fairies were passing through walls of dimensions and space all the time. They were so rare to be seen, they only existed in human tales. Jude thought that he and Cordelia had already seen them in games, so they already knew they existed, but it was hard to believe they appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And now that he thought about it, they only appeared in Cordelia's main storyline. He might be getting his hopes up for nothing, but this rare appearance could be put to good use. The MC commented that the path was getting narrow. They saw a fancy door. She opened the door and invited Jude in. The MC thanked her and called her his bride. She told him to shut up, but a voice interrupted them. The fairy queen said the pink-haired girl must be the human child Amelie and Adele were talking about. The fairy queen was in a huge chair in the center of a cage-like building. Graciously, the fairy queen said she'd heard a lot about them from Adele and Amelie. They were enchanted by her immense beauty and delicate voice. She looked at them and said that in this autumn of abundance, the queen of autumn, Lorelei, welcomed the two. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Daria arrived on horseback. She said she came back quickly because she heard an explosion on the other side while patrolling. Suddenly, she spotted Maya and guard Jim talking about the young master's disappearance. Then she realized their tent was empty, which meant her calm night was officially over. The guard apologized for having slept, and he wasn't even that sleepy. He reported that he didn't know what happened. He just got sleepy after drinking young Master Jude's tea. Dahlia took the cup and sniffed it. She realized it was a medicinal herb Lord Chase prepared whenever young Lady Cordelia couldn't sleep. So she told everyone they should split up and search instead of waiting for them. If she was right, the plan had been orchestrated by the two of them. Back in Fairy Paradise, Jude and Cordelia greeted the queen, Lorelei. She stated it had been a long time since she'd seen human children, and was glad Adele still had a good knack for picking people. She asked if their names were Jude and Cordelia. The MC confirmed, but Jude was paying attention elsewhere. He'd noticed the two fairies who accompanied them had disappeared, but he didn't know when it happened. Lorelei informed them that Adele and Amelie were already in the banquet hall. While they were entering, they'd told her about the two before leaving. Since they're able to travel freely through space, not even time can stop them. The two were surprised. It was the same explanation they'd heard in the game. The queen commented that the bicorn had been a problem for a long time. Therefore, she would give a suitable reward for them having killed that beast. Cordelia was overjoyed, while Jude figured it was going according to his plan. If it were in the game, this event would be automatic, without any interruptions. Cordelia would have chased off the bicorn that was bothering the fairies and would have been invited by the fairy queen. However, this scenario changed. Cordelia wasn't alone. Jude was there too. Instead of sending him away, they ended up killing the bicorn. Since the battle's outcome changed, it was believed the reward had improved too. Jude wondered what he could gain. A fairy stone or fairy powers like the Winx. He's someone who never refuses any reward. Jude thought the thing he needed most right now was the moonlight item. If he could get that, the powers didn't matter. The thoughtful queen pondered what she'd give to a mage and a warrior. After making her decision, she snapped her fingers and said the item should be enough. Cordelia and Jude noticed a green light appear in front of them. For Cordelia, she granted the moonlight. It's an item kept for hundreds of years, a legendary staff created by fairies. To Jude, she handed over the fairy steps. She informed him that even though it was created for another race, it never found an owner as good as him. Smiling, Lorelei said they were valuable items, but instead of gathering dust there, it would be better to find a use for them in the hands of good people. The MC was shocked. Fairy steps? No way. he thought. He didn't expect to receive an item like that. Fairy Steps is an A-rank item that allows you to jump through space up to 3 times. The item completely dodges an attack by shifting to a different dimension. The MC, deep in thought, imagined that if he used it, he wouldn't need to dodge at all, since the item allows you to dodge without moving. He couldn't even believe the queen was giving this away. Joyfully, he thanked the fairy queen, saying she was the best queen ever. He turned to Cordelia and asked what she was waiting for, since she hadn't thanked the best queen in the whole world yet. She was pouting, not liking it one bit. The item she got was B rank, while his was A rank. She grumbled that it was super unfair, and Woody tried to calm her down. Lorelei laughed and said there was a reason she gave those rewards. Cordelia asked if it was because she was a mage and he a martial artist, and Woody asked her to speak more gently. The queen replied that the assumption wasn't completely incorrect. The two looked at her, waiting for an answer. If it wasn't that, then what was it? She smiled and said she preferred a handsome boy over a cute girl. After some time, they finally returned to the stream, completely beat. Cordelia felt exhausted because the fairies kept bugging them to play. Plus, she couldn't say no when they insisted she sing about 40 times. Woody was also exhausted. The fairies had informed them that time flows differently in their world and told them not to worry, but he hadn't imagined they'd have to stay there for 12 straight hours. The two hugged each other, saying it was finally over. The battle against the bicorn was easy, but having to go through the fairy banquet was weird. They cried because they finally didn't have to socialize anymore. Suddenly, the MC remembered something was missing. She looked at the lake and saw that the bicorn was still there. Cordelia asked Woody about its horns. Since it doesn't drop like in the game, it looks like they'd have to rip them off themselves. The MC confirmed that one of the horns was his. Cordelia said the other was hers. Super excited, she hadn't imagined that besides the moonlight, they'd get 2 bicorn horns and the fairy steps. She felt like things would only get better from now on. Woody apologized for ruining the mood, but it looked like they'd have to ask the guards for help. Cordelia's expression quickly changed. Now she was about to panic. The MC informed her that the light from the towel and the explosion probably woke them up. As she dusted off her clothes, Woody called Cordelia, but she was trembling. She then said that the two of them were now totally screwed. In the fairy world, Mary asked the queen if it was right to give them both moonlight and fairy steps. She was surprised there was a human worthy of fairy steps. Adele said there's a saying, too much power changes people. While the two asked various things, the queen just listened gently with her eyes closed. She remembered that the moment she saw those kids, a scene flashed before her eyes, something she'd observed through the gap in time. She couldn't see in detail with just her power, but she was sure of it, so she told the two not to worry. She knew as soon as she met them, those kids' destiny wouldn't end with just them, as they'd be one with this world. The next day, Daria stared blankly at Cordelia, asking if she understood what she'd done wrong last night. She commented that they had just made a detour from their planned path. They hadn't even inspected the spot, but the two went to the stream alone and without a single escort. The MC apologized and said she wouldn't do it again, but the guard spoke in a serious tone. There were only 3 more days until they reached Langhast, and as a guard knight, she couldn't allow the two to be exposed to danger again. So, until they arrived in Langhast, the two were forbidden from leaving their carriages. Cordelia nervously asked if she was mad. Daria smiled and replied that now that the two were stuck in the carriage, they'd finally have the alone time they'd yearned for. Inside the carriage, Jude was resting after the long night. The MC entered carrying a basin of water and said she heard he'd gotten sick. He replied yes, he was a bit dizzy, but other than that he was fine. Then he asked her what Daria had said. Cordelia replied that she'd gotten a huge scolding and that they were banned from leaving the carriage for a while. Jude commented that it was better this way, as he had no reason to go out for now. He looked to the side and noticed Cordelia was sad, surely because of the scolding she'd just received. So to cheer her up, he said that Miss Daria probably scolded them not out of anger, but because she was worried. The MC replied that even so, she was afraid Daria would start hating her. He said that, for now, they'd just show they were reflecting on it. If they apologized properly, she'd accept it. After all, she was like their big sister. She got a bit more cheerful and commented that yes, they'd do that. The MC said that if she were scared, she'd come up with a ready excuse. She replied that there was no need. If he walked, he might just die for good and should focus on getting better. Cordelia sat on the floor next to Jude and said she'd wipe his sweat. He asked what kind of noble lady sat on the floor. She replied, "Who cares? When I watch TV on Earth, I'd sit on the floor instead of the couch." The MC began to gently wipe Jude's face, and he said it felt really good, but he seemed sleepy. Cordelia told him to sleep, saying she'd take care of him during that time. She'd heard the journey would last 3 days, then they'd talk about how to deal with the demonic hand after he got better. As Cordelia re-wet the cloth, Jude called out to her and said, "Thank you so much. I wouldn't be able to survive if I were alone in this world." She couldn't say anything, just stared, but thought that she was the one who should be saying that. 3 days later, nearing their destination, station, Cordelia asked the MC if he was a scammer in real life. "Damn scammer!" she exclaimed. He replied that she was being too mean, then asked what she thought. She answered that the plan was perfect, and that's why she was calling him a scammer. Cordelia was still staring at the paper. "This crap is completely amazing. This is rank 1 level," she thought. Suddenly, someone knocked on the carriage door. It was one of the guards, pointing for them to look ahead. Cordelia stood up, awestruck by what she saw, while Jude glanced. The city of Langhast was before them. The MC smiled excitedly to see it in person. There was even the city's symbol, the knight statue. The MC commented that it looked even more amazing than in the game. The two spoke at the same time, saying they even thought they could hear background music. They looked at each other for a moment, turned back, and started singing the song together. Cordelia asked, "How did you sing the same part? You're such a nerd." Jude replied that she was too. The trading city of Langhast is commanded by Duke Hesselg, but in reality it's led by the 12 northern clans. It's not part of any family's territory, and is also called the City of Beginners, marking the start of Jude and Cordelia's main scenario. Standing in a large mansion, the MC wondered what that was. Cordelia had stayed in a normal lodging in the original story, but what was this luxurious mansion? Maya informed them that Duke Hesselg had rented that place so the two could stay comfortably during the social event. Furthermore, even though they were engaged, he insisted they stay in separate rooms. So that's why her father-in-law was someone insanely generous, Jude thought. Suddenly he spotted something. Cordelia was apologizing to Dahlia. The guard opened her arms, accepting her apology. Then, Cordelia happily jumped into the guard's arms. Jude looked at that happy scene. It seemed they were fine now. He turned to Maya and informed her he was going for a walk. He asked if he could leave his bags with her. She replied yes. Nia's guard, running happily, helped Miss Maya with the bags. Jude, however, ordered all the guard knights to follow him. The guard, then, was extremely sad following his young master. Jude also ordered all of Duke Chase's knights, except for Miss Dahlia, to follow him too. A woman asked if that was really necessary. Jude replied yes. "My father said that after we safely arrive in Langhast, and after the social events, he'd need to borrow the knight's strength for something," he explained. Of course, his father didn't say that. It was all a lie. Cordelia and Dahlia were walking through the shopping district. The guard informed them that the magic shop was somewhere around there, but the MC said they needed to turn down that alley. She asked her young mistress how she had found it so quickly. Cordelia replied that she had studied the map thoroughly. Someone who visited that place multiple times in the game couldn't possibly forget. The MC looked at her and said she was probably very tired from being on guard, so it would be good to rest a bit. Dahlia commented that she could carry her around Langhast if needed. Then she asked what things she urgently needed to buy at that store. Cordelia replied that she wasn't going to buy anything, but there was someone she needed to meet. "They're stuck at work at night, so she couldn't put it off. She couldn't wait to meet them," she said. 15 minutes before arriving in Langhast, Jude informed them about the main events in the city. They would be countless times more difficult than the fight against the bicorn in the valley. Even if their powers had increased thanks to the items, they wouldn't be able to win alone. Cordelia agreed, saying they would probably lose that fight. Jude commented yes, but to make sure that wouldn't happen, he was thinking of using his father and her father. The MC asked what letter he was holding. He replied that it was the forged document he had written, while imitating her father's handwriting. They would use it to unite all the mages of Langhast. As long as he had this document, the mages of the Crimson Dawn Tower would have no choice but to help them. Cordelia realized that he had not only copied his handwriting, but also his manner of speech and signature. "That's incredible," she thought. The MC put away the letter, saying she wondered what kind of insane plan he would come up with. "So, you'll use my father, who is the master of the Crimson Dawn Tower, to get the mages' help?" she asked. Jude handed her a money bag and replied that she was right. Since mages were part of society's elites, even if the Tower Master's daughter asked directly, they would still need at least a reward. She looked at the money bag and replied that she would do it. Then she asked how he would use her father. Jude commented that on the last expedition, his father confronted a group of demon worshippers. When he checked one of their backpacks, he found a type of coded secret message. After deciphering the message's code, they discovered the place where the demon worshippers would meet, a specific spot in Langhast. The MC will deliver the forged document with this story he concocted to the Knight's Order in Langhast. His father has a reputation, and his son personally delivered the letter. The Knight's Order will have no choice but to believe him. Cordelia commented that then, they'll use the NPCs to grow stronger, and through the Knight's Order, they can take down some of them quite early on. Jude replied, "That's right. This method will only work because they are Jude Bayel and Cordelia Chase, and because it's reality, not a game." The MC smiled and said, "Not bad. It's a perfect plan." The MC also grinned excitedly. They'll bring outsiders into the event. At the headquarters of the Order of the Blue Lion Knights, a man, the commander, was commenting on why he needed to immediately check what was in that letter. To say there are demon worshippers hiding in Langhast, there's nothing more urgent than that. One of the guards wondered if he really heard correctly what Commander Baruso said. The guard next to him replied that they seemed to be secret orders from Alex Bael. Jude said that, due to the contents, his father told him to deliver it personally and to burn it after reading. Jude couldn't leave any evidence that he forged something. The commander replied that he would do it. With the remaining knights at headquarters, they would move as quickly as possible towards the demon worshippers' hideout. The MC raised his hand and said that this might sound immature and random, but asked if he could join the guards. He looked at Jude and replied that he could allow him to go with the guards, but as far as he knew, Jude wasn't healthy. The MC commented that it was true. Considering he was stuck at home due to the blockage of the 9 Rin paths, he normally wouldn't ask for this. However, this was the first time his father had entrusted him with something like this. Furthermore, it was a good chance to see with his own eyes why his father had entrusted such an important task to the Order of the Blue Lion Knights. The commander asked if Alex Bael trusted them that much. The MC shamelessly replied yes, because Commander Baruso was very skilled, so the commander allowed Jude to go with them. 30 minutes later, at the Demonic Hands headquarters, someone was telling the commander that they believed they'd found something. Jude informed them that they found a letter in a box in the corner of a room. Baruso was startled. That letter contained the location of the other meeting spots in Langes, as well as information on their members. The author of that letter was the MC, who had kept the secret hidden. The commander ordered everyone to return to headquarters to urgently devise a strategy and attack all 6 meeting spots. That night, Cordelia was grumbling that her legs hurt from running so much while looking for all the mages in Langhast. She missed being able to send out an announcement like in a game, but she commented that, if she was this tired, she could only imagine Jude. She poked his arm, but he didn't even budge, unresponsive. This time, he really turned into a corpse. Jude said he was still alive, then asked how it went, if the plan worked out. Cordelia replied, obviously. She managed to convince 4 mages. Since the demonic hand boss they'd face used ice magic, she recruited a fire mage, who would be effective against the boss. She commented that she heard the knights discovered and completely destroyed the 7 demonic hand bases in that area, and asked if it was true. The MC replied that it was. The captain of the Blue Lion Knights greatly respects his father, and thanks to that, he managed to deal with them just right. Based on the story, there are 12 locations, and they've already taken care of half of them. Jude informed that the escort knights now also know about the danger, so everything is going as planned. He said he needed to prepare something before the social event, since the most important task would be on the day of the party. Cordelia asked what the most important task was. Jude looked at her and said seriously, the targets of the demonic hand. Protecting the 2 most important people in this scenario is the most crucial thing. The MC commented that they're after Cordelia and that guy, Lucas Risbelg. At night, in the middle of the forest, a carriage approaches Landius. Inside, a man intently watches the landscape through the window. Elsewhere in the city, an old man asks how this is possible. How were 7 bases destroyed in one night? Angrily, he questioned if they had any idea how much he'd invested to help them infiltrate. One of the worshippers begged for forgiveness. They're still trying to figure out what happened. Baron Edgar said it's too late to find out now. Those Blue Lion idiots must already know the rest of the places, and the social event is right around the corner. How are they going to get everything ready by then? Someone spoke in a cold tone that it didn't matter. The Baron, who had just been yelling, fell silent in fear. He addressed the person as Mr. Minos, a man who had accepted a demon into his body to become a half-demon. The Baron said they were in a situation where more than half of their forces had been destroyed. But before he could finish speaking, Minos glared at him furiously. He asked if they were sure Cordelia Chase had arrived in Landas. The worshippers responded yes, and informed him that the other target, Lucas Risbelg, would be arriving tomorrow during the day. Minos said that, in that case, the plans would remain the same. In 2 days, they would capture the targets alive and summon a demon into this realm. He began to freeze the surrounding area, saying that even with these unforeseen events, everything would happen according to his plan. The day of the social event finally arrived. Maya and Dahlia were happy after getting their young masters ready. Maya commented that they're already beautiful. Dressing them well makes her very satisfied. Dahlia agreed. She kept saying how gorgeous Cordelia looked in that dress. Then she looked at the clock and noticed it was already late. She asked them to get ready to leave. Dahlia and Maya left to inform the others, while the MCs said they would be coming soon. They looked at each other as if plotting something. The MC slowly walked to the mirror and said, "What the fuck? How can Cordelia be so beautiful? I'm beautiful! Look, Jude is a beautiful woman! The MC said she looked like a narcissist and asked her not to act like that in front of others to avoid embarrassment. She asked if he didn't think she was beautiful, if Cordelia was the best. Jude didn't deny it, but told her to stop talking in the third person. You sound like Anya from Spy Family, he said. He offered her his hand, saying that today was an important day. So let's not get distracted, he said. Cordelia slapped his hand and said, "There's nothing to fucking give." He replied that he didn't want anything, he was just offering to accompany her. She was surprised and commented, "That's kinda cringe, no thanks." The social event is a grand banquet organized by the children of the 12 northern families. Because it's such a big event, influential people from Langhast's high society who want to connect with these families attend it annually, and because of that, someone's position in high society depends on whether or not they're invited to the event. That's why this event is so important. Jude asked if she remembered the plan. Cordelia replied, "Yes. Protect Lucas from the demonic hand. No matter how strong they are, now that half of their forces have been destroyed, it must be difficult to invade this place." People around them commented about Jude, Cordelia Chase's fiancé. For someone who was sick not long ago, he looked completely fine. Some wondered if he had already recovered from his illness. Others said they looked great together. The two were internally cringing from all the attention, which made it hard to focus on the plan. While Cordelia thought listening to all that gossip was annoying, she noticed someone approaching. A light blue-haired girl said it had been a while since they last saw each other. Her name was Sylvia, daughter of the Crosbell family. The other girl beside her was Viola, Viscount Lang's youngest daughter. Cordelia excitedly replied that it was good to see them and asked Viola to stop hiding and come to her. Sylvia said it was good to see her healthy and asked who the person next to her was. Jude bowed and said his name was Jude Bile and that it was an honor to meet them. She replied that they thought the same thing and was very curious about Cordelia's fiancé. The MC smiled, thinking that in the game, Sylvia was designed to have the same beauty as Cordelia. That's why he'd prepared himself not to be mesmerized by her beauty. He didn't feel his heart racing, which meant it had worked. He looked to the side to see Cordelia. She had crouched down to listen to what Viola was trying to say. After listening, she laughed warmly. At that moment, Jude realized Cordelia was more beautiful. Even though he was already used to seeing her every day, his heart still raced. Suddenly, the MC saw someone approaching. Cordelia also looked in the same direction. A boy stopped in front of them and stared at them. He extended his hand and introduced himself as Lucas Resbelg, from Resbelg County, the host of the event. He genuinely thanked them for attending the event. Jude thought he'd come to greet them first, but then hadn't done anything else. The MC also introduced himself and thanked him for the event invitation. As a prodigy born with a talent for swordsmanship and the son of Count Resbelg, the head of the 12 northern clans, Lucas liked the concept of becoming stronger. He even loved the training process itself. That's why, when he approached someone else, his level of interest would change depending on whether they were strong or not. It was a terrible habit. The MC thought that if his personality was the same as in the game, Jude, who was famous for being unable to learn martial arts due to his illness, would be someone he'd just have to respect and nothing more. But he wasn't like his game counterpart, so he put more force into the handshake. Lucas clearly noticed the change that had occurred. Jude Bale, Cordelia Chase, and Lucas Resbelg. It was impossible to deny the similarities between these three people. They were all playable characters from Legend of Heroes 2. Among them, two people, Jude and Cordelia, were confirmed to have memories of their past lives. And what about Lucas, who's also a playable character? Jude Bale wondered if he could be the reincarnation of the third-ranked player, a player who always butted heads with him and Cordelia. He needed to figure this out before the demonic hand attacked the social event, and he needed to be quick, without saying too much. The MC got closer and asked, "Hey, you too?" But Lucas didn't answer anything, just stood there looking confused. Jude Bale coughed a bit and commented that he had said something inappropriate. He still wasn't completely healed from the block of the 9 yin paths, so he apologized. Lucas accepted the apology and left to greet the other people at the event. Cordelia grabbed Jude Bale's arm as she said, "How embarrassing. That was so funny." The MC told her to shut up. She asked if he had gotten the answer about whether Lucas had memories of the modern world or not. He then repeated to her, "Shut up!" But it was as Cordelia said. It was technically a success, though he didn't know if that was good or bad. Just like when he met Yellowstorm and Pleiades, he didn't feel anything special. Judging by Lucas's reaction, he really found the situation weird. With that, however, he could confirm that Lucas didn't have memories of being ranked third. If a character like Lucas had memories of playing Legend of Heroes 2, he would have been a great help in solving the problem with the demonic hand at this event soon. So, it's a shame. But even so, Jude Bale had no guarantee that reincarnations of ranked players would be like him and Cordelia. He didn't know if they would want to work together. In this situation, where the start of the main story had changed, it'd be lucky if the other scenarios didn't have alterations. Cordelia interrupted Jude Bale from his thoughts. She said she had completely forgotten about it, but Lucas was also a playable character, and that it would be much better if the rank 3 player had reincarnated as Lucas. The MC asked why. She replied that she didn't like Lucas. Her favorite character was Cordelia, and since she wanted to platinum with all characters, she had to play as him. After seeing the story, she understood why she didn't like playing as Lucas. This is because, in Lucas's story, Cordelia is the one who was kidnapped by the demonic hand, and then she appears as a demonic enemy later. Jude Bale said there was nothing to do since Lucas is the main character in that story, but if you play as Cordelia, it's Lucas who becomes a demon. Cordelia replied that she knew that. However, in both routes, they became enemies of each other. She asked if he didn't know how many people had lost the game because of Lucas in his demonic version. That's why a lot of people don't like him, especially if their favorite character is Cordelia. She had a lot of anger towards him. Just thinking about it stressed her out even more. The MC said there was also another reason, and Jude Bale asked what it was. She replied that the romantic cat made him wear maid outfits. Just thinking about it made her head want to explode. The MC was relieved that the romantic cat wasn't there. If she were, he feared what Lucas would be like now. Suddenly, Cordelia noticed someone arriving at the event. She waved her hand and informed Jude Bale that it was the fire wizard he had gotten from the Tower of Crimson Dawn, whose name was Ronan. However, it was the first time she had seen the 2 people who were with him. She reminded him that he would call a few more people to help. She looked at the MC and asked if it was really necessary to wait until those guys invaded. Jude replied yes. There was no guarantee that they would attack in the same place and at the same time. That's why it was better to keep an eye out. Cordelia looked to the side and commented that it was time to deal with that idiot who was hitting on Sylvia. Jude informed her that he was Felix Duran, from the Marquisate of Duran. Sylvia's face was so expressionless. He told the MC that Felix was the oldest among the youths of the 12 clans who would come that day. Cordelia said that even so, she would still win against that idiot. She quickly headed towards them, while he said it didn't matter. She could do whatever she wanted. Jude thought that, aside from Lucas and Cordelia, the youths of the 12 clans wouldn't influence the event much, whether they lived or died. Since it was like that, it would be better to save all of them. He looked at Cordelia, who was talking with Felix Duran, and saw that she was unable to control her expressions. It was so transparent, but he thought he even liked that completely bored expression better. The sad expression Cordelia had in the game didn't suit her at all. Jude noticed the music had changed. It was probably time for the dance. The demonic hand wouldn't attack yet, so he looked to the side and saw that people in the middle of the crowd were looking at them. He froze. He couldn't believe she was there. Cordelia commented that her servant was coming towards them. Suddenly, Daria, completely excited, also appeared. The 2 looked brightly at their young masters, and Jude just wondered what kind of brilliance that was. Cordelia questioned why Maya brought Daria too, but it wasn't just them looking at them, but all the youths at the event. The MC commented that it was understandable why everyone was looking. The social event's participants were kids and weren't dating yet, so they would dance with friends. However, he and Cordelia were already engaged, which meant everyone was eager to see a dance between fiancés. Jude thought there was nothing to do as he took off his gloves. He offered his hand to Cordelia and asked if she would grant him the honor of that dance. In her thoughts, she wanted to run away from there and didn't want to dance in front of them. But in reality, she replied, "Of course, young Master Jude." The 2 headed towards the dance floor hand in hand. Cordelia said that was so cringe and asked if he even knew how to dance. Jude replied that she already knew about Jude Bale's talent, which had been nerfed by the blocking of the 9 yin paths. He grabbed her waist and pulled her in, saying he was good at everything that used his own body. Cordelia was surprised by this sudden pull and said she knew that. She looked at him, wondering if Jude's shoulders had always been so broad and if he was tall too. The MC, realizing she was lost in thought, asked if something had happened. She replied that it was nothing. But just as they were about to start dancing, a huge explosion occurred at the event entrance. Jude shielded Cordelia in his arms, while also looking at Senna. The demon worshippers began invading the event, while people ran and screamed. Cordelia also looked and told Jude that he was there. Lucas was protecting Sylvia from a man who had just approached them. The silver-haired man said he finally found him, Lucas Hesbeld. Lucas quickly pulled a dagger from his coat and prepared for battle. He told Sylvia that at that moment, he wasn't properly armed, so it would be impossible to defeat him right then. Because of that, he decided he would block with everything he had so she could find a way out and escape. She was very scared and asked him not to do anything reckless. Minos began walking towards them while the ground froze with just the movement of his steps. He pointed his finger, ready to cast a spell, while Lucas was still in front of Sylvia, protecting her. Suddenly, the fire mage hired by Cordelia cast a flame spell towards the enemy. Sylvia shielded herself from the explosion behind Lucas. Cordelia pulled her arm and said, "We need to escape now." She told Lucas to escape too and asked him to follow her quickly that way. He asked what the hell she was talking about, leaving an enemy behind and running. As a knight, it was his duty to stay, but the MC angrily questioned, "What do you plan to do without a weapon? Have you ever fought a mage before? Are you that confident you can get through those flames?" She told him to think and decide quickly, and to remember the name the enemy said as soon as he appeared. After listening to Cordelia, he realized that when the enemy appeared, he clearly said his name. He clenched his fists tightly. Cordelia was right. Running away was the best option. So, they started following Cordelia, who was rushing them. The MC, running ahead, stopped as soon as he heard his name called. He spotted Maya standing in an area of the place. While Maya worried about her young master, one of the demon worshippers ran towards her to kill her. The MC became desperate and screamed her name, while Maya looked back, startled by a sudden attack. She closed her eyes in fear. Suddenly, Daria appeared in front of her, cutting down the enemy with a single strike, while Maya remained with her eyes closed. The guard told young Master Jude Bale that they would also flee, and asked him to escape with young Lady Cordelia first. More relieved, he replied yes. The MC looked at the event that had become a battlefield. The demonic hand's fighting power had significantly decreased. If it were like the original story, Minos would appear as the final boss of this ambush event. But since he appeared at the beginning, it proved the battle was in their favor. Minos, with bloodshot eyes, watched his targets fleeing. Jude Bale thought he couldn't stand the fact that they had escaped. Since Lucas and Cordelia were there, Minos would probably follow them. It was best to finish preparations as soon as possible. Cordelia pointed to some stairs and said they needed to go that way. She placed her hand on a specific spot on the statue. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Lucas watched, startled, as a door appeared in front of them. Sylvia asked what that was. "Why is there a door inside the wall?" she questioned. Cordelia replied that young Master Jude Bale had found a secret room, and it was better to go in right away. She lit up the place with light orbs. There was a staff in the middle of magic circles drawn on the floor, and also swords all over the place. Sylvia thought about what she had seen, circles she'd never seen before and a strange staff. She asked Cordelia what it meant, but the MC replied that they needed to run, and that she would explain the situation later. She opened a small hiding spot and said, "Sylvia, stay there for a bit. Since you're not an important target, everything will be fine if you stay hidden." Sylvia asked what she meant by important target and questioned if Cordelia was telling her to stay in there alone. Cordelia replied, "It's fine. When all this is over, I'll get you out of there." Sylvia said she understood and that she didn't need to be pushed. She put Sylvia in the hole and closed it, now that Sylvia was hidden. Next up, Lucas picked up a sword and said he would return to the banquet hall. The MC asked what he meant. He replied that now that he'd found a weapon he could use and, as a knight, he didn't want to stay hidden in a secret room like that, and if he was their target, the three of them would be safer staying away from him. Cordelia ordered him to shut up. Lucas tried to speak but couldn't. She cast a spell that suppressed the sounds from his mouth. He tried to talk to her, but the MC replied she couldn't hear a damn thing. He'd better shut up, because listening to that nightly garbage hurt her ears. She pointed a finger in his face and said she was being super nice by explaining all of that. If she'd used a paralysis spell, he wouldn't even be standing right now. She questioned if he thought they ran all the way there just to hide because they were scared. This was an emergency. Their lives were in danger right now. "If we win, we'll get a notification saying we're the first on the server." Woody told her to stop talking. "You're talking too much." Now seriously though, Woody informed them that the silver-haired man Lucas saw was someone who had accepted a demon into his body. His goal was to capture him or Miss Cordelia. If the man managed to defeat the mage blocking the way, he would try to find them immediately. So they had to prepare for it. In the banquet hall, the fire mage Ronan was thrown against the wall. He had just been defeated by Minos. The battle was so intense it shattered his mask and burned his arms. He then slowly started walking after his targets. He said there was no point in hiding. It was a very good strategy, but too bad it wouldn't work out. In the secret room, Jude, Lucas, and Cordelia stared at the front door. The air began to freeze, which meant he was close. Lucas thought about what Jude had said earlier. That cold air, which felt like it was freezing his body, was definitely the power of someone who had accepted a demon. The MC started putting on the gloves he had taken off and told Lucas that if they could hold out for 3 minutes, they could win. Then, the door burst open with a bang into the secret room. Minos had just arrived. He looked at them seriously. clearly unhappy that his plan wasn't progressing. But that wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, scrolls were thrown towards him, causing an explosion all around. Jude thought that even if they were just one-star spells, they had created many circles to counterattack him. But it was useless. Minos froze everything around him to avoid taking damage. The MC felt the cold grow more intense. Low-level spells seemed to have no effect on him. He looked at the enemy and thought that if he took a few more steps, things could happen as planned. Minos began to walk, telling Lucas Resbelg and Cordelia Chase that no matter what they did, nothing would have an effect. Hearing those words, Cordelia took off her glove while thinking it was almost time. He commented that a sacrifice of such a level should summon a demon of a higher rank than expected. Without realizing it, he stepped into the magic circle. Jude smiled excitedly that he had finally entered the area. Cordelia was also pleased it had worked. She commented that an idiot who looks down on her for thinking she's weak would never be able to defeat her. She quickly cut her hand, and the blood fell onto the magic circle on the floor. Then, she activated Valestim's magic spell, and chains began to spread across Minos' body. He asked what that was, and what those chains were. Cordelia said that was a magic seal from which even Lysagan would have difficulty escaping. The stronger the demon, the more effective the magic circle would be. Minos was extremely furious. That Valestim magic circle couldn't hold him. Cordelia clung to her staff. She acted as if it were nothing, but she couldn't stand anymore. The only thing sustaining Valestim's magic circle was her magic power. Since she couldn't chug potions like in a game, she could only hold on for a few more seconds. But she smiled. That was enough time for him. Jude started rushing towards the enemy. Minos, noticing him approach, activated ice magic. Jude felt like he was in a freezing atmosphere, a yin energy devouring his body and soul. Even if a normal person could endure the cold, they'd freeze because of the yin energy. The difference, though, was that he was already used to yin energy. Minos couldn't believe he'd escaped his ice prison so easily. The MC prepared to attack, asking the enemy if he was used to yang energy. Holding the sun necklace in his hand, he unleashed several consecutive blows to Minos' face. Lucas was impressed by the MC's combo attacks. He knew Jude wasn't supposed to be able to learn martial arts due to his illness, but young Master Jude's skills were insane. After landing the blows, Jude quickly distanced himself from the half-demon. His hand was trembling. Valestim's magic circle must have weakened him, and he was still recovering from his fight against Ronan. Jude wondered how he was still standing. After becoming a half-demon, his physical capabilities improved, and his body's durability went beyond human limits. When he went to strike again, Minos stopped him with just one hand. He was slowly regaining his strength and getting ready to use magic. But Cordelia yelled at Lucas to help, like now, before Minos activated his ice magic. Lucas quickly grabbed a sword and ran towards them. Minos noticed the attack and threw Jude away. Lucas delivered a lethal slicing blow against the half-demon, who took a lot of damage to his left arm. Jude recovered and noticed Lucas's sword was glowing. Meanwhile, this skill of Lucas's was an ancient sword technique passed down only to the direct descendants of the Resbelg family. They say it was inspired by the sword of the Holy King Greyhan. With it, he eliminated 5 great demons and founded his kingdom. The sword emanated a holy light that had the power to kill demons. Minos yelled at them, "Insignificant insects, you're nothing without this magic circle." While Lucas and Minos clashed, Cordelia was still spitting blood. She couldn't tell who was fighting Minos. Her head hurt, and she felt like everything was spinning. Her mana consumption was higher than she expected if it continued like this. Suddenly, Jude called her name out loud, asking if she was okay. Cordelia snapped back to reality and replied that she couldn't hold on any longer. The circle was about to break at any moment. Jude looked at her and said she needed to do it now. It was their last card, but she had to be sure she could handle it. Cordelia took a deep breath and said, "Of course, who do you think you're talking to? In battles, I'm always the one carrying you." Meanwhile, Lucas was cutting down all the ice stones Minos threw at him. The half-demon grew even more furious and started calling him an insolent human. With a menacing glare, he summoned countless ice stones and launched them at Lucas, who struggled to defend himself. He thought that even with his body sealed, this demon possessed destructive power, and he wondered if its magical power had no limits, but he reflected that he needed to stop thinking negative thoughts. He couldn't retreat now. If what young Master Jude had said was true, he couldn't let that man leave the magic circle. While Lucas was determined, Jude tied the sun necklace onto his hand. Then, he closed his eyes to concentrate on the next spell he would use against Minos. This time, it would be a decisive blow. Cordelia watched the fight from afar, figuring she only had one shot. Jude would prepare the Thunder Fist, and that would happen when Minos' breathing became unstable. Cordelia thought that if she failed there, Either she or Lucas would end up turning into a demonic being. The problem, however, was that her vision was blurry, and she couldn't even aim properly at her target. She closed her eyes and said she had no choice, as the situation had reached that level. So she would rely on sound and her intuition. She began to concentrate. She needed to listen carefully to every moment of the fight and every blow struck to know who was who. With her ears, she heard the ice breaking. A strong sword blow cut through the ice, and soon she felt someone gathering mana in their fist. Another cutting sword blow was delivered. Next, she heard gasping breaths, and soon after, a powerful sword strike that shattered an ice wall and scattered it across the hall. Suddenly, she heard the sound of someone being pushed back. At that moment, Cordelia realized it was time to act. She raised her staff and dispelled the spell that imprisoned Minos. He looked at the disappearing chains and thought the girl couldn't hold him any longer and that the seal had been broken. Lucas looked at the scene with concern. They were only able to fight him because of the seal, but suddenly, he heard someone loudly shout a spell. Cordelia began to cast a spell. She slammed her staff with all her might onto the ground, and a light began to emerge from it. Mana began to gather around the staff. A strong, intense light filled the place. Minos put his hand in front of his face, thinking that spell was moonlight, and that girl was full of tricks, one after another. Suddenly, Jude raised the sun necklace and began to absorb the moonlight. Minos tried to decipher what was happening. The moonlight was gathering in the necklace, and he wondered what that meant. Without realizing it, his hand began to burn, while Jude walked up to him and said there was no point trying to block it. That was the result of the combination of the moon's magical power, accumulated for centuries, and a divine artifact imbued with the power of the sun god Solari. Proudly, Jude said, "If we've been using a normal sword until now, I guess this would be like a Star Wars lightsaber." Cordelia questioned, "What the fuck is this? Just finish him already. I'm dying here, goddammit." Minos began to look for a way out of there and go somewhere where that dangerous light could be diffused. He turned and started to run. But Jude cast a spell and yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" A visual spell spread in front of Minos, causing him to slip and fall to the ground. Without losing time, Jude ran towards the demon and stopped as soon as he got close enough to finish him off. Minos wondered how Jude had arrived so fast. He began to tremble in fear as Jude prepared to deliver the thunder blow. At that moment, Cordelia made a hand signal with her thumb pointing down as if to say, "You're screwed, idiot!" Then Jude landed the thunder blow with all his might on Minos' chest. It was so strong that the ground began to crack all around. Lucas watched Jude intently, thinking that blow was extremely powerful. Minos was now knocked out on the ground. Jude thought it was finally over. He closed his eyes in relief. There was a moment he thought he wouldn't win. Cordelia also took a deep breath, trying to stay conscious after using too much mana. But suddenly, she broke out in a cold sweat of fear. Her senses never fail, so she desperately screamed for Jude to watch out. Minos' hand appeared in Jude's vision. He put his hand on his chest and, with a menacing gaze, started to cast a dark spell this time. Jude thought this was impossible. He was sure he'd been defeated. The demon Minos was a being created only to defeat playable characters. He had never been defeated by anyone, not even the Queen of Battles, but this world wasn't a game. Minos tried to understand what was happening. His arm was deteriorating. He asked what that was. He started screaming that it couldn't be true. He hadn't lost yet. He would never lose to someone like them. Jude started smiling as Minos screamed, "Get away from me! Don't come closer! Go away!" But the MC kept smiling and conjuring a spell with the sun necklace in his hand. Then, he threw the necklace at Minos' face. Lucas closed his eyes for a moment because of the intense light, but then opened them to see what was happening. At that moment, the demon's fragments disappeared into the air, little by little in front of Jude. Level-up effects started appearing around him. Tired and exhausted, he looked back. With his already heavy eyes, he told Cordelia it was finally over. But at that instant, Jude and Lucas froze, and a deafening silence hung over the place. Cordelia was collapsed on the ground. There was blood around her and her breathing was very weak. Jude was stunned to see her like that. He thought it couldn't be true. He started screaming Cordelia's name as he walked towards her. His vision started blurring, but he kept yelling for Cordelia to talk to him. Lucas ran towards him, trying to say something. However, Jude didn't hear him because all he could think about was if Cordelia was okay. Lucas held him as he spoke. "Please, save Cordelia, please." His eyes started to close. Suddenly, system messages appeared, but he only thought of Cordelia, and then he passed out. The next day, Jude woke up suddenly, screaming Cordelia's name. He calmed down a bit. Beside him was his personal maid, Maya. Still somewhat dazed, he wondered if he was still in Langhast. When Maya called him, he turned his face to look at her. Maya had tears in her eyes. For a moment, she thought he would never wake up again. She was so scared. She was really, really scared. She softly said it was a relief to see him awake and asked how he was. Jude replied that his body was a bit sore, but he was fine. No need to worry, and asked if she was okay. Maya replied yes, thanks to Dahlia, who protected her. He noticed by her face that she was pale, so he asked if she hadn't slept. She replied no. It was her job to monitor the young master until he was well. Jude thanked her and asked how the others were. She replied that young Master Lucas was sent to the hospital. Miss Cordelia, who was also unconscious, was taken by Dahlia to receive first aid. The doctors said she overexerted herself, but with time, she should recover completely. Many other people were also injured, but they've already dealt with the event's invaders. The knights and mages are controlling the situation. After hearing all this information, Jude Bile felt more relieved. Suddenly, he felt her hand touch his. Maya, with sparkling eyes, said that Miss Cordelia was still resting, but had woken up a little while ago. She then asked, "If it's all right with you, why don't you go see her right now?" Jude Bale thought there was no way to refuse after she made such a fuss. He sighed. If he went, he would be feeding Maya's delusions with this, but he needed to go see if she was okay. As Maya led Jude Bile to Cordelia's room, he figured he felt like he was forgetting something and wondered what it could be. After Jude Bile entered the room, Dahlia informed them they'd wait outside and told them to talk as much as they wanted. They left and closed the door. Jude Bale looked at Cordelia and asked if she was okay, but she didn't answer. She looked like a corpse. He sighed and thought it was a relief she wasn't hurt. Cordelia said she'd used too much mana. Her head felt heavy. Even lying down, the world kept spinning. Jude Bile questioned if it was like a hangover. She looked at him and asked what he'd said. He replied, "I asked if it feels like a hangover." Cordelia wondered what a hangover was, then said, "Who knows? Maybe so." Jude Bale commented that seeing how slow her reactions were, she didn't look well, and said that if it was that hard, it'd be better to just lie down. She replied that she was feeling better now, but in her thoughts, she still wondered what the hell a hangover was. Jude Bile asked if she'd heard that before she passed out. She didn't understand and questioned what he meant by that. He replied, "Your new title." Cordelia, now super excited, said she was so tired she thought she'd hallucinated. But it was really true that she'd gained a title. She thought she'd heard wrong. She asked if the title was the one that made the impossible possible. Jude Bale replied that it was indeed that one. Cordelia happily commented that it was so cool. If that happened in the game, it would have caused a gigantic commotion. That's how awesome it was. Jude Bale, seeing her act that way, was happy to see that she really was okay. Suddenly, he decided to torment her a bit, so he asked if she wasn't going to say anything about him leaving the last hit for her. Cordelia asked if that was really important right now. He commented that it had been very good for her to have gained her title, but he suddenly fell silent when he heard Cordelia say that Adaria was alive. Viola and Felix had been rescued. Counting the mages and knights who helped, more than 30 people had been saved. Excited, she said that some of the mages had been injured, but no one had died, and among the knights, no one was seriously hurt. Jude Bile was still silent, listening to her say that, in the game, many people had died, but now everyone had survived. Cordelia said they had saved many people and thought they were getting close to the perfect happy ending. Jude Bile stood still for a moment. Then, he gently placed his hand in her hair and suddenly started shaking Cordelia's head repeatedly. She furiously asked, "What are you doing, you bastard?" Jude Bale replied that she was being so admirable he couldn't hold back. He sat down in the chair and commented that he was happy they had managed to get out alive. Cordelia questioned if he had already thought of more plans. He replied that, for now, the game's scenario would continue as programmed. She commented that, if that was the case, after avoiding the demon hand, they'd have to run into the forest, and asked if it was to the north. Jude Bale replied that yes, and that according to his plan, he would then go to the northern border, as there would be an object there that would completely cure the 9 paths of Yin blockade. Cordelia said that the northern border was a place belonging to the county of Hezbelby. Jude Bale said that they needed to ask Lucas for help to reach the border. But suddenly, after Jude Bale said Lucas, the two started to wonder what they were forgetting. Then they looked at each other, startled. They had completely forgotten Sylvia. Now, Sylvia was crying a lot and saying they had been very mean to her. She questioned how they could forget her. Cordelia cried along because she's the kind of person who cries when she sees someone else cry. Jude and Lucas watched the two from afar. The MC wondered how he didn't remember her. The MC definitely had time to think things through calmly. He normally always remembers everything. It's so strange. He reflected on what situation would make him completely forget Sylvia. Then he remembered it was probably his concern for Cordelia. Sylvia was still crying, saying she was so scared. It was dark, and the noises outside were so loud. She screamed several times to be let out, but no one listened. She thought she was going crazy. Jude only just remembered Cordelia, who had placed a magic circle to block noises, just in case. Dale informed them that a knight from the Crociel family's county had arrived. It was time for Sylvia to go. Cordelia apologized and cried along with Sylvia, who was leaving in the soldier's arms. She turned to Lucas and questioned what he had been doing this whole time. Why didn't he let Sylvia out? Lucas replied that he was really ashamed, while Jude thought it was obvious why he didn't let Sylvia out. He was silenced by Cordelia's magic, so he couldn't tell anyone Sylvia was there. It's pretty obvious he was dragged by the knights to the hospital. Jude thought he came back as soon as he was healed and the effect wore off. He really seems like a nice guy. Dale apologized. She purposely hid the news about Miss Sylvia because she thought she had been kidnapped, and she didn't want to worry them while they were recovering. Cordelia said it was all fine. It wasn't her fault. It was all young Master Lucas's fault for not letting her out. Jude thought he had to stop her since they needed Lucas's help to go north. It would be problematic if their relationship wasn't good. He turned to Lucas and asked if he was recovering well. He replied that after being healed with magic, he was all fine. He said he had something he'd like to ask, if it was true that he wasn't completely cured of the blockage of the 9 yin pathways. Jude replied that it was true. Lucas commented that even sick, he managed to use martial arts of that level. It was impressive. With a serious look, Lucas asked if he were cured, how strong would he become? Jude didn't answer, while listening to him say that the lands of the Resbelg County are located in the northernmost part of the kingdom. Beyond the borders, there's a frozen island that goes beyond extreme cold. Cordelia and Dale also listened attentively as Lucas informed them that in that place, there's a method that can cure Jude of the blockage of the 9 yin pathways. He replied that he was very grateful for this offer, but asked why he was telling him this. Lucas said he thought he had finally met a great rival. Even if it sounded embarrassing, he had never had anyone his age who was able to challenge him. He also commented that this might sound good to others, but he had always felt a sense of loneliness. For him to get stronger, he needed someone to call a rival and keep moving forward. That's what he had always dreamed of. Jude asked if he was saying that he, Duke Lucas, the genius of the Resbelg family, considered him his rival. He replied yes. In his thoughts, Jude thought about how embarrassing this was, but in reality, he commented that it was an honor, maintaining a neutral expression. Lucas said he understood it was a sudden proposal. Therefore, he believed he should have some time to think, and tomorrow night, give an answer in the conference hall. Jude asked what he meant by tomorrow in the conference hall. Darius interrupted and informed them that, since they had just regained consciousness, she hadn't been able to tell them the news. The children of the 12 families remained in a weakened state until their family reinforcements arrived. There's still a possibility of more attacks, so the conference Duke Lucas mentioned is about the recent ambush. Many were injured, and several of them are minors. Because of this, there are many people who can't cope with it mentally. The conference, allowing everyone to rest, was suggested by the Blue Lion Knight to happen tomorrow night. Jude commented that, okay, so what did he mean by tomorrow night? Lucas said that since they needed to give an explanation about the fight with the demons, their presence was required. The MC said that was fine. He'd give his answer after the conference. Lucas said he'd be waiting. Then, he said goodbye and left. Jude watched him walk away, thinking things were going just as he'd planned. Now, sitting in an armchair, Cordelia asked why he was hesitating if he was going north anyway. He replied that he needed to show he was still thinking. That rebel Lucas has been waiting for a rival for years. He must be worried he'd refuse his offer. Cordelia questioned if he really thought that. Jude replied yes, but now they had to come up with a story for tomorrow's conference. She asked how they defeated Minos. Jude said that even if Lucas had helped, Minos was too strong for just the 3 of them to defeat him. Cordelia commented if they couldn't just say it was after the fight with Ronan, and he was already weaker and tired when they faced him. Jude replied that could work, but the most important thing now was the forged documents. Even though they had taken them as a precaution, the mages mentioned it wasn't necessary. So, he asked Cordelia what had happened to the documents she had. She replied that they actually refused, and then she made sure to burn everything while Dahlia wasn't around. Jude commented that it was a relief to hear that. Since the Blue Lions had started looking for his father, he thought it would be better to reveal one of his cards. Cordelia asked which card he'd reveal. He whispered in her ear and then said he'd tell most of the story. She'd only need to add if necessary. She smiled excitedly and said it would be super easy. He could leave it to her. Jude looked at her and asked how her dizziness was, if she was sure she didn't need to rest more. She replied that she was fine when she was sitting. Next, she questioned what that was when he activated the slippery area. Jude asked what it was, saying he just activated it with the help of the magic circles on his glove. Cordelia commented that he did everything wrong. If you have magic circles on your gloves, you should have acted like the flame alchemist, like that, and struck a pose like this. Exactly like this. Pay attention not to screw up next time. It's exactly like that. Meanwhile, Jude wondered if those were her last thoughts before passing out. He said he thought she was being serious and questioned why that seemed important. Cordelia replied that it was very important, and she was disappointed in him. Next, she said she had one more thing to say, but she was trying to remember. Jude looked at her carefully. He noticed she seemed distracted. No, instead of distracted, she seemed anxious. He called her game name. She turned to him and quickly asked what it was. Suddenly, she was startled when Jude asked if she was nervous. She gave an awkward smile and then turned her face, saying, "It's not, it's just that, after waking up, I remembered we barely beat Minos and my body's tired, but I can't sleep." He said he knew exactly what she meant. What comes after the relief of finally finishing something is the worry of what might happen in the future. Even if we did our best and ended up defeating him, Minos was just the first boss, and there was no guarantee they'd be able to successfully clear the next event. Both of them thought at the same time that this wasn't enough to keep them from dying. Jude thought he needed to create more detailed plans, while Cordelia thought she needed to get fucking stronger. She looked at him excitedly and said that since they were thinking the same thing, they should do their best. He replied yes, while thinking he wasn't so sure they were thinking the same thing. Cordelia then declared their worries were over. Since they were the best players in this game, they'd totally figure stuff out. Next, she asked who he thought they'd send to escort them, and if he could think of anyone. Jude replied he wasn't sure about that, maybe some strong knights. In a forest near Langhast, an old man was yelling that he needed to go a bit further, if only he had a little power left. Someone was walking slowly, while the old man kept screaming about how people like him always got in his way. Count Chase said he thought someone walking around there was suspicious, and with that ugly mug, they were probably one of those demon followers. At 8 p.m. in the meeting room, Jude slammed the table and declared, "I found the Fairy Queen." Everyone in the room fell silent, staring at him. Commander Baruso commented that he had asked for an explanation about the half-demon's murder, so he asked what Jude was suddenly blabbering about. Jude replied that he knew this was a problem, but asked them to just listen. He began by saying that while they were headed to Langhast, he and Miss Cordelia were together by a stream in the forest. The moon was beautiful, and at night, everything seemed absolutely magical. Of course, what truly captivated him was the beauty of Cordelia's smile, illuminated by the moonlight. Meanwhile, Cordelia was furiously wondering, what in the hell is that bastard saying? Jude continued with his story. However, he wasn't the only one who was utterly captivated by Miss Cordelia. He stepped away for a moment, and that's when fairies suddenly appeared, and the Fairy Queen herself invited her. The pure and gentle Miss Cordelia couldn't possibly refuse the fairies' request. It was then that the bicorn appeared and attacked the fairies. Ronan and his companion incredulously asked if he was talking about those two-horned demonic beasts. Jude replied, "Yup." To begin with, they were known to harass fairies. Then he began to describe the intense struggle. While the wizard Ronan listened, jaw dropped. The MC kept piling on even more details, while Cordelia stared at him in disbelief, thinking, what the hell kind of fucking liar is he? So, after 2 whole hours, Jude concluded that, with the help of the Fairy Queen, they managed to finish off the demon. Baruso commented that fairies were beings from fairy tales, but suddenly Ronan's companion interjected that the powder was definitely from a bicorn horn and fused with the power of chaos. She said they were rare beings, akin to unicorns, and she couldn't believe they were seeing one of its horns right there. Ronan also added that there were traces of moonlight on that wand and that, even if its power had been released, it still held the moon's magical essence. Jude looked smugly satisfied at the commander, who was still wondering if such a thing actually existed. Even in the game, only Cordelia could actually meet with fairies. Considering how rare they were, there was no way anyone could confirm that info. To persuade Mr. Baruso, Jude revealed the information's source. His father. Since he didn't expect Baruso to believe him if he claimed they were the Fairy Queen's words, he had no choice but to drop his father's name, but he was sure his old man would understand. His father was someone who'd cover his ass as long as he had a fair reason for it. That was his ace in the hole. Jude concluded that that's how they were able to defeat him, while the people in the meeting murmured that if it was Miss Cordelia they were talking about, then even fairies could appear. Cordelia was internally cringing, hearing people say, even I, a woman, was almost enchanted by her. With such mesmerizing beauty, Jude must be telling the truth. Commander Baruso said it was fine. Jude was thrilled it worked, but Cordelia, deep down, was still cringing from so much embarrassment. Baruso then commented, however, that the half-demon's objective was still uncertain. Therefore, he'd like to take them to rest in their quarters now, until reinforcements arrived. After everyone left, Jude and Cordelia chatted, while Silvio walked up to them. Cordelia turned around as soon as he called her. He said he was so busy he hadn't greeted them properly, and thanked them for saving her life. The MC replied that there was no need to thank her. After all, they were friends. Silvio commented that she was fine now. The story of fighting the demon was scary, but he wanted to hear more about the fairies and asked if she could tell him about them. Cordelia excitedly said of course, she'd tell him everything about them. Then, she turned and told Viola not to just stand there, calling her to chat together. Jude slowly backed away, letting them chat comfortably. Afterward, he started looking for Lucas, when suddenly Lucas appeared in front of him. Lucas asked if Jude had already solved his problems. Jude noticed Lucas was clearly anxious, so so he decided to poke at another one of his weaknesses. Jude replied yes. However, besides the idea of having a cure for his illness, he was happier that Lucas saw him as a rival. Lucas was speechless, while Jude thought that this was a secret part of Lucas's past. Ever since he was little, he was obsessed with hero stories. What Jude had just said was from Lucas's favorite story. It was what the rival said to the protagonist in the book Heroic Legends by Bill Teen. That's why as they talked, Lucas would remember what he admired and yearned for, and would feel as if he had become a hero. Jude extended his hand and said he had just begun to walk a warrior's path, but he'd like to meet his expectations. Lucas shook his hand and said he eagerly awaited him in the north. Suddenly, Daria looked aside and intently observed the conversation between young Master Jude and Duke Lucas. That night, Cordelia opened the door to Jude's room and yelled that they had a huge emergency. He asked what was going on. She replied it was about following Lucas to the north. He's going to cure the blockage of the 9 yin pathways, but what about me? Jude didn't understand. Cordelia explained that someone was coming from the main family, so what excuse would she have to go north? Then, she asked him if he didn't know what Daria had said. Earlier, Daria had commented that, seeing how happy young Master Lucas was, it seemed young Master Jude planned to go north with him. Daria asked if Cordelia wouldn't feel a little lonely. Cordelia didn't understand and asked why. Daria replied yes, since Cordelia would have to go back home. Back in the present, Cordelia said that's what Daria had said. Then, she asked what she would do. Jude closed his book and said he was wondering what Cordelia would say. He commented that he had been invited, and that's why Cordelia would go too. Cordelia didn't understand, as she listened to him say that she just needed to do what she had done last time, and everyone would understand. She told him to wait a second. You can't be saying I should do that again. Jude said, after you go north and get cured of the blockage of the 9 yin pathways, you'll be hugged, carried, thrown up high. I'll do all that for you. He smiled excitedly and added, to send back all the people coming for you with spears, I hope you put on a good act. Cordelia, fuming, grumbled that he was super annoying. Jude apologized and said he loved her very much. She screamed, love my fucking ass! A few days later, Cordelia was writing a letter. She said that 4 days had already passed since the demonic hand's attack. That morning, the knights of Count Crosbull and Viscount Lang arrived to escort Sylvia and Viola. Although it was sad to see them go, she was sure they would be able to meet again. Later, Felix and other nobles also left, leaving just me, Jude, and Lucas. The people from the Bale family and the Chase family would only arrive the next morning. Cordelia stopped writing for a moment and sighed. She grumbled, I don't want to do this again. It's so embarrassing. The next day, Jude and Cordelia couldn't believe he had come personally to pick them up. She asked what her father was doing there and why her brother-in-law had come along. Jude's brother approached him and said he knew everything. You seem to have gotten stronger since I last saw you, he commented, and asked if he was okay. Jude replied that he was and asked why he was there. He whispered that he'd heard Count Chase would come personally, so they had no choice but to send the successor of the Bale family. Suddenly, Arthur said he'd heard that Jude had dealt with a half-demon alongside Cordelia. Jude replied that that was exactly right. With Cordelia and Lucas, they managed to win, and with the help of the wizards from the Crimson Dawn Tower, the Count asked if he couldn't defeat it alone. You still seem weak. I can't just stand by and watch this, he added. He handed a gift to Jude and said, it's nothing special, and don't get me wrong, it's not like I prepared this just for you. While Jude was still receiving gifts from his father-in-law, Cordelia nudged him and told him to stop extorting her father and just talk about what they discussed. Then, Arthur and Gale looked attentively at Jude when he called them. Jude commented that he had some things to tell them. After listening to what Jude wanted to tell them, Count Chase said it would be a long journey since it was far north of the kingdom. The MC said that even so, since it was Lucas's own request, he intended to accept. His brother informed him that in that case, he would prepare an escort team for him. Meanwhile, Cordelia was trying to say something. Suddenly, the Count was caught by surprise when she yelled, I want to go too! I want to go with my beloved man! I don't want to leave your side! He promised he'd pick me up and throw me up high! A deafening silence fell over the place. Everyone's gaze fixed on her. Gale tried to say something, but didn't quite know what to say. He noticed Cordelia was hiding in embarrassment behind Jude and thought, she's so cute. Arthur looked seriously at them and said he had his doubts if that weakling could protect his daughter. He then commented, I'll prepare some items for Jude. He's too skinny, so grab them before you leave. Jude thanked him. You're the best father-in-law. A few hours later, Maya asked to come along, if possible. Gale replied that he understood her, but she couldn't, because she wasn't a knight. Jude also agreed and asked her to stay home. It's too dangerous. She replied that it was fine. She would wait until he returned. She also informed him that Count Chase had asked her to deliver him something. He asked what it was. She handed him a small box and said it was a new engagement ring. He took the rings and informed her he would give them to Cordelia Cordelia when the time was right. Dahlia approached and asked Maya if she could borrow the next volume of the book she'd lent her last time. Maya replied, "Of course, I'll send it to you soon." After saying goodbye to her young master and Dahlia, she departed back to the Bile mansion. Dahlia informed him they would start preparing to leave, but Jude asked if it would be okay if he visited Lucas first, as he had something important to discuss with him. Lucas asked if he was really talking about the witch's forest. Jude replied yes, that the fairy queen had said Cordelia's destiny was in the witch's forest, and that she recommended visiting it when they had the chance to go north. Lucas commented that if that was the case, they would have to change their route. He informed them that various types of monsters appeared in the witch's forest. Prioritizing safety, it was difficult to recommend this route as an escort. Jude said he knew it was dangerous. However, deep within the forest, a poor witch's soul had been sealed by evil beings, and the only one who could release her from the seal was Cordelia. Cordelia said, a bit awkwardly, that it was true, while thinking that the fairy queen had never said such a thing. However, it was true that there was an exclusive quest for Cordelia inside the witch's forest. With sparkling eyes, Jude commented that since the fairy queen had given them this information, they were sure to participate in an amazing event. Lucas became all enthusiastic when Jude said they would have to fight monsters along the way, like the bicorn, but that this was part of the adventure. Cordelia also said it might be a bit scary, but it was like one of those hero stories since there were several trustworthy knights there. Lucas was completely lost in thought, imagining hero stories, trustworthy knights, and an adventure, while Jude and Cordelia thought they had successfully tricked him. The guard realized there was nothing they could do, so they informed that they would change the route to the witch's forest for Lady Cordelia. Lucas said, all excited, that it was a knight's duty to protect a lady, and therefore, Lady Cordelia didn't need to worry about a thing. A bit embarrassed, she said, "Thank you very much." Jude, for his part, thought he had always wanted to say that, and it seemed like he had achieved his dream. Cordelia and Jude watched Lucas and the guard walk away. Afterwards, the two exchanged a look. Cordelia said she felt guilty and responsible for it, and Jude agreed, but the most important thing was that they had succeeded. The Witch's Forest was the name of Trafalgar's ancient forest, located within the Northern Viscount's territory. The forest was completely full of monsters, therefore, not many people lived near that place, and because of the dirt roads, carriages couldn't enter. Lucas's personal guard informed them they would continue on foot from there, and that they would send all carriages to the Northern Viscount. Jude told Lucas it would be better to greet the Northern Viscount after the adventure, while Cordelia thought that guy was super sly. He was manipulating Lucas and convincing him that it was an adventure. Lucas wasn't suspecting a thing. It seemed he already trusted Jude. Cordelia wondered if he had planned all of that beforehand. Now that she thought about it, something seemed off. That strange tone of voice he had used with Lucas, his reaction during that meeting, the fact that he had mentioned they could forge documents, and how he had perfectly copied the handwriting of her father and Count Alex. If all that had been planned because he trusted his own skills and charisma, then it better not be true that Jude's job on Earth was to be a scammer. Jude looked at her, imagining he already knew what she was thinking. Jude said he was a normal citizen who followed the laws and paid his taxes, and asked her to stop thinking weird things. Cordelia asked if he paid taxes. He asked if she just wanted him to dodge taxes then. Cordelia thought that earlier he had mentioned a hangover and now taxes. If it were true, that meant he was a hardworking man. She wondered if he was, by any chance, older than her. During the trip in the forest, some goblins appeared but were easily defeated by the personal guards. Disappointed, Lucas commented that it looked quite different from the adventure he imagined. Jude, on the other hand, thought, "It's obvious. There are many knights here and 2 strong guards." Suddenly, he noticed Cordelia trembling and asked if she had gotten hurt. She said, "Damn it. If I had killed these monsters, all the experience would be mine. What a bummer." Jude said he was now sure there was something wrong with her. One of the knights informed that they had managed to eliminate all the monsters in that area. However, the fog was getting denser and denser as they advanced deeper into the witch's forest. Jude carefully observed the conversation. "Looks like the fog is coming," he thought. He took a rope he had brought with him and tied it around Cordelia's waist. She asked what he was doing. He replied that he would use it so she wouldn't run away. "Can't let her bite someone after all," he added. Lucas looked at them, while Cordelia asked if he, by any chance, wanted her to bite him first. He replied that he was joking. "We'll use this so we don't get separated because of the fog," he explained. Cordelia grumbled that he should have said so earlier. Jude, for his part, thought how thin her waist was. Lucas approached and asked what had happened. "Why are you tying this rope to Lady Cordelia?" Jude replied that it was because of the fog. Jude asked if he'd like to be tied up too. He excitedly replied yes. "It's better this way so we don't get lost. The guards found them so cute. Lucas, all excited, said, "It's adventure time." Cordelia, angry, turned to Jude and said, "They're laughing at us and thinking we're cute, you bastard." Now, the three walked slowly and cautiously through the witch's forest. Cordelia noticed that the fog was getting thicker and thicker. "It's scary," she thought. "I feel like someone's watching me." Suddenly, she bumped her head into Jude's shoulder and asked why he had stopped out of nowhere. He replied that the environment had changed. Lucas asked what the problem was. Jude replied that the ground had changed and that the smell, properties, and composition were different from those of the Trafalgar Forest. And one more thing, silence had suddenly fallen. Cordelia shouted Daria's name. Lucas also shouted, asking if anyone could hear him. Cordelia thought they wouldn't be able to see anything because of the fog. However, they were transported to a completely different forest, a place separated from everything. Worried, Jude looked at Lucas and said that the adventure he so desired had just begun. As they walked, sounds of crows hung in the air. The fog then slowly began to disappear. Suddenly, Cordelia spotted something in the forest. A skeleton was leaning against a tree next to some swords. Jude observed the brooch on his clothes and informed that it was very old, but it was an emblem of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Lucas asked if he was referring to those guardians who hide in the shadows to protect the continent. Jude replied yes. Given the circumstances, it looks like a small group got trapped inside this barrier, he concluded. Lucas questioned if he was saying it was easy to enter the barrier. The MC told him not to worry. "All we need to do is find the witch's seal and undo the barrier," he said. As the two talked, Cordelia had a sad expression. Suddenly, the two startled when Cordelia activated the digging spell. They looked at her. Cordelia said she would bury them. They needed to bury them before moving on. With her magic, digging holes was easy and wouldn't take long. Lucas said it was a good idea. After all, these people risked their lives to protect the continent. Jude also agreed. Leaving them like that wouldn't be the right thing to do. As she dug the holes, she stopped as soon as she noticed something. She asked what that was. Jude walked over to her and asked what the problem was. She replied that she found a wooden chest while digging. When she opened it, there was a book and a scroll. Jude said the scroll seemed to contain an attack spell that eliminated demons, and the book was about divine martial arts. Lucas advised Cordelia to keep the spell and thought it better for Jude to have the divine martial arts book since he used a sword. After a long time, they finally managed to bury all the guardians of the Holy Cross. Cordelia commented that they would probably be happy. Jude said they had already repaid them by giving that spell and book, and also said it was all thanks to Miss Cordelia's kindness. Embarrassed, Cordelia asked them to talk about it later, as they needed to keep moving forward. But suddenly, Cordelia heard someone whisper in her mind. Lucas was walking ahead when he heard her ask to wait a second. In her head, an unknown voice called for Cordelia. Jude asked what that was, and she replied that she was hearing voices. She pointed towards a direction in the forest and said that the unknown voice was asking her to go to the large forest with exposed roots. Deeper in the forest, a witch waited for them, asking Cordelia to follow her voice, and she would find her. Cordelia walked happily towards the witch's voice, while Lucas and Jude followed behind her. Lucas asked if Miss Cordelia could hear the witch's voice, because he didn't hear anything. Jude replied that they should trust her and follow, but Jude honestly thought that, for some reason, he also heard it. He couldn't see anything, but that weird voice in his head was probably the witch's. He wondered if anyone besides Cordelia was supposed to hear it, but actually seeing Lucas's reaction, that didn't seem to be the case. He started thinking about what similarity Jude and Cordelia had that Lucas didn't, and then concluded it must be that hot fairy queen. But it was just a guess. Cordelia cheerfully announced it was this way. The witch was sealed in that cave. Lucas asked her to be more careful, as they didn't know what awaited them inside. Smiling, Cordelia replied that it was no problem at all. They just had to follow her. At that moment, Jude figured it was better not to mention that he also heard the witch's voice, since she was the protagonist du jour, and he didn't want to ruin her moment. With every step Cordelia took, the voice said she was closer. When they reached the middle of the cave, they were surprised by what they saw. Before them, a witch was sealed inside an ice crystal. The witch mentally said it was a relief that she had found her, and asked her to please get rid of that seal. Lucas commented that there really was a person inside the ice. While the witch began to explain how to break the seal, Cordelia interrupted her, quickly saying she already understood. She excitedly explained that to free the witch, they would need to weaken the seal stones in each corner using holy water, and then use a magic seal-breaking circle in the middle of the ice. The witch wondered how she knew that, but confirmed, "That's right, I guess." Cordelia said she'd apply the holy water, and Jude did the same. Lucas asked how they managed to understand each other so well. The witch mentally said the magic circle he needed to draw was yes, but couldn't even finish speaking as Jude was already drawing the circle. She asked how he knew, questioning if he was, by any chance, a seal-specialized wizard. He, however, just pretended nothing had happened. Cordelia announced she had finished her part and asked if Jude was done. He replied he was almost done. The witch said she wouldn't say anything more since they already knew everything. Cordelia, in turn, asked them to step back a little as she was about to break the seal right then. She grabbed a dagger and cut her own finger. The drop of blood fell onto the magic circle and, around the ice crystal, the seal slowly began to break. Lucas noticed that the magic circle's color was completely different from when they fought the half-demon. Suddenly, however, he felt an overwhelming pressure. He turned, looked back and asked, "What's that noise? Something's coming." Cordelia replied that it was probably the evil entity suppressing the witch, the one the fairy queen had mentioned. Jude added that the entity had probably noticed the seal was being broken. Lucas asked if the seal would take much longer. Cordelia replied that yes, it would take a while, and asked him not to rush her. The seal was breaking slowly. She pleaded, "Please, faster!" Memories of her past, from when she was a child, flashed through her mind. Her father, while healing her scraped knee, had asked her to pay attention and listen to him. He had said that blood was connected to the soul, so for mages, the blood circulating within the body already had incredible value. "Remember that well and take good care of your body," he had said. At that moment, Cordelia clutched the dagger tightly, while Jude and Lucas prepared for the imminent battle. She thought, if blood connects to the soul, the only way to break this seal faster is by offering even more blood. At that moment, a strong crack appeared in the ice crystal, and suddenly, pieces of ice scattered across the room. Jude watched the scene intently. Cordelia also watched the witch levitate before her. She said it had been a long time, and today she was finally free. The moment she had eagerly awaited had arrived. She looked at Cordelia and thanked her for freeing her from that horrible seal she had endured for hundreds of years. Cordelia tried to say something, but heard a thunderous crash behind her. The door holding the witch's enemy had been knocked down, a red, menacing gaze fixed on them, full of rage. Cordelia grumbled, "This is the worst possible timing." Meanwhile, the witch said, "It seems I've put you in danger. I'll give you a little help." She approached Cordelia from behind and hugged her delicately, while saying she would teach her how to escape that danger. With cold eyes, the witch asked her to accept her soul. Suddenly, Cordelia felt as if thorny whips were entering her body. She broke out in a cold sweat and was paralyzed as the witch began to link her soul to Cordelia's body. At that moment, Daria felt a chill and turned towards the forest, wondering what that was. With a bad feeling, Daria wondered, "Where are you, Miss Cordelia?" Jude looked back and thought, it's the same game progression. After being freed, the witch temporarily binds herself to Cordelia to deal with the monster, then breaks the connection. After that, once freed from her restraints, the witch's soul simply ascends. By accepting her soul for a moment, Cordelia learns the witch form. That's how the automatic event happens in Cordelia's story. Now, Cordelia's hair slowly changed color. She felt her soul connecting with the witch's soul, and then opened her eyes as soon as the connection was complete. Her appearance changed completely, as did the color of her clothes. Her hair was black, with bright green highlights and light green eyes. At that moment, she thought this was, undoubtedly, the witch's power. Jude Bale reflected that if things happened normally, by borrowing the witch's power, Cordelia would be able to defeat the monster, but he managed to learn one thing about her. Worried, Cordelia said, "Shit, we have a problem, a huge problem. I feel the power in me, but how the hell do I use it?" The witch asked incredulously if she didn't know how to do that. Cordelia replied no and asked her to spill the tricks. The witch asked, "What are tricks?" The thing Jude Bale learned about her was that Yellow Storm is terrible at following events. Now, the two ran towards the two-horned monster, while Jude Bale said they would need to buy some time. The monster roared loudly. With every step it took, the ground shattered. Jude Bile and Lucas stopped advancing. The MC closely observed the boss. Then, Jude Bile used the 36 heavenly steps to get behind it, but the monster followed him with its gaze and turned around quickly. Jude Bile was speechless. "He's too fast!" At that moment, Lucas shouted for him to dodge and threw his sword with all his might. The sword hit the boss's hand and bounced off. Jude Bile took the opportunity to get away. He thanked Lucas for the help. Lucas replied, "It was nothing, but now we need to retrieve your sword to face him, though I don't think we'll get a chance for that." Jude Bile was worried. Even though they had leveled up after defeating that half-demon, not even Velastum's magic circle would help, since they hadn't prepared the battlefield. In the end, they had no choice but to rely on Cordelia. Cordelia was still trying to use the witch's power. She kept repeating, "Take the mana, use the mana, F key, F key." Then, she screamed loudly for the magic to come out, but nothing happened. The witch was amused watching her. Annoyed, Cordelia told her to stop laughing and just tell her how to use it. The witch apologized, explaining, "It's just that you were so cute." She approached Cordelia and said, "It's pretty easy. You just need to do this. Feel it slowly. Even though it's someone else's mana, your body is the vessel that holds it." Cordelia's eyes sparkled at that moment. With the witch's help, she invoked a magic circle and pointed it towards the monster. Meanwhile, Jude Bale was thrown away after taking a hit. Lucas shouted, "Are you okay?" Cordelia took a deep breath and then said excitedly, "This is easy if you know how. Now the real fight begins." But suddenly, she saw that Jude Bale had already been defeated and asked, "How did he get wiped so fast?" She pointed at the monster and yelled, "How dare he defeat Jude Bale? I won't forgive him." The monster's mouth suddenly began to glow. Lucas shouted that it was dangerous. Then, the boss began gathering mana in its mouth to create a large fireball. However, Cordelia simply made a gesture with her hand, and suddenly, the monster's mouth closed. Even so, it managed to fire the spell, but Cordelia launched the attack upwards. Stones began to fall, but she stopped them and made them levitate with wind magic. Then, she closed her fist and launched them towards the boss. A wind tornado trapped the monster, which began to howl in pain and hatred. Meanwhile, Cordelia started bleeding. The witch advised her, saying that it was still too early to use her power as she pleased. She told her not to wield the power, but to use her magic. Tired, Cordelia asked her to say a spell. The witch questioned, "You don't even know that? Even though I want to teach you, we don't have time." As she spoke, the boss's hand appeared. Cordelia was too tired to dodge, but suddenly, Jude Bale threw himself towards her and caught her in his arms. Right after, he activated the fairy steps. The moment the boss attacked, they teleported away. Jude Bale still held Cordelia after falling to the ground. He asked if she was okay. She didn't reply and started spitting blood. The witch commented that her reckless use was making the side effects worse, and going beyond this was dangerous. Cordelia said she knew, but she was the only one who could hear her voice. Suddenly, Jude Bale picked her up in his arms and called her name. At that moment, she stared intently at him, while Jude Bale looked seriously at her. Then she smiled, saying, "You should have said something sooner." As she undid the witch's soul connection, she commented for him not to forget that she was the one making him win. Then, she handed the witch's power over to Jude Bale. Jude Bale's appearance also changed as soon as he received the power. His hair grew with green streaks and his eyes became even brighter. The witch looked at him and said, "If you're thinking of using the Sacred Cross Guardian's technique, know that it's incompatible with my power. A huge side effect will hit you." Jude Bale replied that he knew that well. Then he looked at Cordelia and said that even so, he no longer had time to hold a spell. Jude Bale activated the Sacred Guardian's spell, shouting angrily, "This magic might work!" The monster howled and quickly advanced. Jude Bale launched the spell, but the boss wasn't pushed back easily. Meanwhile, Jude Bale thought it wasn't the technique that was missing. What was missing was his body. He still hadn't fully recovered from the 9 blocked yin paths. The witch warned, "If you keep this up, you'll make the same mistake as the girl. You won't survive this way." But suddenly she was surprised and wondered how it was possible. Cordelia pointed her finger at the boss while activating the magic missile. She said, "I can't even rest for a bit, but it seems like without me, you really can't win." Cordelia shot the magic missile with all the mana she had left. The spell flew like an arrow and hit the monster's eye. The boss felt intense pain and lost its balance. It was the moment Jude Bale desperately needed. He began to gather mana, activated the golden cross spell, and quickly launched it at the monster. The monster exploded as soon as the attack hit it. Lucas watched the scene intently. The boss howled in pain as the sacred cross light surrounded it. The red glow vanished from its eyes, and slowly, its entire body began to disintegrate until it disappeared. Lucas realized it had turned to dust, just like the half-demon they defeated before. He spotted Jude Bale and Cordelia fallen on the ground and ran to them. System messages appeared, but Jude Bale was completely out cold. As Cordelia looked at him, she reflected that they had leveled up and also gotten a good title. After all, the monster was dead now, and Lucas was safe. Suddenly, Lucas asked if they were okay. Cordelia replied, "Nope, I can't even think right now. I'm gonna sleep for a bit, so please take care of the rest." And just like that, she fell asleep. The witch's voice echoed in Jude Bale's head. "If you can hear me, open your eyes, wake up and look at me." Both he and Cordelia woke up at the same time. The two exchanged surprised and confused glances, asking each other if they were okay. The witch looked at them and commented, "It's great to see how you take care of each other, even here." She informed them that this was their mental world. Their bodies had fallen into a deep sleep, and she had transferred their consciousnesses there. Jude Bale said, "That's why we're together." She replied, "That's right, so let's talk. Should I tell you about my past?" Cordelia answered, "No need, I already know." The witch, a bit awkwardly, asked, "Seriously? You also know why I was sealed?" The MC replied, "I know it all." Disheartened, she replied, "I see, so you knew that too." At that moment, Cordelia realized the witch was about to cry. cry. So Cordelia ran up to her and said she didn't know that much and pleaded for her to tell all the details. Now excited, the witch asked, "Are you for real?" Cordelia replied yes. The witch smiled and said, "All right then, let's start from the beginning. A long time ago, there was a child who was sold for just 9 copper coins to be used as a sacrifice for a demon summoning. That child was made to be the demon's toy for the rest of her life. After she died, she was destined to wander in suffering for all eternity. Those who sold her were her parents. Those who made her a slave were demons. Even though she never made a choice on her own, the child didn't accept her fate. She used her body as a slave to get rid of several demons. From that point on, people started calling her a witch. As time passed, the witch kept getting stronger. She became strong enough to be recognized by the 5 lords of hell. Among them, Asmodeus planned to use the witch's soul to eliminate the other lords of hell. Without anyone knowing, he trapped the witch's soul inside Trafalgar Forest to make her obey him until the day he carried out his plan. She commented that the story ended up being long. This is the story of her life so far. Cordelia imagined that, in the game, her story was just a quick summary. Jude reflected that the full story was indeed pretty big, almost making him fall asleep right there. The witch said it was so refreshing to tell her life story to others. Then, she placed her hands on Cordelia's face and commented that, however, the past was in the past. She moved even closer to her and said, "Let's start talking about the future, my dear child. Even if it was just for a moment, you were with my soul. During that time, I was able to learn the potential of your body and soul." She gave Cordelia a kiss on the cheek and said that the potential she has is equal to hers. The MC, embarrassed, asked what she was doing. The witch replied that she left a trace of herself in the MC's soul and asked the MC to remember the feeling of when she used her power and use that to evolve her own power in the future. Afterward, she looked at Jude and said she had something to say. She said that even if she wanted to give him something, he wasn't compatible with her. Jude felt a bit disheartened and replied that he understood, but she said that instead, he possessed a different potential. Suddenly, he was surprised by what she said. Then she looked up and said she had stalled too much. It was time to go. As her body transformed into several flower petals, she told them they would meet again. Jude and Cordelia looked at her in surprise as she added, "This isn't goodbye, so see you later." At that moment, they realized the game informed them that, after being freed from centuries of imprisonment, the witch ascended. After that, she never appeared again. However, what she just said meant that the main story of the game was changing. When Cordelia woke up, Daria was calling her, asking if she was okay. She was still regaining consciousness after the conversation with the witch. Daria asked again if she was okay and if she was hurt anywhere. Cordelia replied that she thought she was fine while looking at her bandaged hand. Jude, sitting near the wall, said that she had woken up then. Daria informed them that everyone was safe and no one had serious injuries. Just as she was about to talk about young Master Lucas's situation, a voice reached her, catching Cordelia's attention. Lucas was recounting what had happened in the battle. He said that Jude jumped in front of the attack to protect Cordelia and that it was an incredible scene, a true testament of love. Daria commented that he had been talking about it for over half an hour, while Cordelia angrily murmured softly, calling him every name in the book. Lucas noticed that Cordelia and Jude had already woken up and asked if they were okay. Cordelia replied yes, so he went back to recounting their love story in battle, mentioning that it was like a tale of heroes. While she thought that this guy was a hero story pervert, Daria stood up, mentioning that it seemed they had only fainted from exhaustion and was glad that everything was fine. She told everyone they would spend the night there and return to the forest tomorrow. Lucas added, asking Jude and Cordelia to rest more while they tidied everything up. Jude agreed, saying he really needed to rest, but he just wanted to be alone to see if there were any drops. Cordelia looked at him and reflected that he was smiling like a pervert, obviously thinking about looking for items. Lucas put his hand on his chest and said that while the two rested, he would tell everyone once more everything that had happened there in detail. Cordelia closed her eyes, bothered by the bright light, repeatedly thinking, "Damn it," and "fuck" in her mind. Jude pleaded for him to take it easy. The next day, they resumed their journey through the forest. Lucas informed them that they would visit the Northern Viscount's mansion and stay there for a day or two, and that they would also meet his household's people at the mansion. Jude asked if they were the guards from Resbelg County. Lucas replied that he'd heard someone he respected very much was coming. Cordelia questioned who it was. Lucas didn't answer the question properly, only saying that, while it might sound a bit strange, he hadn't seen them in a long time, so he was looking forward to the reunion. Now in the carriage, Cordelia asked Jude who he thought Lucas was talking about. He replied, "Who knows?" Then she questioned why he had that idiotic look on his face, and seeing what he was holding, asked what that thingamajig was. He said it was something his father had given him. Jude mentions that he'd left it with Maya before leaving. Furious, Cordelia approaches him and asks why her father gives more gifts to his son-in-law than to his own daughter. He tells her to calm down, because this time, there's a gift for her too. Now she gets excited and asks if it's true. Jude comments that yes, since if there's one engagement ring, there must be two. She scowls and twirls her hair around her finger, muttering softly, "Why is it an engagement ring?" But suddenly, as Jude opened the small box, they heard the voice of Count Arthur, who had heard from Alex that Jude hadn't learned to use a sword, but rather his fists first. The Count says he doesn't want him to hurt his hand, which is why he removed the gem from the ring. He concludes by saying he will leave Cordelia in Jude's care. After his voice dissipated, Cordelia tells Jude, "You heard that, so you'd better treat me very well, or I'll tattle on you to my dad." Jude tells her to go pound sand, and mentions he also has a dad and can tattle on her to him. She asks if he's a child. He replies, "I should be asking you that." Suddenly he changes the subject, saying there's a manual inside the box. He informs her that the ring increases the effectiveness of magic between users. His ring has healing magic, and hers has defensive magic. Additionally, there's a skill that improves if they wear them at the same time. Cordelia says it's a good ring. Jude says it is indeed, while thinking, "It's also super cute, as expected from my awesome father-in-law." Jude takes the ring and observes it for a moment. Then, he asks Cordelia to give him her hand. She quickly extends her hand to him, and in a matter of seconds, gets nervous. Jude gently takes her hand, and very calmly puts the ring on her finger, while saying he was very worried when she coughed up blood in the last battle. Still holding her hand, he turns it over, and says he's happy that the cut on her hand has fully healed. He says he thought it might leave a scar when he bandaged it, but it seems healing magic is quite effective. Cordelia blushes and doesn't know what to say. Jude then asks, "What's wrong?" She says it's nothing, that the ring on her hand is very beautiful. He says maybe it's because her hand is beautiful, so it matched well. She blushes even more and says, "It's because I'm Cordelia, the most beautiful character there is." Just as she asked how much longer he would keep holding her hand, the carriage jolted and shook violently, causing her to lose her balance and fall on top of Jude. Anitas quickly opens the carriage door, asking if they are all right. She informs them that a fallen tree was blocking the path, so they had to stop suddenly. She sees Cordelia in Jude's arms, and he looks towards the Nitus with no reaction. The woman apologizes for interrupting and says they can go back to enjoying their moment of love. Cordelia asks if scenes like this don't only happen in manga, novels, or whatever. Jude replies that they do, but it seems this game is full of cliches everywhere. Now, at the Northern Viscount's mansion, an old man greets the trio, welcoming them. He mentions he heard what happened in Langhast and is happy to see they're safe. Lucas thanks him for his concern. Then, a maid comments they must have had a tiring journey and asks them to rest well for the day. She says she'll lead them to their rooms, but before leaving, the Viscount mentions the two make a beautiful couple, just as he heard. Jude thanks him for the generosity, while Cordelia feels super awkward. After leaving the old man's room, she whispers to Jude that the Northern Viscount isn't super relevant in the original work, but seems like a good guy. He says he seems like a chill dude. Suddenly, something catches Cordelia's eye. Dahlia approaches and asks if she's already heading to her room. She replies yes, and asks if the knights also got their rooms. Cordelia gets hyped when Dahlia says yes, but that they're going to gather to drink on the first floor first. However, she thinks about refusing, but with a smile on her face, Cordelia orders her to have fun and eat well, since she also needs to enjoy the trip. Dahlia says she gets worried if she doesn't stay on guard to protect her young mistress, but she'll follow orders and rest well tonight. After Dahlia left, Lucas also says goodbye and enters his room. As Jude was about to enter his room, Cordelia calls him, asking him to wait a minute. She makes a gesture with her hand and softly says that, before sleeping, she just wanted to wish him a good night and sweet dreams. Naturally, he doesn't miss the opportunity and asks Cordelia to dream of him. She gets furious and asks, "What the hell is this mongoloid talking about?" In the middle of the night, Jude was sleeping peacefully in bed when an intruder appears at the room's window. The mysterious person smashes the window and an explosion happens the moment it shatters. The intruder is on the floor, coughing due to the smoke. He asks what that was while trying to catch his breath, but looking at the bed and seeing no one, he wonders where Jude is. Jude took advantage of the masked man's seconds of distraction and attacked from behind. The intruder gets knocked out after taking a kick to the head while Jude observes his clothes. He realizes they're the same clothes as the members of the demonic hand who attacked Langhast, and thinks that those who fled are attacking again and that he needs to find Cordelia ASAP. But suddenly, Cordelia barges into the room. She's different from usual. Her hair is black with pink highlights, which makes Jude ask if she's okay. At the same time, Cordelia activates a magic spell and points towards the window. Several magic missiles flew rapidly and hit the masked people entering through the window. She yelled that these bastards were messing with her sleep. Jude commented that she was a bit feisty. The two ran out of the room. He asked if the witch's effects were good. Cordelia replied she couldn't use it for long and that it was better to get out of there before the effect wore off. She asked if he had any idea what that noise was, which sounded like an explosion. Jude said it was him. He had placed an explosive trap on his window. Cordelia was in shock and asked if he was a spy. He said no, calling her crazy. Meanwhile, Jude thought that their rooms were placed on the second floor and drinks were used to lower the night's guard. All of this led to one conclusion. The Northern Viscount was the trap himself. When they reached the first floor, Lucas was fighting 3 masked men. Hearing his name, he looked back and saw Cordelia activate a slippery floor spell. The intruders quickly lost their balance. Lucas took advantage of the opening Cordelia created, and with his special ability, immediately finished off 2 men of the demonic hand. There was still a third one trying to retreat, but Jude tripped him and finished him with a punch to the head. Suddenly, Jude saw Cordelia run out of the mansion and shouted for her. Cordelia was worried, thinking something was very wrong. However, she slowly stopped running when she saw Dahlia being attacked by more masked men. Jude caught up to her and said they couldn't just rush out like that, as they didn't know what they were up against and needed to be careful. But Cordelia didn't hear a word he said. She was completely paralyzed seeing that scene. Dahlia fought fiercely against the demonic hand, but her right thigh was hit by an arrow, which Cordelia thought was poisoned. She screamed, calling for her knight, ordering them to get off Dahlia immediately, while activating a magic fire circle. But suddenly, she felt a strong, sudden pressure and became motionless. The entire mansion was affected by this strange pressure. Cordelia fell to the ground, and Dahlia asked her young mistress to hang in there, while Jude thought that this sensation of his body being crushed by an invisible force could only be a gravitational field. The Northern Viscount advanced towards them, calling them insolent fools. He said he was very worried to learn that they defeated Minos, but thanks to King Spelg's brat, it was possible to resolve this easily. He congratulated Lucas for trusting him so blindly. The Viscount waved his hand and ordered them to only capture the children of the 12 clans. As for the knights, they could kill all of them. Cordelia tried to stand up and asked if he really thought she'd let him do that. She said that if she used too much witch power, she could destroy the gravitational field, but Jude asked her not to, as it would mean her self-destruction. Cordelia said it didn't matter because the lives of the knights, Dahlia, Lucas, and especially Jude, were more important. She said that above all, he was the top one. When she broke that gravitational field, she was sure he would sort everything out. Jude couldn't find the words to make her stop. He knew the only way to escape this situation was if Cordelia unleashed all her witch power instantly, but if she did, she wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would die. As Cordelia began unleashing her witch power, Jude desperately begged her to stop, all while thinking that Cordelia always sacrificed herself in battles. It was like that against Minos and against the witch's forest boss, and he told himself he couldn't keep being this weak anymore. But suddenly, a loud sound echoed, and everyone felt as if it were an earthquake. The Viscount's maid told them to look up. The night sky was torn open, and a hole appeared. Suddenly, a red flash cut through the darkness and struck the ground like lightning. Cordelia stopped unleashing her witch power, as she thought at that moment that the sun had descended, even though she knew it was impossible. A person suddenly appeared in front of them, shining grandly. It was the warrior of the sun, the red flame Landius, who never succumbs to despair. Jude felt that the gravitational field had dissipated. It was as if it had been destroyed. Suddenly, he looked back upon hearing Lucas say that he had arrived just in time. Jude asked if that was the person he was talking about. Lucas replied yes, that was the red-haired warrior for whom he had the greatest respect. Meanwhile, Landius gathered Kai in his left hand, and with a punch, sent everyone rushing towards him flying away. The Viscount ordered them not to approach him and to attack him only from a distance. Countless arrows and fire missiles were launched at him. Landius laughed, saying it was a good choice, but it wouldn't work. He breathed and sighed deeply. Then, he roared like a lion, charged with Kai, creating a windstorm all around. Cordelia tried to hold on so as not to be thrown away, but her feet wavered for a moment. The strong wind pushed her while Dahlia tried to reach her. Luckily, Jude was further back and caught Cordelia in his arms, looking at the scene before his eyes. He thought Landius hadn't used martial arts. He had only punched the ground a few times and put Kai into his shouts. That was enough to take out the demon hand combatants. This man was known for having a tragic end. He was one of the true protagonists of Legend of Heroes 1. Landius turned his gaze back and asked if they were okay. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Cordelia and Jude were standing still, watching him. Then the man walked slowly towards the two, while Cordelia gripped Jude's shirt tightly, seeming very scared. Her hair had returned to normal. He raised his hand towards them and said he couldn't ignore that. Cordelia turned her face and buried it in Jude's chest. It was the first time she had felt so much fear fear since she entered the game. Jude, for his part, couldn't do anything but stare at the 2-meter-30 man in front of him. Landius's hand then grabbed Jude's shoulder and, smiling cheerfully, said that he would now be his disciple. Jude wondered what was happening. Cordelia, for her part, wondered, what the fuck is this? Landius said he would give him the 9 gates of the 9 heavens if he became his disciple. He concluded that he couldn't ignore a child with the heavenly martial constitution. The heavenly martial constitution, a talent granted by the heavens, was another characteristic of Jude's that had been nerfed by the blocked 9 paths of Yim. Jude was configured to have not only great proficiency in close-quarters duels, but also in any and every type of weapon or combat style, like the famous jack-of-all-trades. Jude thought that, thanks to this choice, he could learn most body-based skills. However, he never had the chance to learn the art of the 9 gates of the 9 heavens in the game. He kept reflecting that it wasn't a martial art that appeared right off the bat. He wondered where he had heard of it before, when suddenly Cordelia moved behind him. She wrote a 3 on Jude's shirt with magic. Then he remembered it was a fantastic martial art, customized to be released in the last update of Legend of Heroes 3. Landius said aloud that he would be able to learn the 9 gates of the 9 heavens because of his heavenly martial constitution. He asked if he wanted to become his disciple. Jude reflected that this had never happened in the game. Now he had the chance to learn a martial art that no one else ever had. He smiled and said, especially with one of the game's protagonists. Jude knelt and replied, of course I'll be your disciple, master. Meanwhile, he thought he had no reason to refuse. The next day, Jude, almost dying inside the carriage, said, I had every fucking reason. Cordelia asked, does it hurt that much? He replied that his soul had gone to heaven and returned countless times. She asked if he wanted to lie down, if he needed help. Jude said it hurt to lie down, so he preferred to stay like this. That morning, Jude met up with Landius to learn the techniques he'd mentioned. Landius informed him that he'd have to leave again once they reached the county, as he had something to do. But before that, he needed to pass on the basics. Jude nodded and said, all right. The warrior got closer, grabbed his arm, and said that since it was the first day, they'd start with chest and triceps. You're gonna do a set of 20 push-ups, and when you're done training your upper body, you'll do the plank. Back in the present, Jude said, this isn't training, it's just exercise. And now my body is all sore. Cordelia was lost in thought. So he asked her to sit by his side real quick, since he couldn't move. She sat down and said, I'm here. Just as she was about to ask why he wanted her to sit next to him, Jude pulled Cordelia's cheek with his fingers. She kicked his foot and asked, what are you doing? Do you want a magic missile to the face or something? Jude told her to pay attention. He said he'd revealed the counterfeiting plans, the capture of Minos, and even the fact that the witch's soul could come to her. She asked, what are you talking about? He mentioned that she got really mad last time when he woke up the boss monster without telling her. Cordelia remembered that this happened in the book's dungeon. In a serious tone, Jude said he was telling her this now because he didn't want to make new plans without her knowing. So, from now on, don't be reckless with yourself, like I was with you. He asked what she thought would have happened if she'd overloaded herself with the witch's power. He said she knew perfectly well she would have died, and asked her not to make him worry anymore. Cordelia replied, all right, and apologized for causing trouble. He finished by saying that when she ate, she shouldn't skip her vegetables, and that she should also sleep and wake up earlier. Cordelia asked, are you gonna be my mom now? Now, in a room, someone knocked on Cordelia's door. She opened it quickly and asked Dahlia how she was, if the doctor arrived on time. But the woman, named Sileon, apologized for not being Miss Dahlia. She informed her that young Master Lucas said he needed to talk to her and asked if Cordelia could join him. Cordelia asked why only her. The guard replied that he wanted to tell young Master Jude the same thing, but right now he didn't want to interrupt his training with Mr. Landius. Now, Lucas, sitting in front of Cordelia, asks if she's ever heard of the sunfire flower. She says she knows it's a flower that blooms every 20 years and has a huge young energy. He's impressed that Cordelia knows so much about it. Cordelia smiles and says it's just a famous legend. In her mind, she thinks, of course I know. It's a super OP item that boosts my stats. Lucas tells her it's not just a legend. There are records about it in the county of Resbelgia. In these records, which describe a place of intense cold, it's written that a flower with powerful energy was found in the icy anvil forest. He concludes by saying this record was made 20 years ago. Cordelia asks if he's trying to say that this flower can cure Jude Byles' illness. Lucas confirms and mentions that winter is coming, and they're still within the time frame. However, the icy anvil forest is a very cold area in the north. To find this plant, he and young Master Jude Bale have no choice but to go there. But he says that taking Miss Cordelia with them in such a frigid environment doesn't seem like a good choice. But Cordelia interrupts him, saying they need to find a way to stay warm when they get there. They'll also need a lot of potions and to watch out for monsters like polar bears. She finishes by saying that since Jude Byle is busy training, she can let the knights know about this. Lucas pleases, asks her to do that, and thanks her for giving him some time. Cordelia says it's nothing and says goodbye. But before leaving, she sees Jude Bile training with Mr. Landius. Cordelia can hear Jude Bile from over there saying, "Damn, this hurts." She says he's going to die like this, as Lucas watches her from a distance. He thinks that Jude Bile has a fiancée who has such high synergy with him that they seem to share the same soul. On top of that, he became the disciple of Mr. Landius, whom he's always respected. Lucas murmurs that he's a little jealous of young Master Jude Bile. Seeing that he seems shaken, the guard Celian says that Mr. Landius's art can't be learned without a heavenly martial constitution. She tells him it's not because Lucas doesn't have talent. Even Mr. Landius acknowledged him. In terms of sword talent, he's on the same level as the ghost swordsman Kamal. Lucas comments that he's happy to hear that, but he can't help but be jealous of him. Then she asks if he's just going to sit there and watch him evolve. He stood up from his chair, determined, and said, "No way," because finally he has a rival at his level, and he can't afford to stand still while he's training. Jude Bale falls to the ground and says his legs are dead. Landius smiles and says he's already in the right position to start his upper body workout, so let's go. Meanwhile, Cordelia watches Jude Bale cry, and Landius tell him not to cry, otherwise you'll get dehydrated. But suddenly the warrior thinks of something and asks his disciple to listen to what he's about to say. He says they'll reach Resbelge County tomorrow. It's already been 6 days since Jude Bale became his disciple, and unfortunately, it looks like they'll have to stop the muscle training, as they only have one more day left. Landius adds that now they'll begin training the 9 gates of the 9 heavens. Jude Bile then questions what he's been doing until now. Landius replies that it was just basic muscle training, since Jude Bale is too fragile and also needs to sculpt his body to get ripped like this. Jude Bale cries, thinking that right now he really wants to curse him out. Cordelia feels bothered, reflecting that Jude Bile is just doing body training and that this was an impossible way to level up in the game. She raises her hand and says she has a question. Cordelia asks Landius if Jude Bale, after learning the 9 gates of the 9 heavens, will become as big as him. In her mind, she's imagining Jude Bale looking like that, with a beard appearing out of nowhere. A deafening silence fills the place. Then Landius smiles and says that since she's his disciple's fiancée, it's normal for that to be a concern. He explains that the 9 gates of the 9 heavens weren't the reasons he got so big. Cordelia asks, intrigued, why he is so big. He replies that it's thanks to the blood of giants flowing through his body. It's a technique that uses soul currency, the blood, to obtain the dormant power in his body and soul, and he reached this size thanks to the ancestral recollection technique. Jude Bile thinks it's a technique that appeared a few times in Legend of Heroes 2, but he didn't expect that he had giant blood in his body. Landius then begins to teach Jude Bale about the technique. He informs him that the 9 gates of the 9 heavens is a martial art composed of 9 gates. It's a martial art that levels up the body and soul to the next level with each gate that opens. He says that the technique he's about to show now was recovered from an ancestral relic, and it's used to open the first gate. Jude Bale asks if he has to memorize the steps of this technique. Landius says yes, because the only one who can open the gate of their own body is themselves, and all he can do is show him how to reach that gate. He asks Jude Bale to get into the same position as him and pay close attention. Landius says that this special talent in the practitioner is necessary to fully learn this martial art. Jude wonders what a practitioner is. While his master mentions that, with his celestial martial constitution, he will be able to fully master the technique and become an immortal. Jude felt a chill. He thought the technique was so powerful that it could make him immortal. Landius asked him to close his eyes and memorize what he was about to say. He closed them as ordered and heard his master say, "This isn't a martial art for attack and defense, but it's also not a breathing technique. You must create the 9 gates with your body and soul, and each gate you open will level up your body and soul to another level." While Jude was learning Landius's technique, Lucas's guard watched through the window. She mentioned that Resbelge County is very cold, and it will be difficult to protect Cordelia in that environment, while she recovered from injuries caused by demon worshippers, injuries that can't even be healed by healing magic. Cillian told Miss Dahlia that he understood how she felt, but hoped she would return to Count Arthur's mansion before her situation worsened. Jude slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry. At that moment, he clearly heard a voice call him. His vision cleared the instant he saw Cordelia's face, who was asking if he was okay and if he could hear her. Lying on the bed, Jude asked what had happened. She replied that he had finally woken up. However, to make sure he was all right, Cordelia made a gesture with her hand, showing 2 fingers and asking, "How many fingers do I have?" Jude replied, "It's your rank." She became furious and told him to fuck off. Suddenly, Landius interrupted them and mentioned that he didn't know what they were talking about, but that the 2 of them made a lovely couple. He said that Jude woke up as soon as Cordelia called him. Jude tried to remember what had happened. He felt a strong headache and questioned his master about what happened. Landius commented that a day had passed since he memorized the technique. He fell asleep one night and woke up the next. Cordelia Cordelia informed them they were on the outskirts of Resbelga County, in the merchant city of Vidufenir. She said he had been unconscious for a while, but Landius stated there was no need to worry, so they put him in the carriage and came there. Jude observed Cordelia for a moment and noticed she looked a bit tired. Landius then told him that he had opened the first gate in just one day. He said he knew it would be easier for Jude, but it was faster than expected. Landius concluded, muttering, "Just as I thought, that practitioner also had the celestial martial constitution." Hearing what his master said, Jude questioned himself again. Who is this practitioner? Setting that aside for now, he told Landius that the martial art he gained in the book dungeon reacted to the 9 gates of the 9 heavens. Jude explained that the martial art was called 36 celestial steps, but after he memorized the 9 gates of the 9 heavens, it evolved. While he wondered if there could be a connection between both techniques, Landius got excited and asked him to talk more about it, suggesting it might even be that practitioner's martial art. Unable to bear the curiosity any longer, Jude said, "In training, and now you keep talking about the practitioner. Who or what is that?" Landius sighed lightly and replied that they needed to know this. He asked the two of them if they knew how many lords of hell existed. Cordelia and Jude said at the same time that there were 5. Then Landius revealed that, in reality, there were 7 lords of hell. 2 of them came to the human world to prevent Pleiades from being destroyed. All the races of the continent banded together to fight against them after countless sacrifices. The 2 lords were killed, and now there are only 5, or so the story goes. He mentioned that he had reflected countless times on this story. Which of the races and how managed to defeat the lords of hell, who possessed unimaginable powers? He thought that if he found out who it would be of great help for his future battles. And finally, after much research and searching, he discovered a record in an ancient relic, which belonged to the guardians of the sacred light. It was a record of ancient Pleiades stories, something that had never been seen before. In it were the stories of those who defeated the lords of hell. Now, in Lucas's chambers, while a maid was attending to her master, he asked, "What is Cillian talking about? She says the Lord chose this with him in mind." Lucas tries to argue, but the guard asks him to listen to what she has to say. Cillian informs him that Lord Landius said he would go to Fort Thunderdome to meet with the Lord. She recommends that Lucas go say goodbye to him, and that she will also inform young masters Jude and Cordelia about the changes in plan. Lucas lowers his head, unable to go against the Lord's orders, and murmurs that he will see him soon. Now, outside the mansion, Cordelia, who hadn't slept well the day before because she was worried about Jude, yawns sleepily. Suddenly, she feels a shiver. Landius appears behind her and comments that she stayed up all night, worried about the love of her life. Then, he asks her to go rest. Cordelia replies that it's fine, kidding herself that she just woke up too early. Landius's gaze turned to the sky. He tells Jude, "Although you don't have what it takes to complete it, you can't give up on the 9 gates of the 9 heavens. To even awaken the 8th gate, you had to go through an ancestral memory. However, that wasn't enough for you to learn the martial art completely." Landius recounts that in the last millennia, fewer than 10 people were born with the celestial martial constitution. Finding Jude here and seeing his potential made him very happy. He smiles and says there's nothing more he can teach because only Jude can open his gates. However, that doesn't mean he'll stop being his master, as there are countless things he can teach beyond the 9 gates of the 9 heavens. Jude remains silent for some time. Then his eyes show deep sadness. In Legend of Heroes 1, there were 5 MCs, and all of them met a cruel end except for one. Among them, the details of Landius's death remained a mystery, so he never appeared in Legend of Heroes 2. In the game, some executives of the demonic hand spoke about Landius's death. Because of this, several players believe he died at the hands of the demonic hand. Jude thinks that the only suspect for killing Landius is one of the demonic hand's top brass, the Duke. However, it seems much more likely that Landius could easily kill the Duke, and not the other way around, but he's still not sure. So Jude calls his master and says he has something to say. He explains that when he found the witch's soul in Trafalgar Forest, he couldn't understand what she was trying to say. Now he believes it's a prophecy about Landius. Cordelia looks at Jude and mentally asks if he's going to tell Landius about that. Jude looks back at her and mentally replies yes, asking if she agrees with it. Cordelia agrees and activates stirring the pot mode, swearing she also heard the witch talking about it. She reflects that she managed to meet one of the MCs from Legend of Heroes 1, someone impossible to see in the game, and he's someone who died in Legend of Heroes 2. If they got this far, why were they able to stop the Demon Hand's plans? So, to create a happy ending, what they need to do is keep everyone who can fight alive. Landius asks what it is. Jude comments on what the witch said. A great danger will befall the warrior of the sun. Tell him to worry about the red scorpion's venom. He concludes that's what she said, while Cordelia agrees, nodding her head. While Landius says he'll prepare an antitoxin as a precaution, Lucas opens the door and walks up to them. Then Landius informs them he needs to leave now to take care of urgent work. He tells Jude not to forget to train his muscles. Next, Landius turns to Lucas, who suddenly jumps when his name is called. Landius smiles brightly and says he's leaving now. But don't cry, because crying makes you catabolize. Lucas gets emotional hearing Landius say he's looking forward to meeting again and wishes that the muscles be with him. Meanwhile, Cordelia wonders, what the hell kind of talk is that? Landius kicked the ground and flew. Then, he kicked the air again and leaped between houses, cackling loudly. Suddenly, a bright light appears in the sky as Landius tears through the air. The three stare fixedly at the sky for a few seconds, still hearing the faint sound of Landius's laughter. Lucas is awestruck by the brilliant, heroic scene, while Cordelia and Jude think the same thing, that this guy is a bit off his rocker. Jude then says that since their master is gone, it's time for them to go too. Cordelia agrees, saying that sounds like a good idea, but Lucas interrupts them and asks them to wait. The two observe him, intrigued, waiting for what he has to say. Lucas lowers his head, feeling insecure as he informs them about the change of plans. After a few seconds, he reveals that something urgent has come up and he needs to tell them. Already in a room in the mansion, Cordelia slams the table and asks if what he's saying is true and if they won't be able to go to Frostianville. Lucas mentions that they've already been attacked by the demon hand twice so far. However, the other children of the 12 northern clans haven't been attacked a second time. Jude asks if, then, what he means is that the three of them are the demon hand's targets. Lucas says that the half-demon they faced with Landius mentioned his name and Miss Cordelia's. So, he thinks it's an acceptable theory. Cordelia turns away and Jude gives an awkward smile, both thinking they've been found out. Cordelia asks what will happen with the Sunfire flower. He informs them that his father said he would send subordinates to look for it, but that Lucas would need to investigate the demon hand before doing so. Jude questions if that means they'll have to stay there until the investigation is over. Lucas comments that, unfortunately, yes. If it's within Vitaphony, they can go anywhere, but outside the city, no. Cordelia looks at Jude, asking if this won't mess up their plans. Jude looks back and says, yes, it's gonna screw everything up. So, they'll have to change the plan, but first they need to get Lucas out of there. Lucas seemed disappointed. Then Jude says he'd like to take a walk around the city, because due to his 9 blocked yin pathways, this is his first time so far from home. He mentions that Miss Cordelia also said it's her first time in Vitaphony, and concludes by asking if Lucas can guide them. Lucas was visibly relieved and emotional. Suddenly, he jumps off the couch and replies, of course. He promises to do his best to show them the lands of Vitaphony, but says that, however, now is not the time for that, as it's late. He asked them to rest well today, because tomorrow will be tiring. Jude and Cordelia acted like a couple as they warmly received Lucas's answer, and Lucas immediately left the room with a bright face. After the door closed, Cordelia holds her head in her hands and says she's lying a bit better now, and Jude says she still needs to improve a lot to get there. She asks what they do now, because at this rate they're going to be stuck there unable to do anything. She questions if he has a plan, when suddenly Jude places 2 letters and a quill pen on the table. She looks at the letter with wide eyes, then immediately turns to him, asking if he must be kidding. Jude smiles and gestures with his hand, making a small heart, saying he'll think very carefully about its content, and that cooperation is what makes a group good. Cordelia clutches her hair tightly and says he's such a pain, swearing at him countless times. That same day, the window of Cordelia and Jude's room was open, but the two of them were no longer there. Only a letter written by Cordelia was left behind. It stated that she would be going on a honeymoon trip with her beloved man and would be back in a few days. It asked them not to worry about looking for them, as she didn't want to be interrupted during such a romantic moment. While walking through the city, Cordelia grumbles, asking why it's always her who has to be embarrassed. Jude tells her to think for a bit. He mentions a riddle. There's a beaker with black ink and a glass rod. What do you think will happen if you put the rod in and take it out? She says she's so pissed off she could explode, and asks why the hell he's coming up with a random riddle like that. Jude smiles and asks her to just answer. She thinks about the question, and then comments that the stick will turn black. If she does it again, it'll turn even blacker. Jude says she's right, and that means the first time it was obvious. But if she keeps repeating the same thing, they'll be sure she loves him too much. An enraged Cordelia starts hitting Jude's back, asking if he wants to die and if he's gonna shut the fuck up now. With his back aching, he grumbles that he's going to report her for assaulting her fiancé. Cordelia tells him to cut it out. She's already pissed off enough. Then she questions what they're going to do now, explaining that they didn't even prepare for the cold and still need horses to get to Frostianville. Jude replies that he already has a plan for that. Cordelia sighs deeply and says that if it it doesn't work out, he's fucked. As Jude watches her, he thinks that low temperatures along with less sun seem to worsen her mood. Many knights were wounded against the Northern Viscount, and Dahlia's whereabouts are still unknown since the day of the confrontation. Jude concludes that these are some incidents that might have gotten to Cordelia, but among all of them, there's one that might have affected her even more. Then, he calls Cordelia and, with a comforting voice, says that Dahlia will be fine. She stares at him intently, reflecting on many things passing through her mind now, with her eyes quite emotional. Next, she lowers her gaze, thinking about how Dahlia must be at this moment. She turns and starts walking, while saying that of course Dahlia will be fine. She mentions that Dahlia won't have trouble removing the curse and that she'll be fine, yes. Jude hands Cordelia the handkerchief he had kept in his shirt. She takes the handkerchief and wipes the tears from her face. While sobbing from crying, she comments that she'll level up fast so she can immediately heal anyone who gets hurt. Jude smiles in relief, listening to Cordelia, determined, say that she'll protect all of them so that Dahlia and the knights don't even get hurt. Just like that, Cordelia's bright smile returned as she walked beside her fiancé. In the next scene, Cordelia is riding a large black horse. A mysterious woman named Faviana, who deals in anything worth money, asks what they thought of the horse. She informs them that he's quite strong and should easily be able to carry 2 people. Jude replies that he thinks the horse should be able to handle it. With him, they won't have any trouble getting where they want to go. Then, the woman says that the gate guards have left to rest, so it's a good time to leave on horseback at this hour. But she questions if he's fleeing to avoid punishment for a crime, or just going on a honeymoon trip. Jude smiled lightly and remained silent. Faviana figured that, given his silence, he wouldn't speak. So she says she won't complain about him not answering her, and wishes that luck always be on their side. Cordelia watched the woman walk away and murmured softly, asking why she said luck and not muscle. Jude replies that only the master says that. The two left the city, riding on the black horse. Cordelia smiled excitedly, and Jude asked if she was feeling better now. She replied that she had spent the day thinking about Dahlia, so she hadn't been able to focus on anything. Now, though, she was very happy because she was slowly accepting that they had done the right thing. Cordelia also said that she really wanted to save Landius and asked if, with the hint the two of them gave, he would be able to survive. Jude replied by asking if she liked him. She replied that among the MCs from the first game, he was the second one she liked the most. Jude questioned if the first was Helena. Cordelia asked how he knew. He commented that his favorite character from the second game was Cordelia, so that was already expected from her. Cordelia mentioned that she knew both of them were quite beautiful and all. Jude smiled and said, of course, thinking that she only chose characters for their beauty. She smiled faintly, reflecting that somehow the hint they gave Landius would save him in some way. Suddenly, she turned her face and got very close to Jude's lips. Cordelia asked if they would be able to save more characters from the game. Right after, a bright smile spread across Cordelia's beautiful face, enchanting Jude, who just observed every detail. He answered the question, saying yes, they would save all of them. Then, Cordelia asked what they would do after getting the sunflower. He replied that, after eating the sunflower, his 9 blocked yin paths would be healed. After that, he thought it would be a good idea to go see the Northern Barbarian Invasion event from the main story. Cordelia agreed that it was a good idea to visit the outskirts of the barbarian land. She asked about the death of the character Helena, if her death didn't happen at the same time as the invasion. Jude commented that it happened in barbarian territory, so they had to follow everything strictly. After they saved Helena, he said they would do something Cordelia would like. She became intrigued and asked what it would be. Jude gave a first hint and said the word master. Cordelia spent a moment reflecting, but couldn't remember. Then, he gave a second hint, saying that, just as they revealed throughout the story about the martial celestial constitution Jude had, Cordelia also possessed a secret characteristic. She got so agitated remembering what it was, it made Jude lose control and almost fall off his horse. After he calmed the black horse, Cordelia asked how that was even possible, since, in the original story, it only happened in part 2. He mentioned he had a master who would help them, so it wouldn't be that hard. One of the ingredients for it was on the ice anvil, and they'd get the other, the ancestral blood, through Helena. Jude said that, just like he'd gotten the 9 gates of the 9 heavens, they didn't need to follow the original story to the letter. They could unlock their trait whenever they wanted. However, Cordelia asked how they'd get the magic circle of ancestral remembrance, which was super difficult. Jude seized the opportunity and replied, questioning if she hadn't memorized Veslat's magic circle, or if, being the server's top 2, she just couldn't memorize the magic circle of the ancestral remembrance technique. Cordelia got furious and bit Jude's collarbone, saying it wasn't her fault for having a bad memory, while he said biting was already messed up, and asked if she'd turned into a wild beast now. The next morning, morning, when Leon found the letter left by Cordelia, after reading the contents, he questioned the guards what the heck that was. The female guard promised they hadn't slept while keeping an eye on the room. They called them for a long time, and getting no answer, they thought they were just having a moment of love. Suddenly, another guard arrived and informed that he had just spoken with some gate guards. They had said no one left the city during the day, and that the runaways must have escaped at night through some hidden part of the main gate. Leon thought it didn't matter if they left on their own or not. Since they were guests, if anything happened to them, the responsibility would fall on Risbeldo County. Meanwhile, the two guards responsible for watching them were mentally screwed, thinking that if Adarum found out, they'd join the unemployment statistics. Leon ordered everyone to search the surroundings, as they probably hadn't gone that far, and to notify young Master Lucas so he could join the search. By a stream, Jude was finishing setting up a tent. Cordelia said he was good at that, and asked if camping was one of his hobbies in real life. He replied he just liked it a lot. He sat next to Cordelia, mentioning they'd have to stay there for the night, and asked if she was too cold. She replied she was fine, just letting him know she wasn't going to shower. Jude said she didn't need to justify herself, as he knew what happened in that event. Cordelia removed her hood, and without meeting Jude's eyes, commented that the Silver Fairies event only happens if someone stays alone at night in that icy valley with no one around. Night fell. Cordelia and Jude were watched by two fairies murmuring to each other. They said the two were so beautiful, and one of them asked if they would like to play with them. In front of them, two winter fairies floated, smiling cheerfully, asking if they wanted to play with them. Jude smiled and put his hand on his chest, saying it would be an honor to play with two beautiful fairies. At that moment, the ring on his finger shone. The Silver Fairy asked if that ring was the fairy steps. The other said that if it truly was, it was an item of the Autumn Fairy Queen, Queen Lorelei. They questioned each other why that man had such a valuable item. Meanwhile, Jude thought they had fallen for it perfectly, since the game's lore said that the Winter Fairy Queen treated the Autumn Fairy Queen as her rival. Jude took advantage of this plotline and told the two fairies that he had won her ring after going to her banquet. Miss Lorelei had handed it to him personally. One of the fairies, with an expression of astonishment, asked if Queen Lorelei had really given the fairy steps personally. She turned to the other and said it was an emergency, stating it was no time for games. After talking and reaching a conclusion, the fairies said the two needed to come with them immediately. Walking through the snow forest, Cordelia mentioned, "This is exactly it." Jude asked if she was talking about how the scenery changed as they passed by. She replied it was so beautiful and mystical. The fairies flying ahead of them smiled cheerfully, asking if they were keeping up and if they were almost there. A brilliant blue door opened. Cordelia squinted due to the intense light, and after a few steps, the same thing happened again. This time, their vision seemed to blur for a moment. Suddenly, Jude and Cordelia arrived at the Winter Fairy Queen's room. The queen appeared before them and made a beautiful bow, mentioning that the two must be those who had met her sister Lorelei before coming there. She smiled and said that within this cozy winter, the Winter Fairy Queen, Gerude, welcomed them. Jude and Cordelia tried to greet her but didn't have time. The queen flew towards them and fixed her cold eyes on them, observing every detail. Then, she commented that it was as she'd imagined. While smiling, she said they both possessed the beauty needed to be invited to the Autumn Fairy's home. The queen asked if he really possessed the fairy steps. Jude replied yes, he'd received them directly from Queen Lorelei. Plus, she'd also given him the sacred moonlight staff, he concluded, commenting that he thought it was an exaggeration to have gotten so many things. But Lorelei had insisted, saying she always treated her guests appropriately. When Gerude heard Jude's answer, her expression got complicated. She thought she should at least do what Lorelei had done. Otherwise, she felt like she'd lost to Lorelei. She quickly passed between them and, in front of the door, ordered the Winter Fairies to gather and prepare a banquet for their guests. Afterward, she turned to the two and said she hadn't forgotten to prepare a banquet. She just thought it would be better for the queen herself to meet them personally first. Jude smiled and said she was very thoughtful. He remembered rumors that spoke of a silver angel being sighted in the valley, an incomparable beauty, and said it clearly had to be Queen Gerude. Jude's words were effective. His direct compliments made the Winter Fairy Queen's face blush slightly, and she asked, embarrassed, if she was really that beautiful. Meanwhile, Jude thought that fairies folded fast when they got a compliment. Faced with Jude's shameless words, Cordelia couldn't hide her expression, thinking he was such a rascal. After straightening her face, Gerude informed them that everything was ready. After they enjoyed the banquet, she would also give them rewards. Back in the city of Vidufenir, the guard said she was looking for that couple and asked a lady if she had seen them. Meanwhile, another guard informed them that they were more or less the same height, and the girl had pink hair and blue eyes. A man behind the counter shook his head and said he hadn't seen them, and apologized for not being able to help them. They searched the entire commercial district, but no one saw them. The guard said there was no reason for the two to leave, besides the fact that no city guard had seen them. The woman mentioned that the only reason for them to come there would be to cure young Master Jude's illness, so they probably left the city for the place where young Miss Cordelia said she would find the herb to cure young Master Jude's illness. A person shrouded in darkness listened attentively to the guard mentioning that the place was the Bigorna de Galo. Back at the Winter Fairy Queen's place, Jude slowly extended his hand and gently caressed Cordelia's beautiful hair. She felt a shiver run through her body. He said that even though he never imagined he'd get so angry with her mistakes, he would never lay a hand on her. Meanwhile, the Winter Fairies watched intently. One of them was screaming wildly. The other watched the scene in wonder. The one with a bag of popcorn immediately put on 3D glasses because it was absolute cinema. Jude moved his face to a distance where she could feel his breath, and while looking directly at Cordelia's lips, said he couldn't stay angry because he loved her. The Winter Fairies screamed wildly and lost their minds. Popcorn and 3D glasses flew everywhere. They screamed that it was too much cinema, that their hearts couldn't handle something so beautiful. While the Winter Fairies went into a frenzy, Cordelia lowered her head, embarrassed and ashamed. Jude asked what had happened and said she didn't want to sing. She just did what the fairies asked. She asked how he could say such things without smiling and said she was embarrassed as hell. Jude asked her not to swear in front of the fairies. Queen Gerude said that The Fairy Queen and the Ninth Circle Mage was a beautiful story, but acting out the recited scenes gave a massive immersion. She said it was incredible and thanked the two. Jude thought that it even reminded him of a certain someone who loved love stories. Cordelia, still embarrassed, wondered if he was an actor in real life. The queen clapped her hands and said that since the incredible performance had been done and the banquet finished as promised, she would give them both the fairy unit and the Winter's Blessing. The Winter's Blessing granted resistance to all kinds of cold. Cordelia, now hyped up, thanked her for the generosity. Jude said that with this, they wouldn't suffer so much at the Bigorna de Galo. The queen paid attention to their conversation and said she'd been wondering why they had come there. Then she realized they were going after the Bigorna de Galo. She snapped her fingers and said she would help them with that, ordering that the item be brought. She smiled proudly, mentioning that she would burn into their minds that the Winter Fairies never lose to the Autumn Fairies. After a few minutes, the Fairy Knight brought a mystical feather that allowed them to traverse space. Gerude said that the ancient dwarves who created the Bigorna de Galo and them, the Winter Fairies, were very close. Thanks to this, she also knew the exact coordinates, and the feather would allow them to reach the Bigorna de Galo immediately. Cordelia responded with a smile to the Fairy Queen, while Jude thought that she had given them 2 bracelets, but only 1 magic feather, which was a single-use item. Gerude explained that, unfortunately, there was only 1 fairy feather left. At this rate, they could only use the simple method. Cordelia curiously asked what simple method the queen was talking about. Gerude closed her silver eyes thoughtfully. Thinking it was a really easy solution, she smiled as she gestured with her hands what the two should do. As she interlaced her hands, she explained that they should hug each other tightly and use the fairy feather. Cordelia held her head in her hands, thinking she would go through yet another embarrassing scene. Jude reflected that the queen had done that on purpose. Gerude said it seemed they should say goodbye now. She prayed they would find what they wished for inside the ice anvil. She paused for a long moment of reflection and, in a soft voice, said that their performance would forever remain in the hearts of the Winter Fairies and that they all wished for their happiness. Cordelia turned to Jude and, without looking him directly in the eyes, asked if she should do it or he should. He replied that there was no problem, he could do it. Cordelia sighed in relief and said, "Okay." Then she took a deep breath before crossing her arms in an X shape in front of Jude. Embarrassed, she said, "This is it, come here quick." Meanwhile, one fairy was screaming wildly, asking for a kiss. The other was whistling, waiting for another absolute and cinematic moment. Jude, poor guy, was already going crazy with all of it. He awkwardly hugged Cordelia, thinking he should get out of there while he was still sane. Then, he urgently activated the fairy feather, and the two traversed space. At the same time, in a completely different place, the demonic hand executives gathered. 2 were physically present, while others used stone blocks that seemed to be controlled by magic. One of them said that Cordelia Chase had left the protection of Count Resbelge. When asked how this had happened, a woman replied that she had recently received a report from the spy planted in Vedofunir, informing that she seemed to have gone on a honeymoon with her fiancé, Jude Bile. The mysterious voice asks where they are going. The woman says they are going to the ice anvil. She informs that, from the beginning, Cordelia Chase's reason for visiting Resbelge County was to obtain a special ingredient. This ingredient can cure her fiancé's illness, and this cure seems to be the flower of legends said to bloom in the ice anvil. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the table, and with the other tried to hide an ironic smile. This person commented that, even after being ambushed twice, she still prioritizes curing her fiancé's illness. One of the demonic hand executives, named Chorus, said that she doesn't fear death. However, it's not something to smile about carelessly. After all, it's because of these love-struck fools that the plan Salutia set up, which even mobilized a demon, ended in failure. Another of the executives, Salusia, Seleucia, glared furiously at him. She was the one who planned all the operations and had failed twice because of those love-struck teenagers. A mysterious voice recounted that the half-demon Minos had disappeared. They even lost the Viscount of the North, who officially held a territory. If that Sun Warrior hadn't interfered, the second attack could have been successful, but it seems luck is on the side of these kids. Then, the mysterious voice asked Seleucia if there was any other proof that the sacrifice was going to the ice anvil. She replied that when they investigated the path leading to the ice anvil, they found a small number of people who saw what is believed to be Cordelia Chase and Jude Bale. Furthermore, the prediction of the demon Canos points to the ice anvil. One of the executives mentioned that Canos is one of the few demonic humans with the power of prediction. However, the drawback of Canos' prediction is that he cannot predict whenever he wants, but it is accurate when it appears. Then, he asked Seleucia what her plan would be. She explained that, considering their movement speed so far, Cordelia Chase would take 2 more days to reach the ice anvil. So, before that, she plans to position troops at the Great Gate, the only entrance to the ice anvil, in order to capture the two. Bowing her head, Seleucia addressed the leader of the demonic hand and said that if she was allowed one more chance, she would certainly capture Cordelia alive. A blue-haired woman was silent for a moment as she organized her thoughts. Then, she said she would trust Seleucia one more time. The woman replied cheerfully that she wouldn't disappoint her, after her leader gave her permission. Chorus, on the other hand, was not at all pleased. Meanwhile, the leader of the demonic hand commented that, since they had resolved the topic, the meeting was adjourned for today. She concluded by saying, "May the favor of Asmodeus always be with you." After a few seconds, the other executives and everything else disappeared. Seleucia then slowly took a deep breath before opening her eyes. One of her subordinates waited for her return, politely asking how the meeting went. She explains that she received one last chance from the leader. Therefore, they must capture Cordelia Chase alive, even if they have to mobilize everyone. Next, she asks about the situation. The subordinate says that the demonic humans from Gald View Caillou and the Blade Demon have already arrived near the location. They must be setting up camp in front of the Great Gate right now. Since the Great Gate is the only entrance to the Ice Anvil, and since they've mobilized a demon too, they stand no chance unless the Sun Warrior appears again. Seleucia smiled and agreed with him, asking what else they could do if they were ambushed at the only entrance. She says that unless the sacrifice has teleportation coordinates to a kingdom that fell into ruins 1,000 years ago, her plan will proceed smoothly. The subordinate smiled and said she was very playful. He explains that teleportation isn't a spell someone can just use because they want to. Maybe they could if they were the legendary fairies, who are said to be able to move freely between time and space. The two safely arrived in a room and spent some time embracing. Woody looks at Cordelia and notices that her eyes are still closed. He asks if it's that nausea from teleportation like last time. Cordelia stutters that she's fine and pushes Woody away from her, saying she needs space. Woody scratches the back of his neck and apologizes if she hated it that much. He says it's a good thing they managed to reach the frozen land faster than expected, but Cordelia says she didn't hate it. She says she liked avoiding doing the other thing, but remembering what happened moments ago makes her super embarrassed. She shouts, "That fucking thing was so embarrassing." Woody thinks she didn't hate being hugged. He looks into nothing and is relieved that everything's all right. Cordelia takes a deep breath, telling herself she needs to calm down. She comments that it's still pretty cold, even with the winter blessing. Woody says there's nothing they can do, since this place was built like a freezer. Cordelia asks if he's cold because of his 9 paths whim block, and if he wants to use her cat cape to warm up. He replies that he doesn't need to. It's just the cold. They won't have problems if they prepare well. Cordelia says she got it, right after she yawns. Feeling really tired, she asks what preparations they're making. Woody says it's better to rest for today, and that he's yawning now too, because of her. She smiles and comments, "You'll be yawning next." She opens a random door and says this is the room for sleeping tonight. Then, they start cleaning up all the mess in the place. The two flop onto the bed, exhausted. Cordelia mentions that it's so good to lie down like this. Woody, feeling in paradise, comments that there's nothing better than lying in bed. Cordelia says he should sleep right there and can't cross that line, and if he does, she'll rat him out to her dad. Woody says he has a dad too. She asks if he's a child by any chance. Woody replies by asking if they haven't had this same conversation before. Cordelia smiles, says yes, and that she's going to sleep now, wishing him good night. After a few hours, she wakes up still drowsy. Woody asks if she's awake yet. She answers, yawning, that she is. He asks her to go back to sleep a bit more and informs her that he just started drawing the map. Cordelia asks what map that is. He replies that it's the internal map for the frozen land. Although the indications for each room are already marked in ancient script, they might get confused after passing through so many similar corridors many times. She asks if, even though he knows the ancient script, he's making a map. Woody says they have plenty of time, so it'd be good to prepare properly. Cordelia slams the table and says she doesn't believe him. He gets startled and questions what she means. She explains that she let it slide in the dungeon book, but the frozen land isn't a dungeon. It's an ancient underground city. She asks how good his memory is. Woody asks if she's ever heard of the Mind Palace. She asks if he's talking about that thing that appeared in Sherlock Holmes. He says it's a memory technique used since ancient times, a way to store information in one's mind. Cordelia asks if he has a book about ancient script in his library. He says it's similar to not being able to remember what's in a book before opening it. He adds that she'll probably be able to do it if he teaches her. She asks if he's serious. Woody replies, of course, because Cordelia is really smart. She gets furious and says that Yellowstorm is smart too. He asks her to calm down and that it's good to eat something since she just woke up. She holds herself back and says she'll let it slide since she's really hungry. Woody, observing her, thinks it's been a long time since he last heard Nick and Yellowstorm. He wonders if Woody and Cordelia's personalities are getting stronger because they only recently awakened their past life memories. He mumbles to himself that if things keep going like this, their nicks will just be pet names they call each other at specific moments. Cordelia didn't quite hear what he said and asked if he'd said something. He replies that it's nothing, he's just overthinking. At the entrance of the ice anvil, in front of the great gate, a demon subordinate of Seleucia known as Paragold says in a threatening tone that he won't let any rat pass. He orders them to set all the traps they brought and close off the only entrance. A woman asks if he isn't looking forward to it. She says that Cordelia is coming there to cure her fiance's illness, but she'll end up running into two demonic humans and a demon. The demon, named Red Witch, saw Kaio and wonders how much despair Cordelia Chase will feel. Paragold comments that these brats haven't faced a demon. The woman says that, of course, even though they defeated Minos, in the end, they're just children of nobles. Looking at the sealed coffin, the Red Witch says they just have to make sure to do this, so they don't have to break that thing's seal. The two smile maliciously, saying they're looking forward to seeing the expressions Yuda Bile and Cordelia Chase will make when they arrive here. Meanwhile, Cordelia animatedly smiles after eating a delicious meal. She then asks where Jude learned to cook. He just says it was here and there abroad. She says that's natural, since he knows how to camp too, and that he'll cook more often in the future. Now that they've finished eating, Cordelia asks about that preparation Jude mentioned. He explains that because of the specific aroma the sun blossom emits when it's close to blooming, more and more monsters show up around there. She says there's nothing they can do since the aroma attracts monsters, and asks how many days are left until it blooms. Jude replies that they have 3 days. She asks if it's possible for the two of them to clear all the nearby monsters before then. He comments that the best method would be to put all their strength into defending the Great Gate, but Cordelia says that's impossible with just the two of them. Jude says yeah, that's why he's going to use another method. She gets curious and asks what method that is, and why they're leaving since this is the entrance to the ice anvil. He replies that he's not leaving, and that the method he'll use is simple. Jude throws several items on the floor and says that the monsters will simply die if a lot of traps are placed at the entrance. Cordelia gets furious and mentions that she's the one who's going to put mana into the magic circles. Jude says he knows, which is why he prepared more than enough mana potions for her. The next day, after another meal prepared by Jude, Cordelia comments that the food is good, she can sleep as much as she wants, and she's also kept herself clean through magic, but she'd like to take a proper bath. Jude makes a sarcastic comment that human ambition never ends. He asks if she has any muscle pain, since she spent all day yesterday setting traps. She says she's not in pain, but she can taste the potions in her mouth. She then asks if they have to go to the 7th underground floor where the sun blossom is. He says yes, but they'll stop on the 5th floor on the way first. They both said at the same time, obviously, because there's an item there. Jude comments that addicts think alike. Cordelia agrees and says that's why Ruby calls them the addict couple. Let's get back to the story. Now, outside the ice anvil, monsters furiously attack the demonic hand. One of them is ripped right in half. Meanwhile, Paragold orders them not to retreat, to stand firm and face them, while screams of terror echo through the place. Paragold asks those on the front line to slowly retreat and lure the monsters into the traps, but one of his men says that the traps near the entrance have already been activated. He looks at the sky and sees more monsters arriving. On the ground, there are hordes of goblins and bears coming from all sides. He wonders where Cordelia Chase is and why countless monsters are trying to go to the ice anvil, as if they have the same objective. Suddenly, Caillou arrives and says she'll create an opening for him, blowing up all nearby monsters using her magic. Paragold asks her to wait, otherwise she'll run out of mana to face Cordelia Chase. Caillou replies that it's no time to think about that while they're fighting, and that they can't be annihilated annihilated in a place like this, saying she'll leave the next part of the plan to him. She ascended to the sky, spreading her wings, activating several magic circles, and loudly says she'll make all these monsters understand why she's called the Scarlet Witch. An intense red wave swept the surrounding area after she released terrifying magical power. The monsters were burned alive by this red flame. However, Caillou didn't get off scot-free. After using too much mana in succession, she fell to the ground and vomited blood. Paragold runs to her and asks if she's okay. She says she saw them while she was high up. He asks what she's talking about. Upon hearing what she said, he was terrified. A massive horde of monsters is approaching. Therefore, they must release the seal of the Blade Demon immediately. He says it's not a demon they can control and proposes that while he's there fighting, they'll recover. After that, they'll seal the demon again once it gets tired of fighting the monsters. Caillou comments that they're in a terrible situation, but he's thinking really fast, and that she's going to fall for him this way. Paragold says that seeing how she has energy for a joke, he doesn't need to carry her. Then, he orders everyone still alive to quickly retreat inside the ice anvil. Everyone ran towards the great gate, when suddenly, something caught his attention. There was a magic seal at the entrance. Paragold smiled, thinking that the holy attribute seal shining white could only be from Hesbelg County. He grabbed the seal, concentrating all his strength into a single point. It wasn't a technique or skill, but merely a manifestation of pure power. Then, the seal was broken, and Paragold was the first to enter, followed closely by Caillou. The combatants tried to follow them, but as Paragold was about to enter through the gate, it closed. Without wasting time, the Scarlet Witch performed the ritual to release the seal of the Blade Demon. After finishing, she says that now that it's freed, that demon will go on a rampage. So, staying at the entrance isn't a good idea. She helped him up, saying he's really heavy. Paragold commented that Cordelia Chase must probably be dead. Caillou says yeah, since there's no way they could have gotten through a monster horde like that. But suddenly she looked down at the ground, saying she thinks she stepped on a trap. However, her eyes were soon illuminated by an intense light, and bright magical flames shot up from the ceiling, walls, and floor all at once. At that moment, Cordelia and Jude Bile are enveloped by a blue light. Cordelia happily says she leveled up 7 times at once, while Jude Bile asks if a monster activated a trap. Still thinking about it, he's sure the traps aren't strong enough to kill a monster horde that gives 7 levels. Suddenly, Cordelia points to a specific spot and says the secret passage straight to the arsenal is right there. She was overflowing with joy as she walked. Jude Bale still had doubts about all this, but seeing Cordelia humming about leveling up 7 times without even fighting, he couldn't help but smile, thinking he'd just let it go and be happy since she seemed pretty happy. Now, on their way to the ice anvil, the guard Celian mentions they passed through here since there's a blanket and 2 cups. And seeing how there's not much snow around, it seems they haven't been gone that long. She says they can reach the ice anvil on horseback if they don't stop to rest throughout the day. There's only one entrance there, so they'll head for the Great Gate as planned. The other guard asks if the door is sealed with Hesbelg's magic. Celian says yes. The woman adds that she feels like everything should be fine, but she strangely feels uneasy. Celian asks why. She says maybe she feels that that couple might somehow be able to break the seal. Anyway, Celian comments that it's better to leave soon and put those speculations behind them. Cordelia smiles contentedly, saying everything inside is hers. Wood mentions she can't even use most of them. She puts on a huge helmet and says she knew the ancient dwarves were pretty big, but their equipment is just too big, so she doesn't think there will be anything useful for them. She asks what kind of equipment this is. In the game, they were part of the scenery, so you couldn't pick them up. Wood picks up the equipment and says the inside states it's a safety helmet. Looking closely at the specs, he says the defense is insane, and it would be a waste to leave it behind. Cordelia quickly cut him off, saying, "No way, absolutely not." She turns her head and says she refuses to wear something like that. Wood asks why, or if it's just because it doesn't fit. She says the size isn't the problem, and asks how he dares to want to put something like that on cute little Cordelia. He thinks it's just another narcissistic attitude, while she keeps saying that Cordelia's beauty is the most important thing. Suddenly, she shows him 3 spears and says that in the game she could only get 1, but that doesn't apply here. Wood tells her to take all of them, because they'll need them. Cordelia seizes the opportunity and says this is perfect for times like these, explaining that an expansion bag is something useful for an entire family. He ignores her and comments that now it's time to go to the 7th floor, but she suddenly remembers something and says they can't go straight there yet. Then, both say at the same time that there are too many monsters on the way there. Therefore, they'll farm XP on the way. She asks if they didn't say the same thing before too. Wood smiles and says yes. She adds that they really are a pair of addicts. A long time ago, the founders of the Frozen Land, also known as the Ice Anvil, froze their own homes. The reason was that the great monarch of destruction, Leviathan, summoned a giant white snake in the underground city. The 3 dwarves, who barely survived against the snake, snake, which could paralyze people just by making eye contact, chose to overload the city's magic arrays to freeze the land. Because of this, the city fell into ruins, and their race became extinct. But with this tragic, yet heroic decision, the white snake fell asleep for 1,000 years in this place. Cordelia tries to warm her hands while shivering from the cold. She says she knows it's because of the magic array's power, but it's still super cold. Udi comments that there's nothing to be done. He says the dwarves needed to make the place so cold to make this huge snake hibernate. Looking at the snake more closely, he says, "This is great. It's still in deep sleep. Despite that, it will wake up when the sunflower blooms and emits its yang energy." Cordelia smiles and says that means the snake will stay in a deep sleep until the sunflower blooms, and it won't react no matter what happens. Udi grabs his spear and says now it's time for some easy XP farming. The two of them break into villainous smiles, both thinking this is like taking candy from a baby, and so, the enormous white snake, which brought despair to the entire frozen land a long time ago, met a mysterious end. Cordelia hummed as she walked, holding the items the white snake dropped. Suddenly she noticed something and pointed, asking Udi to look at it. It was the sunflower. In the original story, it was literally a yellow and crimson flower, but now it was purple. Cordelia asks if he said it would bloom at midnight tonight, and if his 9 yin paths blockage would be cured if he ate it. Udi replies that he probably wouldn't need to eat all of it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Cordelia said she hoped it would bloom soon, smiling genuinely at him. At that moment, Udi's heart thumped. He quickly shook his head, wondering why he felt something warm out of nowhere, or if he was just imagining things. Changing the subject, he commented on the white snake's magic core. Cordelia said that, in the game, it was just an item sold for a hefty price. Udi agreed since demon mana is practically poison for normal humans, but that's just in the game. He says Cordelia can probably absorb the core. She's intrigued and questions if she really can. Udi adds that yes, because she already possesses the witch's power, which originally comes from demons. He explains that he won't be able to move while absorbing the sunflower's essence. That's why he's suggesting she absorb the white snake's core during that time. Since 1,000 years have passed, there shouldn't be much magic power left, but for Cordelia's current level, it'll be a good boost. There was a reason they annihilated monsters on every floor, all the way from the armory to the 7th underground floor. While they're absorbing the sunflower and the white snake's core, they'll be defenseless. So when the sunflower blooms, she'll have to be ready. But noticing Cordelia trembling, Udi worriedly asks what's wrong. With sparkling emotional eyes, Cordelia says that being in a party with him is amazing. Udi stood there, observing the moment, then said, "Of course," thinking she was completely addicted to getting stronger, to the point of trembling. Excited, Cordelia asks how much time is left. Udi, also smiling, says it'll be soon. Holding the pocket watch in his hand, he counts down the seconds until midnight. An intense light illuminated the flower. The purple color occasionally turned yellow. As the faint light gradually grew stronger, the sight was like the sunrise illuminating the surroundings. When it finally bloomed, the entire room filled with warmth. MC Jude Biles' eyes sparkled and he said, "So this is the essence of extreme yang that blooms in extreme cold." Cordelia also watched the beautiful flower bloom before her eyes and said it was so bright and cozy at the same time. Cordelia's eyes shone even brighter as she smiled cheerfully, asking, "Don't you think it's beautiful too?" MC Jude Bale turned to look at Cordelia instead of the flower. He thought she was far more beautiful. Casually, he put a hand to his chest and told her he thought he was having arrhythmia symptoms. She asked if it hurt. MC Jude Bale replied that instead of hurting, his heart suddenly started beating really fast. Desperate, Cordelia asked if he was okay and if he could still eat the flower. MC Jude Bale replied that he was starting to feel better, so he didn't think it would be a problem, while thinking, "What the hell is this?" Still worried, Cordelia said there was some relief, but if things got worse again, he'd have to tell her immediately. MC Jude Bile replied that he'd let her know if anything happened, and touching the flower, he mentioned that he should now cure his 9 pathways of the yin blockage. But before that, MC Jude Bile said that while she absorbed the white snake's core, if anything felt wrong, she should stop immediately. Cordelia asked, "What do you mean by something felt wrong?" MC Jude Bale mentioned that it might seem strange, since he was the one who suggested it in the first place, but being able to absorb it while in her witch form was, ultimately, just a theory. However, Cordelia said with a firm voice that she trusted his judgment and that he didn't need to worry. She also said she'd finish absorbing first, and then start drawing on his face. MC Jude Bale replied, "If possible, don't do that." She retorted, "If you're scared, then you should finish absorbing first." Cordelia mentioned that it wouldn't be good if their energies mixed. Therefore, she would absorb the core right there. She asked him to make sure to chew the sunflower well so he wouldn't get indigestion. MC Jude Bale asked, "Do you think it's salad?" and commented that he would just absorb its energy. As she walked away, she said, "It's the same thing. See you later." He replied, "Of course. Come back after you're stronger." She told him to stop talking like he was a villain who would join the good guys later. After their brief farewell, silence filled the place. They fixed their eyes on the items they were about to absorb. The moment MC Jude Bile closed his eyes and placed the flower on his chest, a warm light exploded. The flower's warmth permeated MC Jude Bile's entire body, emitting a yellowish energy. On the other side, Cordelia transformed with the witch's power, and her body was engulfed by intense cold. The snake's core slowly disintegrated as she absorbed the demonic power. Outside the frozen land, the guards walked down a blood-stained snow road. Cillian commented that they kept stumbling over snow-covered corpses, and his nose was irritated by the smell of blood. The guard beside him mentioned the air was so heavy it felt strange. The guard observed the situation, thinking that the goblins and winter bears seemed to have been killed while fleeing something, and even the bodies of winter harpy fell from the sky after being sliced up. She asked Cillian what he thought had happened. Suddenly, something caught their attention. Ahead of them, people were examining and analyzing the snow-covered bodies. A person approached them, introducing herself as Joanne and stating she was part of the Holy Cross Guardians. She explained they were currently in the middle of an investigation in the area and asked if they were all from Hesbeld County. Cillian replied yes and questioned why the Holy Cross Guardians were there. Joanne replied that after the Great Gate's seal was broken, a strong demonic power was detected, so they were sent there to investigate. In front of the Great Gate, the coffin holding the Blade Demon was opened, right after the seal was broken. Bodies of goblins, bears, and members of the demonic hand were cut and scattered across the snow. The place was silent. Only the sound of a blade dragging across the ground echoed. The Blade Demon was positioned in front of the only exit from the ice anvil, the Great Gate of the Frozen Land. Upon opening its eyes, it was starting to feel awake. After hearing what the Holy Cross Guardian said, the guard asked, "Are you saying a demon recently awakened here in the frozen land?" The woman informed them that the monster of the great monarch of destruction, the Leviathan of ancient times, the giant white snake, had been sleeping in the frozen land. Therefore, this area had been blacklisted long ago, and it had been a while since she'd felt such hostile intent. The guard said it must have been the demon worshippers who pursued young MC Jude Bale and Lady Cordelia, and that they needed to hurry. Joanne looked confused and asked who else was involved in this. Cillian said he would explain the details on the way, but that right now, they couldn't waste a single second until they reached the Great Gate. On the 7th underground floor, Cordelia slowly opened her eyes as the white snake's demonic energy had been fully absorbed. She let out a proud smile, and celebrating said it was kinda hard at first, but then it got easier. Just like when she accepted the witch's soul. She looked back, asking if MC Jude Bale was done yet. Cordelia called out excitedly, saying if he wasn't done yet, she'd draw all over his face. But seeing the scene in front of her, the sparkle in her eyes vanished. Jude was sprawled on the ground, enveloped by two conflicting energies. Clutching his chest tightly, he tried to fully absorb the sunflower's energy. However, he was gradually merging due to the resistance from his body's cold energy. Cordelia thought the struggle between the yin and yang energies was so fierce she could see it with her own eyes. At that moment, she remembered what Jude had said. Jude had said he wouldn't be able to move while absorbing the sunflower's essence, even if it looked agonizing. She couldn't interfere, as it was part of the treatment process. She also remembered him telling her to stop absorbing the white snake's core if something seemed off. Cordelia said he should have worried about himself first, and that he was a damn idiot. After Lysagan recounted the situation, Joanne said that they had gone looking for the two, awaiting the Holy Cross. They came to the frozen land. Lysagan mentioned that either way, since the Great Gate seal was broken, whoever sealed it must have received a signal. So, a second squad must have been dispatched immediately. The Guardian commented that was the best news she'd heard so far. Now that there's a high chance of a battle, she hopes they arrive soon. Lysagan comforts her, saying they'll get there, because the biggest worry is if those two are safe. Suddenly, a guard asks them to stop, saying there's something there. The Blade Demon was still positioned in front of the Great Gate, waiting for someone to appear. The guard wonders what that is, and says it looks like a monster made of black trees. Joanne immediately felt a strong demonic presence and told him to duck, but he didn't even have time to ask what happened as a blood slash reached him. Luckily, Joanne managed to react and jumped, grabbing onto him to dodge the attack and throwing herself to the ground. Cordelia's guard watched the tree branch get cut in seconds and was scared because a simple slash, which didn't even have mana, reached them. When they looked down, the Blade Demon was staring fixedly at them. The Holy Cross Guardians quickly acted, ordering them to place the seal. With their pride on the line, don't let this demon leave the frozen land. Cordelia sat down, looking depressed. She said she was the one who didn't notice before, because it certainly wouldn't be easy to change her body's energy into something completely different. She glanced hopefully at Jude, asking when he would wake up. She reflects that such a dark and quiet environment is making her think about a lot of things. Lucas must be looking for them, and have created a plan to sweep the whole area, and she's feeling guilty for lying to him. She also thinks they bothered their guards, and they mustn't just be worried. They probably came to the frozen land. Suddenly, she opens her eyes quickly, realizing something is very wrong. She was enjoying leveling up and was happy that Jude would finally be healed, so she didn't think much about the situation. At this point, their levels are around 20, even though all the monsters in the frozen land had fallen into their traps. There's no way they could have leveled up so much, and more than that. If the monster was strong enough to give them 7 whole levels, even if they didn't kill it directly, the highest probability is that it's those who are trying to use Cordelia Chase as a sacrifice, the demon hand. Cordelia thinks that if the demon hand infiltrated this place, then the Great Gate's seal was broken. And even if they aren't looking for the two, they'll send forces to this place. What happened to Daria could repeat itself with the guards who came looking for them in the frozen land. She closes her eyes, reflecting for a moment. Then, she takes off her cape and throws it to Jude, saying she just realized it could be a demon hand ambush. She's going up first, so he needs to catch up to her as fast as possible when he wakes up. And she adds, mentioning that she'll really draw on his face if he's late. Cordelia starts running, thinking that if she wants to get to the Great Gate's entrance in the shortest possible time, she needs to cross the armory on the 5th floor, and then use the secret passage on the 5th floor that leads directly to the 1st. She ties her hair back and reflects that it will take at least 15 minutes to get there, but she dismisses that thought and says, no, 5 minutes is enough. Cordelia takes a deep breath and activates the accelerate spell. A glowing magic circle appears before her feet, and she starts running again at superhuman speed. The closer to the surface she gets, the more certain she is that her intuition was right. She wonders if she's too late, and if there will be more unnecessary victims this time too. She tells herself she hopes she's not late, because what she wants is a completely different ending from the game, a perfect happy ending. At the Great Gate's entrance, the Holy Cross Guardian shouts, ordering them to hold the seal with their lives on the line. The reason they live is to protect Pleiades from demons. Several enchantment swords appear around the blade demon, and, as if that weren't enough, new seals appear one after another. The guard from Hesbelby County says this is the first time he's seen a confinement technique on this scale. With this, they can seal the demon without needing to fight. But Joanne asks him not to let his guard down for a single moment, because the demon hasn't made a single proper attack yet. Suddenly, the blade demon, with just a swing of its arm, breaks the Holy Cross seal as if it were nothing. A massive black-red slash splits space, while the Guardians create more and more defensive magic barriers. Joanne tries to maintain focus on the magic spell. However, the blade demon's slashes hit a rock in the mountains, and it's about to fall on her. But Joanne knows she can't dodge while also casting a magic spell. Suddenly, Celian appears and cuts the rock with her sword. She shouts loudly for the demon to come, saying that this territory belongs to Hesbelb and that demons are not welcome there. And she orders the guards to protect the Guardians until reinforcements arrive. The blade demon still hasn't moved an inch. It just keeps swinging its blade arms, slicing through all the magic circles and enchantments in front of it. Even the Hesbelbe guards' swords can't withstand the fierce assault. Just as it was about to make more cuts, yellow magic chains suddenly bind its arm. Cordelia arrives on the battlefield just in time, and while catching her breath after all that running, she comments that in times of danger, the MC always shows up last. The guard says that's Miss Cordelia, a woman from the Sacred Cross Guardians. Then, he wonders if that person is part of the perfect, deeply in love couple they're looking for. Cordelia glares angrily at the guard, asking what he just said to her. Suddenly, the demon easily breaks the magic chains. At that moment, Cordelia intuitively senses a cut-splitting space itself. She acts fast and dodges the attack. The demon is surprised she managed to get away unscathed, while Cordelia hides behind a rock, thinking this demon is Sissiote. Sissiote is a wind attribute demon, a close-quarters combat specialist. But if its seal is released, it becomes a monster capable of sending unrestrained sword energy waves, cutting space itself. She reflects for a moment and mentions she encountered it many times when farming points in instance dungeons. But suddenly, Sissiote makes a second attack, ripping her out of her thoughts. Cordelia is waiting for the right moment to dodge. The instant the rock is sliced, she activates the acceleration spell and starts dodging attacks consecutively, hiding among the rocks. Cordelia thinks his attack pattern, when she's hiding behind a rock, is just like in the game. Suddenly, another horizontal slash comes her way, and she ducks, still reflecting that Cisiote usually appears mid-game. And even if she uses her witch's power, her win chance is super low at her current level. If she can't defeat him, the only method left is to speed up, using the demonic formation. While dodging the Blade Demon's attacks, Cordelia thinks she always won against him. That's why she doesn't know Ciciot's true name, but Jude definitely does. Meanwhile, on the 7th underground floor of the ice anvil, Jude has finally absorbed the sunflower. But seeing Cordelia's cloak, he wonders where she is. Back to the battle, Cordelia keeps dodging Ciciot's slashes. She thinks that since she doesn't know its name and isn't strong enough to defeat it, the only option is to buy time until Jude arrives. Then, she's suddenly snapped out of her thoughts when she hears someone call her. One of the Hezbollah guards asks if she's okay, and says he'll join her in the fight right now. Cordelia activates a magic spell and throws it towards them, ordering them not to move. The magic missiles hit the ground in front of the guards. He asks why she's doing that, and the girl next to him questions if she's telling them not to come closer. Psyllium says she's putting herself in danger on purpose. She's using herself as bait for that demon, to protect everyone, since they know they can't dodge that demon's attacks like she can. Ciciote starts swinging both arms simultaneously, telling Cordelia that with her dodging ability, it's a waste for her to keep being a mage. Once again, Cordelia dodges the attack without a single scratch. The Blade Demon focuses its eyes solely on her, thinking it can't believe such an amusing prey came all the way here alone as soon as it woke up. Then, it unleashed more consecutive slashes, finding it all very entertaining. As Cordelia dodges the attacks, she thinks they're getting more precise, and she's getting closer and closer to the limit of what she can dodge. She says that in her current state this won't work anymore. Suddenly, both the guards and the Blade Demon focus their eyes on her. Cordelia rests her fist on the ground and comments that it won't be able to keep up with her pace now. Ciata asks what she's doing. Cordelia says this pose just came to her naturally, thinking that for some reason, when she did the 3rd repetition of the reinforcement magic, she felt she had to do it. And Luffy's pose is so cool, she couldn't miss this opportunity. Cordelia kicks the ground and surrounds Ziade with her even more accelerated speed, telling it that now the fight is going to get even more fun. While the demon thinks she's way faster, the slashes it unleashes only hit Cordelia's mirages. Its eyes grew even fiercer, reflecting that she's not so fast that it can't keep up with her. But a mage, a normal human, would never be able to reach that speed, and it's sure she must be having a hard time controlling herself. However, none of the attacks it made managed to even scratch her. This made it question the nature of her precise dodges. Was she judging every tiny movement of its arms and predicting the attacks? And if that wasn't the case, how did she have such an absurd reaction speed? At that moment, Ziat realized why she could dodge all its attacks. This whole time she wasn't predicting or reacting to it. All her movements came from beyond any deduction. It was pure intuition. The demon laughs loudly and says she's a true monster with a pretty unique talent. But he narrows his eyes and comments that it's easy for him to break that talent. Ziziota unleashes uncontrolled attacks across the battlefield, slicing through rocks, the ground, and space itself. Countless rocks flew towards Cordelia, crashing down and transforming the battleground. As the demon mentions she won't be able to move freely anymore, Cordelia had forgotten that, unlike instant dungeons in games, here the terrain could be a variable. Ziziote fixed his eyes on her and said she couldn't afford to stop moving for a second, but now, this would be her end. He sliced space once more towards Cordelia, realizing she couldn't maintain focus to dodge anymore. On impulse, she closed her eyes. The rocks behind her were sliced and destroyed in seconds. She slowly opened one eye and flinched, thinking that attack should have hit her, but now she felt as if she was floating in the air. Jude mentions he did say he'd hug her and throw her into the air. At that moment, a warm energy spread through her body. She quickly turned her gaze to see Jude and smiled, relieved and happy that he had finally arrived. Jude is holding her in his arms. As he lightly landed on a solitary rock, he looked at her smiling and said all that was left now was to carry her across the wall to patch her up. He descended from the rock, and Cordelia said he arrived just in time. By the way, she asks if he knows Ziziotti's true name. He replies yes. She comments that this way they conceal him, but Jude questions if she's sure about that. Cordelia asks if he wants to capture him then. However, she doesn't have much mana left, so she can't deal that much damage. He says he knows and closely observes the Blade Demon. He mentions that, seeing how the black armor doesn't fully cover its body, he doesn't think this monster is in its perfected form yet. Therefore, just a single opportunity to deal massive massive damage should be enough. Cordelia asks if she basically needs to hold Ziziotti long enough. She smiles and says to leave it to her, mentioning she'll show off some restraint magic better than magic chains. But she fixes her eyes on him and questions, if she creates this opportunity, will he be able to take him down? Then she swings her arm and tells him to just try answering no. Jude asks if she's going to question him while basically threatening to punch him. He starts walking and asks her not to worry because even though he's late, he's going to show her something even more incredible. Cordelia gets confused and asks what he means. Jude just makes a random comment, saying he wasn't sure if she was waiting for him like a good villain who waits for the hero's transformations, or if it was because she felt something that put her on guard. When Ziziotti saw Jude, its pupils turned into slits, like a cat's, eager for new, interesting prey. Meanwhile, Cordelia wonders what he meant by felt something, and realizes that, thinking about it, there's something different about Jude. He raises his hand and says the time is now. He activates the 9 gates of the 9 heavens, causing a strong gale to rise around him. Then he says, "Second gate, open!" At that moment, the wind became even stronger, while Cordelia thought, so he actually opened the next gate. Jude kicked the ground, advancing at an absurd speed towards the blade demon. Feeling danger approach, Ziziotti swung its arms simultaneously, cutting everything in front of it. Jude thinks he doesn't have Cordelia's intuition to dodge these attacks like she does. So, he calculated his own body, his movements, his speed, and the trajectory he wanted to trace. He critically dodged Ziziotti's attack, reflecting that he needs to shorten the distance and create a situation where he can avoid its attacks all at once. Ziziotti spun its body and used the spatial slice again. Jude took advantage of the opening he found upon seeing it spin its body and advanced, suddenly stopping in front of the demon. He threw a right hook at one of the blade arms. In seconds, he adjusted his body and launched another hook, this time with his left, at Siziod's left arm. The demon fixed his eyes on him, thinking, Jude is aiming his strike at the exact point when I'm about to swing my arm, preventing me from using the spatial breaker slash. He wondered where a kid like this had come from. Jude continued attacking with consecutive hooks, aiming at the exact point that prevented Siziod from using his arms. Meanwhile, the guards commented that he was completely dominating him, and Cordelia reflected, the way he was bragging when they were in a bad situation made her think he was just being an idiot. But he's actually doing really well. It's not for nothing he's top 1. Jude landed another right hook on Siziod's blade arms. He thought this method was good enough to nullify his attacks, but unfortunately, there wasn't a window for a decisive attack. But he reflects that creating that opportunity isn't his job after all. So, he stepped back a bit and asked the demon if he wasn't focusing too much on him and had forgotten he wasn't alone. Suddenly, magic chains enveloped Siziod's body. From atop the rocks, Lysagan ordered everyone not to just stand there watching. One of the guardians of the Holy Cross shouted, saying that those who could provide ranged support should stop the demon with everything they had. Lysagan added that those who couldn't use magic circles should pay more attention to their surroundings and stay out of the way. Siziod swung his arms again, breaking all the chains. He said these cheap tricks wouldn't work against him, but suddenly he felt he had made a mistake. It was only a very short time, but in that moment, he turned his body. Someone managed to take advantage of that brief window. A black blade made of magic cut through space and flew at the right moment into Siziod's blind spot. However, he managed to react and fixed his strike at the exact tip of the black blade. When the magic dissipated, he realized he had forgotten about her when Jude appeared. Cordelia covered her eyes and commented that she figured he'd focus his attention only on Jude, but she didn't think he'd forget she was in the fight too. The moment he fixed his eyes on Cordelia's, he made another mistake. Cordelia's blue eyes transformed into snake eyes. She activated the evil eye, a power the white snake possessed. Siziod stopped. His body quickly began to turn to stone. He asked, how does an inferior human have the demonic power of magic eyes? Cordelia replied, mentioning that he had already said it once. She's a monster. And she added that she's also very talented. Then, she took advantage of the moment and said, she wasn't the only one. Jude also took advantage of that instant Siziod was paralyzed and appeared behind him to deliver a decisive blow. As he prepared, he recited Siziod's demonic name, which is Sizionis Gilbestone. A golden light circulated around his fists. Suddenly, papers inscribed with the demonic restriction technique appeared. Siziod, upon being restricted by his recited name, wondered how he knew it. Cordelia said, smiling, that he had already lost the moment he was forced to stop his arms. Just like Jude Bael, she recited the demonic being's name while activating the Black Blade's magic circle. Jude Bael shouted loudly, reciting Siziod's true name again, and gathering even more mana in his fist. Cordelia then threw the black blade using the only mana she had left. Jude Bael, with both hands, made 2 crosses penetrate the demon's body. Siziod could no longer move. Cracks of holy light penetrated his body, clashing against each other. The two collided before finally exploding. Siziod disintegrated and vanished. A bright blue light enveloped Cordelia, who was trying to catch her breath. Her eyes were milky white. She couldn't see anything. Maybe she had overdone it. She felt like she was going to faint. But first, she needed to check something. Cordelia called Jude Bale and asked how many levels he went up. Jude Bale replied that he went up 4 levels. However, it was a lie. He went up 5 levels and Cordelia only 4, since he landed the final blow. Cordelia said she also managed to go up 4 levels, and before collapsing, she commented that they both must have landed the final blow at the same time. When she fell, Jude Bale called her. He also didn't come out unscathed from this fight. His right hand was red as if it had been burned. He thought she'd know if he held her with that hand. The guards approached, asking if he and Cordelia were okay. Jude Bale said yes and apologized for worrying them. Joan asked how he knew the demon's true name, but Jude Bale interrupted her and asked her to wait. He mentioned that he first wanted to take care of his fiancée, and that matter could wait. Then, a guard offered to help Cordelia, since he was also injured. But Jude Bale said it was fine and he could carry her on his back. They started whispering among themselves, commenting that they really were a perfect couple. Everyone saw how he just ignored them so he could carry her. Such protective love. It's like young Master Lucas said, they're so amazing. Jude Bale approached Cordelia and asked if she was okay. She mentioned that she was out of mana and couldn't see straight, and her legs were hurting too after running for so long, so he said she wasn't okay. But Cordelia let out a smile, commenting that she felt great. Jude Bale smiled back and said it was obvious, considering the amount of levels they gained. He asked her to get on his back. Cordelia nodded and said that from now on she's in his care. Then, they looked at the sky for a moment, and Jude Bale commented that it stopped snowing. Now, in a completely different place, Salusi stared at the demonic registry with a dazed expression. The demonic registry recorded the names of demons and demonic humans belonging to the demonic hand, and also had a special function. If a demon or demonic human registered there was extinguished or killed, their name was erased from the record. Salusi looked at the demonic registry, which remained unchanged no matter how many times she stared at it. Siziod's name was gone, meaning he died. She questioned if the plan failed. No, actually, this is beyond failure. This is a full-blown catastrophe. 2 demonic beings, a demon, and 100 combatants were sent, and they're all dead. Salusi wondered if this was the work of the Warrior of the Sun, but that's impossible. He's near the center of the kingdom, so there's no way he'd be in the north. The only option is that it's those 2. Jude Bale and Cordelia must possess something she didn't consider, because in every plan that failed, they were involved somehow. There's no way it's just a coincidence. Salusi steadied her breathing and called Kanos. He quickly responded to her. Then, she ordered him to mobilize all forces to the north to capture the sacrifice. The moment they have Cordelia Chase's whereabouts, they must inform her immediately. Kanos asked if she meant she would participate personally. Salusi said yes, that this time she'd interfere personally to avoid any more failures, because at this rate, she'd be considered useless and be expelled by the leader. And just imagining that is terrifying. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, the commander of Hesbelg County's guard asked young Master Jude Bale to recount what happened this time, and how he learned the demon's true name. Jude Bale activated his lying mode and began to tell his story. He recounted that Miss Cordelia and he entered the frozen land to obtain the sunflower. However, they were ambushed by the demonic hand. While fleeing, they activated a trap installed there by ancient dwarves. Thanks to the enemies being caught in the trap, they easily defeated the demonic worshippers. As for the demon's true name, Jude Bale explained that it was written on the sheepskin, held by the one they suspected to be the strongest among the demon worshippers. Joan commented that their diligence then ended up becoming their own poison. And it's true that demons' true names are very difficult to memorize, as they aren't written in our language. A nurse announced that Miss Cordelia's treatment had already been completed. Jude quickly stood up and walked over to her. She explained that Miss Cordelia's vision seemed to have temporarily degraded due to exhaustion, but it would return once her body recovered. Jude turned to the people present at the meeting and, in a concerned tone of voice, said he'd like to return to his fiancée and asked if they had any more questions for him. The 2 were moved by the amount of love shown, so they awkwardly said they'd finish there for the day, and it would be better to continue the next day. But Cillian interrupted them and called Jude. He watched her approach, thinking she might have noticed something that could get him into trouble. However, Cillian merely said that during this battle, besides feeling powerless, she also felt ashamed to be a knight. They, who should have protected the two, were instead the protected ones. She extended her hand and commented that since they survived, they'd have an opportunity to repay them in the future. She smiled faintly and said she just wanted to thank him for saving her. Jude said he didn't think there was anything they needed to repay him for, but he'd relay her words to Miss Cordelia too. Then he shook her hand and said goodbye, wishing her a good night. Jude walked towards the tent where Cordelia was, reflecting that Cezios should enter a frenzy halfway through the game's story. This was too early, and if everything had gone as it originally was, Cezios alone would have killed over 100 guards from Resbelg County and Guardians of the Holy Cross. That's why, when he came out from the city's underground to assess the situation, he was already prepared to accept that everyone was dead. At that time, the Guardians of the Holy Cross wouldn't be able to contain Cezios' movements, and the knights weren't even wearing armor, since moving in the snow was the top priority. It was only natural for most of them to lose their lives that time. Jude slowly opened the tent and saw Cordelia, thinking that she was the one who had protected them from a terrible death. Cordelia was lying on a bed, with a bandage around her eyes. Jude gently asked how she was doing. She replied that, aside from being tired and not being able to see anything, she was fine. He said that then, she wasn't fine. She claimed she was just exaggerating, and the nurse had said her vision would return as her body recovered. Jude pulled up a chair and sat next to her, mentioning that even so, since it was a skill that strained her eyes, they should be more careful about using it from then on. Cordelia smiled and asked sardonically if he was worrying about her. Jude replied that yes, he was worrying a lot about her and didn't want to see her in that state anymore. Cordelia turned her face away, embarrassed, and said she wouldn't use it too often so he wouldn't worry. Jude teased that her face was all red now, and she retorted that it wasn't. Then he changed the subject and mentioned that the guards and guardians had asked him to thank her on their behalf. They commented that, thanks to her early arrival, none of them ended up dying, even after encountering a demon. Cordelia got super excited and asked if it was really true, that everyone was safe. Jude said yes, and that they were very grateful she had saved them. She said that was a relief and was very happy. Next, she briefly cleared her throat and said she was also very grateful. Jude stared at her and asked for what. She timidly replied that when she was in danger, he had saved her. She turned her face away, because even with her eyes bandaged, she felt she couldn't look him directly in the eye, and said she was thankful for that. He, surprised, said it was only natural. Cordelia mentioned that she thought he'd say that, but, changing the subject, she asked how he had gotten out of there so quickly, if he had used some movement technique or something. Jude replied that he had just used the shortcut. He explained that if she touched the lip of the third statue on the 7th floor, a secret staircase would open. Cordelia started hitting him randomly, saying he should have told her about the shortcut before he ate the sunflower. She had to run the whole way, and he didn't know how tired she got. Jude asked how she managed to be so accurate with her slaps, even without being able to see. She tightly gripped the pillow, still trying to control her anger, and asked what else they had said. Jude, groaning in pain, replied that they would investigate the incident the next day and return to Resbelg County the day after. Cordelia mentioned that they couldn't go back since she had to do something about the Great Northern Invasion event, which would happen soon. He replied that yes, and reached into his trenchcoat pocket to pull out some letters, saying they would escape at midnight. The place was silent. Everyone slept soundly after an intense fight. However, in front of Cordelia's tent there was a letter written by Jude, stating that it was addressed to his great friend, young Master Lucas. It was written that Jude would continue his honeymoon trip with Lady Cordelia, whom he loved more than his life. After eating the sunflower, he had become much healthier, so Lucas didn't need to worry too much about them. They were truly sorry for acting on their own and causing Lucas such suffering. The letter concluded that he was truly happy now. After Jude recited the letter's content to Cordelia, she tried to hold back her laughter so as not to wake the guards, all while thinking how the tables have turned. But when Jude said no one else could hear them, she burst out laughing, saying they had better find the letter soon. He asked if that made her so happy. She said yes, because this was the first time he had had to leave the letter behind, and it was always her who did it. Cordelia mentioned she was so happy she could die of happiness, but seeing Jude's expression, she asked what kind of reaction that was. He replied it was nothing. It was just that, with that, their relationship as a lovey-dovey couple was practically confirmed. He wondered if she was also happy about it, and added that he never thought she liked him that much. Cordelia stammered, asking what he was talking about and saying it wasn't like that at all. She then lowered her head, embarrassed and angry, thinking things shouldn't end like this. Now in the trading city of Langabusto, Jude knocked on the door and announced he was coming in. He asked if she'd managed to rest. She replied that she'd slept well, mentioning her head felt lighter after a good night's sleep, then asked him to tell her the plan before they were pursued. ensued. Jude commented that before that, she needed to fully recover and asked about her eyes if she could see yet. She smiled and said he didn't need to worry about that anymore. She slowly removed the bandages and declared, "Domain expansion, Muryu Kusho." Jude asked if she'd kept it bandaged this whole time just to do that. Cordelia replied that, "Of course, you gotta seize the opportunity." Then the two sat at the table, and Jude said that, according to the original game story, something big would happen 2 months from now. Beyond the northern border, there was a jungle. One day, a prophet in rags arrived at a village and said, "Here, in the land of the furious bull, a great king will appear. The one who will be king will receive great power and sweep across the world." The tribe leader believed the prophecy and prepared a ritual to receive this power, unaware that a group of demon worshippers was behind the prophet. Cordelia commented that then, after receiving the power of the great monarch of corruption, Belial, the furious bull tribe members unified all the jungle tribes. Afterward, they used the demon's power to corrupt the survivors before using them to advance against the kingdom. Jude mentioned that since the great northern invasion by the barbarians was part of the main scenario, there was no way to avoid it in Legend of Heroes 2-6. Cordelia asked if they could intervene now, stating they could go to the jungle, stop the unification organized by the enraged bulls, and completely prevent the invasion. But she herself said that, as nobles of Saloon, they shouldn't interfere in fights between tribes beyond the northern border, because in that case, they would be declaring war. Jude said what she said was true. That's why, instead of taking the initiative, they just needed to protect the tribes that hadn't been influenced by the demons. He commented that they would create a force to oppose the furious bull tribe. Cordelia asked if he was talking about the Great Storm tribe, the one with the playable character known as Vento Vermelho. Cordelia said that if that was the case, it meant that after defeating Minos and the demonic hand that attacked the meeting, they had changed the flow of Cordelia's scenarios. Similarly, Vento Vermelho's story of losing her family and tribe could be completely rewritten. Jude smiled and commented that it was as expected of the rank 2. She was quick to understand things. Cordelia said that was natural, imitating Jude, and then added that she never liked seeing her despair in the original story, so she was completely on board. Jude mentioned that she must be imprisoned now, probably having been captured a week before her first appearance. Cordelia stood up, saying they needed to save her then, since she was only captured because she had crossed the border to get medicine for her sick father. They had to save her from that cold, dark cell before she started to hate humans. Night fell and Cordelia was annoyed, mentioning she'd said they should save Vento Vermelho, but asking where they were going. Jude informed her that Vento Vermelho had been captured by a slave trader, so they could buy her without needing to fight. Cordelia, whose hair was now dyed for disguise, questioned if he wanted to buy her with money. She thought they'd teach those slave owners a lesson during the rescue and destroy the slave market. Jude replied that if they did that, Condrisberg would find out they were in Langabusto, and since Vento Vermelho was imprisoned in the North's largest slave market, it didn't make sense to try something like that. Suddenly, Jude noticed something. As he watched, he heard Cordelia grumble that she still thought they were going to do something fun, but they'd just give them money if they bought her. He said he understood how she felt, but there was no other way, and gestured with his hand for her to come closer. Jude whispers that it will be worse if they reinforce security after acting, and asks her to look closely at that slave. A slave trader pulled the woman's collar, ordering her to walk faster. As he entered through the door, the slave took a paper from her worn blouse and handed it to the knight, who promptly received it. Jude and Cordelia watched the scene furiously. After Cordelia observed this scene, she remembered that the original reason for Yellowstorm's escape was an ambush that happened around this time. Jude commented that the slave market would turn into chaos a few weeks from now, so they would wait and let it pick what they'd planted. Cordelia said she understood, but asked, intrigued, why they were buying masks. He replied that they needed to save Yellowstorm. She said she knew that, but why buy masks if they weren't going to any party? Jude merely replied that it was so they wouldn't fall flat on their faces later. She became furious and told him to stop messing around. 20 minutes later, in front of people gambling at the casino, Cordelia stood there with an expressionless face, asking Jude if this was how he would get money. He smiled proudly and replied yes. After Jude's confident reply, Cordelia immediately turned and pinched his cheek. As he complained it hurt, she replied that it was supposed to hurt, damn it, and furiously asked how he dared bring her to a casino to make money. This was a reason to cancel the wedding. Jude replied that he had already said it was fine, and questioned if he had ever lied to her about something like this. He asked her to trust him, to give him a chance, and he would make her a millionaire overnight. Cordelia said it was better if he didn't lose everything. Otherwise, money wouldn't be the only thing he would lose. Jude proudly stated that he had already been banned from 3 casinos in Las Vegas. Then he asked her to just trust his skills. Then he left humming that he would win and return, and asked her to wait there for 2 hours. Meanwhile, Cordelia had such a worried expression, thinking she was engaged to a liar who was proud of being a deadbeat. 2 hours later, Cordelia laughed cheerfully, saying it had been a lot of fun, and that the casino was truly a place of dreams and wishes. Jude, on the other hand, had no words to describe what had happened. He thought it was ridiculous. Ever since he remembered his past life before coming to Pleiades, or rather his current and past lives, he had never been so shocked. A while earlier, Jude threw 2 cards on the table. The blackjack supervisor congratulated him on another victory. Then he mentioned he would stop there and asked, out of courtesy, where the exchange counter was. After exchanging the chips for cash, he walked, proudly smiling. He thought he'd managed to multiply his money 2.5 times, and that was good enough. He wanted to gamble more, but if he made Cordelia wait longer, she might get angry. So, he should stop there. When suddenly something caught his eye. As he walked over to see what was happening, he heard someone say it was the 17th win he'd seen himself. Others commented that since they arrived, it was already the 17th. Jude looked up to see who the center of attention was. When he saw who it was, he couldn't hide his shocked expression. Cordelia was smiling brightly, while the people around her said she'd hit the roulette 17 times in a row. Her chips were 5 or 6 times more than Jude had managed. Back to the present, Jude questions how she got it right so many times, mentioning that the odds of getting 17 consecutive wins are 1 in 130,000. She replies that she just relied on her intuition. Cordelia comments that when she felt it would be red, it landed on red, and when she felt it would be black, it landed on black. She cheerfully walks off again, asking if she should try a card game next time. Jude, with a stunned look, thinks he's engaged to a monster. So he calls Cordelia and tells her one thing right off the bat. No gambling. Anything but gambling, and gambling is a reason to call off the wedding. Cordelia replies, ironically, that it's fine. Just have a little faith in me, she says. Jude asks why the heck they're switching roles now. She changes the subject, saying that because she won so much, she even got invited to an auction. With the invitation, they can naturally participate in the auction. This way, they'll be able to retrieve the Yellow Storm according to the plan. Jude says they'll also take a look, in case there's anything else good besides the Yellow Storm. Cordelia smiles excitedly and comments that this is an unknown place they've never seen in the game. She feels like she can get an amazing item there. He mentions that if her intuition says so, then it will definitely happen. Cordelia says she hopes so, and asks about the masks they bought earlier. Where will they use them? Jude replies that he'll tell her tomorrow, since it's very late and it's better to rest. Around the same time, in Balon, a border town, Jude's father said he couldn't be a silent spectator anymore. After encountering such great danger at the Great Gate, they had fled again. The demon cultists' movements were already bothering him. What the heck were they doing? They said they were constantly looking for them, but at this rate, if they didn't find Jude and Cordelia's father added that he'd have no choice but to put them on the wanted list. Alex asked him to think of Resbelg County when issuing a wanted order for 2 engaged fugitives. Arthur mentioned that just thinking about it was horrifying. Alex stood up, saying they still had to find the 2 before trouble came knocking. It would be great if one of them could handle it personally, but that might be difficult. So, instead, he was thinking of sending Gale. If the eldest son of Count Balon's family participated in the search personally, it could clean up their image a bit. He asked who Count Chase's family was sending, mentioning that Cordelia's knight hadn't recovered yet. Arthur replied that he would send Delia. Alex was surprised and questioned if he would really send her, and if he wasn't mistaken, she was in the central region. Count Chase said she had already returned from vacation, and that perhaps hearing about the problems between Jude and Cordelia had truly frustrated her and made her explode, and she said she would go personally this time. Alex smiled and commented that the children really took after him. Then, he said it had been a while since they last met. Now, in a carriage approaching the Chase mansion, a woman rests peacefully during the journey, with a calm expression and closed eyes. Meanwhile, she softly tells Cordelia to wait just a little longer, and soon her sister will be there to protect her. The next day, Gale asks Veter if he has to go to Count Chase's estate first. He replies yes, informing that he heard they're sending a tracking magic user from Count Chase's estate. Suddenly, Gale looks to the side upon hearing his name called. Maya comments that she came here to bring this to him, since they can't know what the situation will be like while he's looking for young Master Jude Bile. She thought he should be prepared. She started showing various ingredients to prepare for the trip, in case Jude Bile catches a cold, gets poisoned, or has a headache. Gale asks her to calm down and mentions he needs to hurry not to be late. She comes back to herself and says she's just worried about young Master Jude Bale's health. She lowers her head and apologizes for acting that way. Gale thanks her for worrying about his brother and takes the bag of ingredients she prepared, saying he'll take very good care of it. He mounts his horse and tells Viter and Maya that he'll be back with his brother soon. The two bid him farewell and wish him a safe journey. Now, at Count Chase's estate, Gale arrives at the location and notices someone waiting in front of the entrance. This man is Edward Chase, the eldest son of Count Chase's family and heir to the estate. While yawning, he welcomes Gale and comments that he's not the person who will accompany him. He just woke up early to see something interesting. Gale questions what he means, when suddenly someone walks up to them and says it's been a while since she last saw him. A blonde-haired woman announces that she will be accompanying him on this search and hopes he gets along well during their time working together. Her name is Adelia Chase, one of the 7 captains of the Royal Magic Corporation of the Celion Kingdom, and Cordelia's sister. Gale awkwardly replies that he would be pleased to accompany her and mentions he heard she was in the capital. She responds that she took some time off from the Royal Corporation, as they need to find those two before things get out of control. No time to lose. She asks if they shouldn't just head out immediately. He says yes, and since he's more familiar with the area, he'll lead the way. She hops onto her horse and says that's fine, but only if he can keep up with her pace, that he can do it. Gale gets confused and asks what she's talking about. Suddenly, she made an abrupt move, and her horse bolted, leaving Gale behind. Gale is still confused, while Edward smiles and mentions that he'll have to hustle to catch up to her now. He wishes him good luck, then hastily sets off to catch up with Adelia. Edward comments that he's worried about Cordelia and Wild, but can't help but enjoy himself here too, and that this whole search depends on Gale Bayou. Later that night, at the auction house in Lanquimbus, someone announces that the auction will begin in 2 hours the following evening. Also, items on display on the first floor will be sold to the highest bidder before the auction begins. So, if they want to buy an item, please write their bid amount and membership code on the bidding card. After explaining, she says she's leaving now. If they need anything, ring the bell, and most importantly, have fun. Jude Bael and Cordelia thank her for the brief explanation. Then, the two stare at each other. Jude Bael mentions he had a hunch he'd find something big there because of his intuition. She responds that she did too, but who knew it actually happened. They walked through the auction house, checking out the items. They found an ancestral emblem and, right after, a sword of heavenly judgment. Then, Cordelia says her treasure is finally here, and Jude Bael asks her to look at this seller's comment. It's written that it's an ornamental relic, excavated from some ancestral ruins. He mentions that the writing sounds so fancy, but they don't know what it really is. Cordelia looks at the bid and questions if that's really the highest bid, or if the seller forgot to add more zeros at the end. She asks him to bid quickly, while Jude Bael says that if he had known this, he would have come here first as soon as he woke up in this world. After the bid is made, Cordelia breathes a sigh of relief and asks if they didn't just hit the jackpot. Jude Bael responds that they did and feels he has to say it. She comments that she already knows what he's going to say, so the two say at the same time, "It's fucking lucky." They started running around looking for more valuable items for a steal, but suddenly remembered they forgot something important. They completely forgot about Vento Carmisum. Now, in the auction house's basement, Jude Bael and Cordelia were in a completely different atmosphere than the first floor. The place had a dark, sad, and subdued atmosphere. The seller stated that they made a good choice in buying her, saying she has distinctive ears, white skin, and slender limbs. It's hard to find such beauty among the northern barbarians. Cordelia's eyes were about to shed tears upon seeing Vento Carmisum, while the seller continues to describe that she might be a bit wild. Ultimately, it's normal, since her people are what they call barbarians. Vento Carmisum looked furiously at Cordelia. There was a deep fear in her blue eyes that couldn't hide her rage and hostility. At that moment, Cordelia tries to control herself by clenching her fist tightly so as not to cause trouble while Jude Bael is negotiating. After the man explains the details, Jude Bael responds that this is a sign of good health, so it's all good. But the slave dealer, with his eyes fixed on him, questions if he's really going to make the direct purchase without any negotiation. Jude thinks he's suspecting that the king didn't send them there for an inspection, so he replies yes, explaining that he's traveling with his sister and that she insists they leave Nantibust because it's too cold. The man comments that it makes sense, since, for those not used to it, the cold there can be quite harsh. Then he says he'll prepare the merchandise for immediate shipment. Jude is relieved, reflecting that guy's got a sharp wit. He tells the man he'll be waiting. While walking back to the first floor, Cordelia comments that she didn't know there was a rule that you had to cover your face with a mask to enter there. He mentions that in the game, they were only allowed to look at the basement during Vento Carmisum's escape. So, most people wouldn't know about it. Cordelia asks how he found that out. Jude explains that slavery is a vice that is gradually disappearing from the kingdom, but the fact that they insist on selling humans in such a shady way means they have a lot to hide. That's why he thought it was necessary. Cordelia says he's right, since nobody would want to show their face in these negotiations. This was done for nobles who need to maintain their dignity in the eyes of others. She thinks about those elements, the distinct smell of perfume mixed with the basement's mold, the sound of heavy chains and people evaluating the merchandise, eyes filled with vengeance, disgust, and fear. The excitement for the rare item she had found quickly vanished, replaced by indescribable emotions that filled her heart. Back on the first floor, a masked man comments that barbarians are really tough. He mentions he had recently bought one who had already won 2 gladiatorial matches. The last one he had bought, on the other hand, had his neck broken in the first fight. The other man says there's no better slave for combat than a barbarian. Cordelia turns her face away and walks in the opposite direction, unable to bear listening to that again. She walked a few more meters. When she suddenly stopped, she took off her hair clip, and Jude asked what was going on. She replies that her hair must have gotten all tangled, commenting that it hurt so much that every step she took made her want to cry. She asks Jude to please do something about it. He says it's okay and approaches her, stroking her hair. He says Vento Carmisum must have gone through a lot, so they'll take good care of her and buy her lots of delicious food too. Meanwhile, Cordelia hides her tears behind her mask. Later, in the cabin they rented to rest, Jude asks how Vento Carmisum was doing. Cordelia replies that she must have been exhausted from constantly being on the brink of survival. She fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the bed. Jude asks if she still hasn't completely gotten rid of the restraints. She replies no, because she thought if she did, she would wake up. He asks her to sit next to him, as they're now going to discuss their future plans. She raises her hand and replies, "Yes, Professor." She comments that she thinks they should become friends with Vento Carmisum first. Jude says that's a good idea, Luna Cordelia, since they'll need her help as soon as they cross the border. But she says dejectedly that given how their first meeting with her went, it'll probably take a good while for her to open up to them. Jude agrees, mentioning that it should take a month, more or less, for her to let her guard down. Cordelia wonders what they'll do and asks if he has any plan in mind. Jude says yes, but asks, "What's with that face?" She says she has a feeling there's an evil plan behind this. He just comments that it's just going to be a little white lie. He first explains that they'll imbue the magic circle with some magic, and here's the script for her to read. Cordelia takes the script and says, "This is in the Northern Tribe's language," and asks, "How does he think I'd be able to read this?" He replies that he thought she could, being rank 2. But now there's no choice. He, as rank 1, will have to write down the pronunciation for her. Cordelia gets furious and mentions that bastard wrote this on purpose. Later, Vento Carmisum sleeps deeply. Suddenly, she hears an unknown voice asking her to awaken. She opens her eyes, startled, and quickly jumps out of bed, preparing to attack. However, she notices her restraints are gone, and she can see normally. She wonders what's happening, what that voice was from a moment ago, and where all this fog is coming from. Suddenly, an intense light appears before her eyes, making her close them and feel a deep fear. An image of a celestial being emerges, saying she doesn't need to fear, and introduces itself as the Great Storm, the guardian deity of her tribe. Vento Carmisum's eyes fill with tears. She immediately bows, saying it's an honor to feel the presence of the Great Storm. The deity mentions that she went through many hardships after embarking on a journey to cure her father's illness. It adds that a great crisis is approaching her entire tribe in the Great Plains. Upon hearing the word crisis, she desperately asks what she should do. Then the deity says that from now on it will speak more assertively. However, it quickly tells her to wait, because it shouldn't have said that. Then, it tells Jude to shut the hell up, while Vento Carmisum asks what's happening. The deity says it was nothing, and goes back to communicating that it has already delivered its oracle to the 2 humans present. They saved her, so she must accompany them on this journey. The deity mentions that the woman's name is Cordelia, and the man's name is Jude. The pink-haired woman is beautiful and gentle, but sometimes fierce like a wild beast. The man is handsome, cool, polite, and a truly amazing person. He's so perfect that the woman is completely in love with him. It adds that these 2 will become her friends. Vento Carmisum wonders, intrigued, why she should become friends with humans who enslaved her. Meanwhile, Jude activates a magic circle. The deity asks her to trust it and them, and together, overcome this crisis in the north. Vento Carmisum closes her eyes due to the intense light while trying to say something to the guardian deity. However, suddenly, she starts to feel sleepy and falls to the ground unconscious. Now that the show's over, Cordelia turns off the fog and Jude approaches to turn off the lighting. He comments that he can't believe she fell asleep immediately, just with the sleep mask spell, combined with sleep and wind magic. He adds that now they're going to tie her up again. When she wakes up in the same state she was in when she fell asleep, she'll think she saw a real dream and an oracle. But Cordelia asks about that line from the script that said the woman was completely in love with him. He just says it means something good. She gets furious and mentions he's lying because she can't read their tribe's language. About an hour later, Vento Carmisum woke up hearing a soft and gentle voice. She tried to open her eyes immediately, but couldn't see anything but black because of the blindfold. Cordelia tells her to just hold on a sec, she'll take it off. She adjusted to the light. Her eyes caught the faces of two people, hearing the pink-haired girl ask if she was okay. Vento, Carmisum's eyes widened. She immediately backed away to the corner of the bed, while Cordelia says there's no need to be that defensive. She adds that her name is Cordelia, and the man beside her is her fiancé, Jude. Upon hearing Cordelia and Jude's names, she remembered the words of the Great Storm, her tribe's guardian. Jude comments that the Great Storm guided them, and that's also why they bought her at the auction. Cordelia sits on the edge of the bed and mentions it's as he said, and she doesn't need to be scared since she's safe now. Cordelia extends her hand to Vento Carmisum, saying affectionately that they'll help her. Vento Carmisum, fixing her eyes on Cordelia's hand, reflected that when she crossed the border, she'd put it in her head that she'd get her father's medicine with her own power and return home. She told herself countless times that she couldn't trust anyone. After being caught, her belief that she couldn't trust any human of the kingdom became even stronger. Even under the Great Storm's orders, she thought it'd be impossible to become friends with them. In fact, she thought she shouldn't become friends with them. However, she was so lonely and always wished for someone to break that fear of loneliness. Her tears exploded and streamed from her eyes like a dam. She sobbed, saying she couldn't take it anymore. Cordelia hugged Vento Carmisum tightly, whispering that she was safe now and could trust her. Upon hearing the words of comfort, her tears only increased. While intently observing the whole scene, Jude thinks he succeeded in breaking Vento Carmisum's distrust without any problems or wasted time. He feels a little guilty for embodying the tribe's guardian deity. Cordelia should be satisfied with the result too, so it's all good. Jude says he'll go get something to eat and asks Cordelia to take care of her there. Cordelia responds, crying along with Vento Carmisum, that she was fine. After leaving the room, he noticed something on the table. He thinks they got this valuable relic from the black market. He realizes she still got so excited about their luck, even in a dirty place. This means that even with a very human side, she's still an addict. A few minutes later, Carmisum informs them that she knows a place to cross the border. While eating a sandwich, she mentions it's a path only her tribe knows. It's a secret, but she'll tell them since Cordelia is her friend and Jude is Cordelia's friend. Jude thinks about what happened when he went out to get food. Seeing how close they got, Cordelia thinks that people get closer when they open their hearts. He reflects that even so, this is too fast. Then he asks Carmisum if, despite it being a bit early, she'd like to be able to leave tomorrow. She responds that she's still looking for medicine for her father. Cordelia says they have something that can help him get better. Jude adds that the Great Storm informed them, and they prepared everything beforehand. Carmisum quickly stands up and says they can go right now. He then says they'll rest today and leave tomorrow with her guiding them. Cordelia comments, "If you're done eating, why don't you take a bath?" Carmisum responds that yes, but Cordelia should go along. Cordelia responds, "All right, let's take a bath together." Meanwhile, Jude thinks that if they take too long, Resbelgo County or the demonic hand might catch up to them. He also reflects that Cordelia is getting closer and closer to her, exactly as planned. However, he feels strangely lonely. The next day, Jude knocks on the door and asks if they're ready. He also informs them that he's already prepared the luggage so they can come when they're ready. Cordelia responds that they're already coming. She turns to Carmisum and asks, "Aren't you gonna be cold in those clothes?" Carmisum says these clothes are like what she used to wear, but her hair is different. Cordelia then remembers that, in the game, Carmisum would tie her hair up before coming to the kingdom. Cordelia does a hairstyle and asks if it's good like this. Right after, she makes one just like Frieren from the hero group, wondering if it's good. Then she makes another, like the elf from the Lord of the Rings movie. After trying so many hairstyles, she ties a ribbon on the tip of Carmisum's hair and asks, "Is it good like this now? Do you like it?" Carmisum looks at the ribbon tied to the tip of her hair and thinks it's beautiful. Cordelia anxiously asks if she should tie her hair up like before, but Carmisum responds with a beautiful smile, saying it's perfect and thanking Cordelia for helping her. Cordelia smiles back and says they should leave now. At the same time, near the Northern Viscount's territory, Gale asks if she found anything. Adelia replies that she found the direction they're going, north. Gale mentions that the two were last seen in the Frozen Land. If they go north from there, it would be Langambusto. Adelia adds that, further ahead, they would reach one of the kingdom's 3 shields, Crow's Nest, the Fort of Thundering Doom. But she says there's something strange. If you look at the map, those two aren't going in the direction of the fort, they're going somewhere else. Gale comments that there's only the border in that direction. Adelia questions, why are they going to the border? She thinks that ever since she was little, Cordelia wasn't someone who would go somewhere without telling anyone. She also used to get very scared when going to a new place, so she always stayed close to Dahlia or her. But that damn little playboy Jude dared to corrupt her sweet and innocent Cordelia. Then, Gale thinks of something and says to Adelia, if they're going to the border, could they be getting kidnapped? Adelia asks him to repeat what he just said, looking a bit expressionless. Gale then explains that maybe they were caught and forcibly taken by the demonic hand, because there's no way his tracking magic could have been wrong. However, there's no reason for the two of them to be heading towards the border. Gale, who had been speaking until now, stopped talking as he cringed, because Adelia had a terrifying expression. He tries to calm her down, saying he was just supposing, but she says it's a possibility. Adelia immediately walked towards the horse, saying they need to hurry, while Gale still tries to keep up with her. Between the Celion Kingdom and the wilderness, there is a large wall. This wall, which extends along the entire northern region's border, was built approximately 300 years ago, during a period of constant wars. The kingdom began referring to the wildlands as the Land of Savages, and they built the wall over an extensive period of 30 years, with the goal of preventing invasions from the northern barbarians. But thanks to the enormous amount of space that needed to be defended, they couldn't establish a proper defense. Moreover, there was a limit to the available manpower to guard and defend it. Because of this, it was impossible to monitor the entire border closely, which resulted in inevitable gaps. Jude comments that he really thought there would be some areas where there were no guards watching the wall. Carmisum mentions that she crossed the border using these gaps, and that her tribe works hard to find these openings. Cordelia says she's realizing this now, and that Carmisum is giving them very valuable information. But just as she was about to say something else, snow got into her mouth. Jude commented that the snowstorm was getting stronger. Cordelia smiled and hugged Carmisum tightly, saying she couldn't see anything, and it was very windy. Carmisum said that if she kept hugging her like this, they'd fall. She mentioned that just ahead there was a cave for them to wait out the snowstorm. Jude took the lead and asked if the cave was around there, while Cordelia and Carmisum kept fooling around. Carmisum then remembered that she was supposed to be guiding and told Jude she had forgotten, promising to be more careful next time. He thought that now he needed to take care of two Cordelias. Once in the cave, Cordelia commented that the path and weather had become quite intense. Jude said this confirmed they were already far north, and asked Carmisum if, at this pace, they would reach the valley. She replied that they needed to walk just a bit more, and that in the valley, the trail was difficult. She turned and asked Cordelia if she would be okay, while Jude carefully observed her hairstyle. This was the hairstyle Yellowstorm used when playing with Crimson Wind in Legend of Heroes 2. Cordelia smiled and said, almost telepathically, "That's right, isn't it too cute?" Jude reflected that it was impressive that, even in this extreme situation, she would still do something like that. Suddenly, Carmisum said she had a question and asked, "What is fuck?" Cordelia went blank and asked what she was talking about. Carmisum then explained that Cordelia said that word a lot. Even when she was sleeping, she would say, fuck. Cordelia turned to Jude, expecting him to help clear things up, but he turned away too and said, "Don't look at me." He asked who told her to swear so much. Crimson called Cordelia again. She jumped up, stuttering as she tried to get the words out, thinking about how she should explain it, what she should do. She thought she should be honest, tell the truth. So Cordelia lowered her head and slowly said that it was an exclamation. The place went silent. Crimson broke the silence, asking if it was really an exclamation. Cordelia said, yeah, like amazing, awesome, that kind of thing. Hearing Cordelia's desperate explanation, Crimson said with a big smile that he could come back thanks to both of them. She threw her arms up and went on, "Jude, fuck, Cordelia, you two are fucking awesome." As Crimson swore, or rather, repeated the exclamation, Cordelia said, crying, "That's right, Crimson, we're fucking awesome." After the blizzard passed, they started walking again. Cordelia complained her foot kept sinking in the snow, and it was hard to walk through a forest without a trail. Jude said that's why they'd let the horses go, and she mentioned she was starting to get attached to them. Crimson said things would get better up ahead and they just had to wait a bit longer. Jude commented that it was fine, while Cordelia seemed to be sensing something. She called Jude and mentioned they were getting way stronger, way faster than in the game, but it felt like enemies were popping up quicker too. Jude said that as they won battles they were supposed to lose, the original story would change, and that was unavoidable. Cordelia asked who he thought the enemy would be this time. He answered it'd be Seleucia, since her previous plans had failed, and asked why she was bringing it up now. Cordelia replied that ever since they got super close to the valley, she'd been getting a bad feeling. It felt like someone was pointing a knife at her back. Jude thought that after mastering the witch, Cordelia's skills had improved in tons of ways. Among them, her intuition got super sharp. And this intuition, which had managed to score a 1 in 130,000 chance at the casino, was sensing an incoming attack, even though there was no danger in sight. This was definitely pretty much a prophecy, a superpower. Jude started running, thinking he couldn't just ignore Cordelia's words. He went up to Carmisum and told her they needed to hurry, cause something was following them. She said she looked around but didn't see anything. But Jude was like, "Trust me, I'm sure something's coming. Meanwhile, demon dogs were watching them from above the valley, waiting for the right moment to attack. There was still nobody near them, but the three of them were running from the danger that was about to hit. When Cordelia stopped running and looked back at the mountains, Jude asked, "What's up?" She said she felt like there was something else, but she didn't know what it was. The two of them stopped running too, and Jude was like, "What are you talking about?" But right at that moment, a beast's roar came from above their heads, over the valley. Three big dogs with dark red fur and yellow eyes were chasing them. Carmisum said these weren't monsters that lived at the border, cause she'd never seen any when she got to the kingdom. Cordelia said someone had summoned them nearby. She activated her witch transformation and told Jude to carry Carmisum. Jude picked her up in his arms. He told Cordelia he'd wait for her up front, and then he carried Carmisum on his back. Carmisum was yelling, saying she couldn't just leave Cordelia alone. Cordelia let loose her magic. Over 10 magic missiles hit the demon dogs like they were guided missiles. Seeing that, Carmisum said it was awesome, asking how Cordelia didn't miss a single one, even with the dogs moving. Jude was like, no way hellhounds would just gather in a place like this. And because of that, he totally knew who was chasing them now. Out of all the demonic hand execs, only Seleucia could even control hellhounds, but it was way out of his expectations for her to be there, just waiting to ambush them. They hadn't told anyone where they were this time. They didn't even drop any hints that'd let someone guess what they were up to, not like with that frozen land thing. He just kept wondering how this even happened, cause usually that's not possible. Then it hit him. Maybe one of their enemies had some kind of premonition powers. But also, there was something else going on at the same time. He looked up and boom, black crows were flying all over the place. Right then, Jude remembered Cordelia saying there was something else, but she didn't know what it was. He yelled for Cordelia, telling her about the crows, how black crows were flying right over their heads. Cordelia grinned, realizing this was the other thing she'd felt. She totally cast a slippery ground spell on the monsters, then ran to catch up with Jude and Carmisum. Just a few seconds later, even more black crows showed up in the sky. Carmisum looked up and was like, "Why are there so many now?" Then her eyes snapped to where they were headed, and she screamed, "That's a cliff!" But Jude didn't stop, and neither did Cordelia. Cordelia asked him, "You ready for this?" He reached out his hand to her and said, "Totally." Cordelia basically threw herself at Jude, and then they both just launched themselves off the cliff, while Carmisum was totally screaming that they were gonna die. The flock of crows just swarmed all around them, and Cordelia tightly hugged Jude's neck as she closed her eyes. They were still in a spot covered in white snow. The crows that were flying up into the sky scattered in every direction and vanished. Crimson asked, totally disbelieving what had just gone down. But Cordelia shifted her gaze, and Jude also totally focused on the guy walking towards them. Once he showed up, the wing flapping that felt like it lasted an eternity just stopped. The snow-covered ground went totally silent again. That guy had dark blue eyes, long white hair, and a white face, but everything else was black. Jude bowed and said it was an honor to be in the presence of the ghost blade, Kamael. Kamael noted that Jude had successfully figured out the crows weren't his enemies, and he totally expected that from Landius's disciple. Jude replied it was cause he knew crows were Lord Kamael's representative animal, one of the 6 commanders of the Holy Cross Guardians. But in his head, Jude knew exactly who that guy was. After all, anyone who'd played the Legend of Heroes series would know about Kamael. He was an illegitimate son of the king of the Kingdom of Paragon, which had been destroyed by demons. He was also one of the main characters in Legend of Heroes 1, known as Sun Warrior Landius. Plus, he was the only one who'd survived until the end of Legend of Heroes 2. He'd sworn an oath with a dragon to kill all demon worshippers, and that's how he became known as the Phantom Blade Swordsman. He asked Jude to stand up, and since Jude already knew who he was, he wouldn't give a long explanation. Kamael explains he was keeping an eye on their movements at Landius's request. He noticed Seleucia, one of the Demon Hand's executives, was on the move. While looking for her, he found them and saved them. Carmisum hides behind Cordelia. Cordelia asks what happened. She says it's nothing, but in her head she's totally surprised. His face is like a woman's, but his voice is a man's. Jude Bile tries to look surprised and says he didn't expect to be followed by an executive. Kamael asks where he was headed and mentions that if he keeps going that way, he'll only see the border, but he won't be able to cross it. Cordelia interrupts them and says they got orders from the guardian deity, the Great Storm. That's why they're crossing the border, to help Carmisum cure her dad's illness. Carmisum got scared and surprised when she heard Jude Bile say that her dad's illness seemed linked to demon power. Kamael's eyes narrowed. He said the region beyond the border is pretty unknown, even to him. It's worth checking out. He'll help and protect them until they hit the border. Jude Bile, though, comments that he thinks it'd be better if they moved separately. Kamael asks why he thinks that. He replies that if Kamael shows himself now, Seleucia won't have a choice but to act. No matter how many subordinates she has, she'll have to act to go against him. It'll be better if she mistakenly thinks thinks all three of them are with Kamael and just bails immediately. But it wouldn't be bad if Kamael grabs her attention by fighting her head-on. Jude Bile comments that if they could get Seleucia, the most dangerous person in this whole thing, out of the way, they'd cover the rest of the path on their own. He takes Cordelia's hand and adds that the two of them, together, totally got this. Carmisum was forgotten for a sec. Kamael finally got what Eudabiel was really trying to do, pit the strongest person from each side against each other. He smiles and says he'll go along with the plan, but he's gonna ask something first. Kamael brings up that he heard he consumed the sunflower and asks if he knows the flower hasn't fully settled in his body yet.